My name is Steve Sowerby. I'm from Exponential, but also partnering with Nicholas Hall in the Consumer Healthcare Training Academy. So it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Nicholas Hall Conference here in Asia, in Singapore. So the theme, of course, is Our Future Resumed. And honestly, it's been, since COVID, a roller coaster of change in our industry, in the world, effectively. And it doesn't look like that's going to change very soon in the future. So the future resumed is going to be effectively very, very dynamic. And I think that's the kind of mindset that we need to have throughout this conference, because we need to be adapting and, in some cases, leading change, or else change will happen to us. And sometimes it may not be as positive as we would like. So really, as we're going through this two-day conference, which is packed with great presentations, panel discussions, we're going to have, of course, networking opportunities. And I really want to stress, this is an important part of these conferences. It's not just to be here and sit back and listen to some great presentations and take in some great content, but much of the learning and inspiration will come from the conversations that you have with each other. People from different companies, from different industries sometimes, with certainly different points of view. And so please take the time during the coffee breaks, during lunch, during the drinks this evening, to really meet new people and learn from them and inspire and help them to learn from you. Okay, so coffee breaks, as you can see, will remain outside in the foyer. Lunch is also good news that we will be having lunch in the first floor, the Clover rooms 4 and 5. Right, for the conference timing today, we'll be going through till 5:30, and then we'll be having our network drinks. That will be taking place at 5:30, after 5:30. So details, of course, are in your delegate folder, so you can always have a look there. If you don't have one of those delegate folders or a lanyard and a name card, please see one of the team. They will really help you out. A couple of reminders in terms of housekeeping. Please wear your name badges throughout the day, so we can remember each other. And please, of course, make notes of the colleagues and friends that you make during the day, and follow up with them on LinkedIn or what other social media you would like to use. If you can, remember that we are all addicted to our mobile phones. And while we're in the conference, please put them on mute. And I always say in the workshops that I do in the training academy, I always make people put them into the bags as well, because when they sit on the desk, they remind you, oh, hey, I'm here. Please look at me. Turn me on. Of course, very naughty. Put it away. For the Q&A, we're going to be using Slido. All right, Slido. So please use the QR code that will be displayed on the screen after each presentation. And then what we can do is take some questions from Slido. And also, if we have time, we'll have questions also live. While you are giving or asking questions live, I would ask, please wait for the microphone to be delivered to you, so that we can ensure that the colleagues who are dialing in and joining us virtually can also hear us. Okay? So, special thanks, of course, to all the speakers who've given their time and efforts for the presentation, and of course, for our sponsors, the DEPT agency, Gemil Nutrition, Lucas Meyer Cosmetics by IFF. Thank you so much for your support. That really helps us to really bring new news and inspiration to the whole industry, so that we can all grow this industry faster. Okay, so again, welcome to everyone. So it is my great pleasure now, after those bits of housekeeping, to invite onto the stage our, of course, dear Nicholas, who, after some years, we're so happy to see him back in Asia. And so, Nicholas, if you would join to give us the keynote speech of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. That's better. As Steve said, we do have a number of people dialing in to see us. In fact, it's the new age, isn't it? We have half the numbers of this conference are coming in virtually, half in the room, more to join us. We're due to have 60 people with us in person, and then we'll have a similar number coming in on a live stream. And that's why, and I must say to my fellow speakers, we have to stay on the podium. I think the cameraman is probably not too bad at tracking. On the other hand, let's make it easy. Now, at Nicholas Hall & Company, we pride ourselves at being a family business. And those of you who've been to our meetings before know that my son Jacob runs our film unit. I now have 2 granddaughters in the business, so no chance to sell out and retire. They keep saying, stay in the business, Dad and Granddad, because you know we want our jobs, and that's very important to us. And one of the ways that we characterize the family atmosphere in our company is to say that all our clients, all our friends, we think are part of our broader family. And we have a little ritual, and many of you who've been to our conferences know that. So could I ask everybody to stand up? This is probably the only exercise you're going to get today. Now, what I want you to do for the next couple of minutes is very kindly just go around, shake hands, say hello, give business cards. We're going to have 2 minutes of just kind of getting to know each other. And please don't talk to the people you already know. This is a chance to meet new people. So let's put this on. Mary? All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, can you please go back to your seats? Thank you. Now, you probably have noticed, if you've even looked this way, that I've changed my appearance. And there's a reason for this. There's a little bit of personal medical history, which I'm not going to go into details about. But when I first wore this 2 years ago, as I was going through some chemotherapy, people said, have you changed your religion? And I said, no, I changed my doctor. And I haven't worn this, but I'm wearing it for a very special reason. I want to link it to my only joke of the day, which is a Branson joke, Richard Branson joke. He was the last speaker at a conference, and everyone was getting very tired. And it was one of these speed dating conferences, 10-minute sessions. And he said, look, I know everyone's tired and they want to go home or go to somebody else's home. But anyway, he said, listen to what I've got to say, and I will tell you how you can be guaranteed to become a millionaire in the airline industry. And he went through the presentation, and at the end of it, he was walking off. Someone says, Richard, you didn't tell us. What was I going to tell you? How to become a guaranteed millionaire in the airline business. He said, yeah, very easy. He said, you start a billionaire. This is just my little prompt to say at the end of my presentation, I'm going to just say a couple of things about this, and it's very relevant to our industry and also for personal reasons. But first of all, I want to go through the presentation, and this is the keynote speech on The Future Resumed. So for once, I'm working my own slides. This is the 2-minute pitch, a 1-minute pitch. We don't have time for more than this. That a lot of our clients don't realize all the things we do as a company, and it is important to say that we are in the training business with Exponential and Steve and his team. We're in the recruitment business and have placed a number of people over the years, and that business is run by the wonderful Mary, who also runs our events business. Of course, we're a consultancy. That's about a third of our business. And interestingly, the pattern of that business has changed. 5 years ago, our business was mainly about strategic consulting. How could companies improve their position by portfolio, by geographical spread? And that's still important. But 65% of our business is M&A these days. 65. In the last year and a half, we've worked on 5 major deals. We were the lead consultant for, sorry, this is not a pitch, I hope it's interesting, because there are some good learnings here. We were the lead consultant on the sale of Viatris in Europe, 500 million euro franchise. That's just gone to Cooper, supported by private equity. We worked with Zentiva to buy some Sanofi brands. They were supported by Advent. We worked on the Takeda Japan sale. We were representing CVC. We were the second consultant. McKinsey was the first consultant. And I got into a lot of trouble for saying, no disrespect, but Takeda had not invested in that business. So I used the expression, this is 0 to 0 in 5 years. And I got into a lot of trouble from McKinsey, who said they'll never speak to me again, which I don't think is all bad news. But it was actually a good assessment. And our client, which was CVC, put in a modest bid, and it went to Blackstone, who I think are going to live with that bad investment for many, many years. Although the brands are good, the price they paid was not. We are working on a disposal of some smoking control brands. I think we're in the lead position on that. We are the lead consultant. There's something else which I can't mention because it hasn't been announced yet. There's a message there, not just our involvement. The message there is that this business cannot be fueled by M&A. That does not grow the market. It does not grow brand shares. It's just rearranging ownership. And particularly with private equity involved, you know after 5 to 7 years, there's going to be a sell-on, just as we're hearing that companies like Stada will be brought to market by its private equity owners. And what we have to do in this industry is to build organic growth, and you do that, and Steve preaches this message in our training academy conferences. It's all about brand values, what brands stand for, the right investment in marketing, the right investment in MPD, and essentially, and always important, people. And mentoring people is an important part of what Steve does. And then there are other things you'd expect. I mean, our DB6 database, which is our biggest business. I never thought I'd be in the data business 28 years ago when we started, but we're in, and I think we're giving IQVIA a run for its money. And our publishing business, and very importantly, events. And it's nice to be back to face-to-face meetings. It's 4 years since we've had this meeting. I remember it very well because the next month, November 2019, I went to Beijing and I got COVID when we didn't even have a name for the disease. I was one of the first people in the world to get COVID. It lasted 6 months. My doctor said I've never seen symptoms like this before. A few months later, they were all experts. Of course, they've seen so much COVID. And maybe that early infection gave me some immunity because after that, the 4 or 5 COVID instances I've had were mild, very mild. In fact, the vaccine, and I've been multiply vaccinated, created much worse symptoms than the actual COVID, apart from that very first example. Right, that's enough about us. So what's happening in the industry, and I'm looking to an extent to Asia, but these are essentially global trends. You're going to hear much more about the local market from all the speakers who come next, but I'm in the fortunate position I can bring a global picture, some of it relevant to your position, some of it possibly not. So the first thing to say is that the pandemic, when we first knew about it in early 2020, when we realized there was a pandemic, as most of the other consultants did, most of the other analysts, most of the other future-proofers did, we said this is bad news for our industry. It's going to be bad news for various reasons. It was wonderful. It was a license to print money, unless you were essentially and only in the cough cold business, and then it was bad news until most recently. But consumers reached out to us more. The umbilical link with the doctor was cut. It wasn't so easy in those countries where doctors drive consumer usage and also inform brands. In Germany, we have something called a green prescription. A doctor will say, you need this OTC brand. I can't prescribe it with reimbursement. And on a green piece of paper, he says, that's what you need. Buy it at the pharmacy. Very involved. If you couldn't see the doctor, you didn't get that. So consumers then became much more interested in Dr. Mom, in other words, the family member who told you what to do when you got sick, and Dr. Google, and Hello Health and similar organizations around the world. So that was great. And the whole concept of immunity and the spike in antiseptics and disinfectants, in multivitamins, in vitamin C, but strangely, not those sprays that put a lining on the back of your throat to prevent you getting viral attacks. They didn't do really well, and they should have done in that period, but they didn't. And I think that's an issue for those players, some big, like Procter & Gamble, some quite small. But anyway, the industry as a whole did very well. And we saw, in a moment, we'll see some slides that show that. So the market has come out of that good cycle, and this year, 2023, the expectation is that we will have good growth in value, driven by price increases, driven by inflation, but volume will be about the same, or even slightly recessive. Whereas historically, by that's 3 years, which in business is history. In the last 3 years, sales have been very good organically, and of course through price increase, to the point that we've had, and we'll see the figures in a moment, we had our best ever year last year. And I've been in this business for 50 years. So anyway, I've never seen figures like this, and I don't think we'll ever see them again. That's the 2022 outputs, but I think in 2023 it's going to be good growth because of price increase, but not such good growth organically. Now, we always have to say, there are outliers. There are companies that will beat the trend. There are categories that will beat the trend. There are countries that will beat the trend. But overall, there's a very clear message. And when our DB6 database is published next April with a full 2023 data set, we're pretty sure that's what it's going to be. We're sure because we've seen 6 months of data for 2023. We've seen the figures that the big companies are publishing, and the message is almost all the same. Low growth organically, some negative. Good growth in value because of price increase. And that is not a sustainable business model. Eventually, the consumers run out of cash in their pocket. In Asia, the recovery of the China market is vital. It's vital in 2 ways. First of all, because it's the biggest market in Asia, it's the second biggest market in the world, and in purchasing parity levels, it's already bigger than the United States. It's also important because Chinese tourists are an important part of the economy of other countries. For example, when we worked on the Takeda bid, we were astonished to find out that 10% of the entire Japanese consumer healthcare market is from Chinese tourists who go and buy big packs of brands like Alinemin, the lead brand for Takeda, and take it home for the old folks. And the old folks in China can be anyone over 50. And that has been such a driver of Japan, it's been a driver of Taiwan, and it's absolutely revolutionized Australia and New Zealand, at least the city center drugstores. There's something called Daigou, which is the suitcase trade, and it hasn't been in place for a couple of years now, and the Chinese government doesn't like it, but students and tourists go and they literally clear the shelves in these city center drugstores, put the stuff in the suitcase, hand carry it back to China, and sell it on Tmall. And it's been a big driver for the ANZ market, and it's still relatively small within China, so it doesn't really show up as a distorting factor there. We do know that consumers have less money to spend in their pockets, but health comes after food in the Maslow hierarchy in terms of must-haves. But consumers don't have to buy brands. Remember that. We all think our brands are immune, but they're not. Consumers are trading down to branded generics. Store brands, they think, are just as valuable as our brands. So be careful. Consumers are very concerned about the whole concept of value. They want more value for their dollar, their yen, their RMB, their Sing dollar, or what else. So bear that in mind, that you have to think about the proposition. Now, maybe the answer is a smaller pack. So although it costs more per dose, the laydown price is less. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's a value pack. The consumers who do have money want to spend it very wisely, so maybe they'll buy a triple pack. And that is very much one of the drivers of e-commerce, the whole idea of value propositions. And there's a lot more, and we don't have time to go over all of that. So look, just a couple, and you'll all be getting this if you haven't already had it. So this is just the data heart of the industry. I'm talking still globally. So essentially here we see, if you look at the green boxes at the top, the market in 2019, the last normal year, if we can put it in those terms, the market grew by 4% globally at constant currencies. And then we had the first year of the pandemic and we thought it was a disaster, but it wasn't. 6.7% growth, pretty good. Some volume growth in there. Next year, can't possibly be as good. 2021, we got 7%. That's amazing. 2022, come on. You know, we've run out of road. The party's over. Not so. 8.2% growth. This is all channels of distribution. And of course, e-commerce doing very well. E-commerce is already 17% of the global consumer healthcare business. It's forecast to double in size in the next 10 years. I think there are some difficult years ahead. I don't think it's a license to print money anymore, but the companies with scale on e-commerce will do really well. I think the startups, it's going to be much more difficult than it used to be. And the part that I think most of us here are interested in is the retail sector, the store retail sector. It's about 3/4. It divides roughly 2-to-1 in favor of pharmacy, and then non-pharmacy. Of course, not all countries are as liberal as the Asian markets in terms of supermarkets and convenience stores and health food stores. There are some markets where there's a pharmacy monopoly, very largely in France, for example. And as the market grows, that retail share will decline and e-commerce will grow. And the direct sales, that's Ding Dong Avon calling, although they've started to open shops now in many countries in the world because people aren't answering the doors. That will grow in a different way. That will become much more a direct-to-consumer model, not needing agents going door to door. And I think we're seeing some amazing developments, some incredible brands that have grown up using direct-to-consumer strategies in markets like Japan. We have brands there. There's one particular brand we've been studying for many, many years. I presented it in the past at some of these conferences, called Sesamin, from Suntory, the big drinks company. It had, last time we looked, it had sales of about 500 million. Difficult to get the data because it's not measured by audit. Had sales of about 500 million and a 70% EBITDA. Not a gross margin, that EBITDA of 70%. Once you've got loyal customers who you keep through a subscription model, it really is a license to print money. And we don't have many of those in consumer health. Right, so this is, all I'm going to say on this slide, which is very busy, is that in the old days, Asia used to figure, let me define my terms here. These are the major markets. Growth in the 12 months to June of 2023 against the previous year, and this is store retail only. We don't have the granularity to put the other sectors in at the moment. We will have them for the annual DB6. We don't have it at the half year. And in the past, the red, which was Asia, would be the highest growth with Latin America, and Europe was disastrous. Europe was minus or zero. Europe has come back very strongly in the last 12 months. Partly it's the resumption of the cough-cold business, but it's also the fact that Dr. Google, Dr. Mum are now very important, more important than the recommending doctor. The only market that's, and you wouldn't be surprised at this, the only market that's looking bad is Russia. But the amazing thing is that despite all the sanctions, Russia in 2022 became the biggest OTC market in Europe, bigger than Germany by a small number, because the currency actually bounced back and stayed stable. Inflation was huge, but normally when you have huge inflation, the currency drops in value against the US dollar, and it didn't. So it doesn't denote that there was great health of the internal market, but the way we look at the markets in terms of US dollars or the euro equivalent, Russia just came up, and it's in the half-year figures. It's still the biggest market, although we've seen a decline. Now, you may not be interested in the Russian market. Many of my clients aren't allowed to trade under US law, but it will come back strongly. Just like some of the countries in Latin America were out in the days some years ago of military dictatorships and are now some of our best markets. Russia will be back in 5 years. We'll all be friends. I hope we will. I pray we will. If this were wood, I'd touch it, but it's metal. Can't have everything in life, can you? All right, I'm not going to go over this slide. It just says which categories have done very well. I think the important thing is to say that in Asia-Pacific, in that 12-month period, and this is Asia-Pacific in its broadest sense. This is Japan down to New Zealand, across to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. We measure all of those countries. And what we're seeing is that cough cold is coming back very, very strongly, plus 18.2% growth in just that 12 months period, constant currency. All categories doing well. But of course, the ones that did well in the pandemic, they've already had their growth. So VMS is up by 8%, still 6%, still pretty good. Derm up by 4%. We're not seeing that huge growth of antiseptics and disinfectants, and although we don't have it in DB6, a big market in those hand sanitizers. That's kind of through the system now. What I do want to say is that how the consumer spent their money, this is very important, because I do think we are still a white coat industry rather than a consumer industry. And one of the things I've observed in my many years in consumer health is that an executive, and not you, of course, but I know that people here have come in from the big FMCG companies, the P&Gs, the Unilevers and the like. The first thing they do when they come through the door is they put a white coat on and start talking molecules. And they forget that the reason they were so attractive to their new employers is because they knew the consumer. But now they want to trade molecules with us. My molecule's better than your molecule. And you don't win with molecules. In fact, I remember a great debate between Vincent Warnery when he was president of Sanofi Consumer, although he is a consumer guy. He's with Beiersdorf. He's previously with L'Oreal. And Rakesh Kapoor, longtime Reckitt. And this lovely debate. And Rakesh saying, we believe in mums, not molecules. And Vincent said, the way for this industry is to bring new formulations to market, and that means that we have to start with the molecule. And of course, they're both right and they're both wrong. But it was a fabulous debate, neither of them now in the industry, unfortunately. What this says is, where was the consumer spending their money in the pandemic? The first year, which is the top line, and this is growth categories, not biggest, you'll see the red, which is prevention, the black is treatment, and the blue is could be either. And it was a market that was very much into prevention. That was the trend up to that time, and I've mentioned this trend many times in presentations around the world. Prevention, a little bit of treatment, and some hybrid. 2 years later, last year, 2022, it's all about treatment. Consumers want literally bang for their buck. They want to take a product for their headache, they want to take a product for their upset stomach, and very much they want to take a product for their cough and cold, which their immunity levels having gone down in the pandemic because we weren't going out, when we did, we wore face masks, we had hand sanitizers, social distancing, and we destroyed our immunity. There is no immunity for most of us, and I've spoken to several people with colds today, and I'll send you a message from my sickbed next week, which actually puts a twist on our old story. At this industry, we used to say, if you've got a cough and cold, spread it about, we need the sales. Now, of course, it's not like that because we're getting it as well. Now, this trend last year won't hold. I mean, you can only have a revival once. You just run out of people who come back to you. A sinner redeemed is wonderful, as the Bible tells us, but we're running out of sinners, people who've given up self-medicating. So it has to get back to the norm next time, which is, in a way, I'd say, and part of our strategic narrative for next year will be a new phrase which has some known words. Diagnosis, prevent, treat. In other words, more sales of diagnostics to tell us what's wrong with us or where we are vulnerable. Prevention, we don't want to get sick, and if we do get sick, we want something that treats. And I think it's going to be a very new feature of our industry, front-ending the market with diagnostics. So, for example, one of my hobby horses, but nobody's listening, I can't find a sponsor, is food intolerance. Everyone in this room is intolerant of something. There are some people who've died through eating peanuts. Now, I don't think for us it's at that level, but I know I don't drink gin much, but if I drink beefeater gin, there is a herb in that will bring me out in a rash. So that's why I'm a Scotch whiskey drinker. But if ever one needs an excuse. The issue is that we have to be able to tell people, you are lactose intolerant, you are gluten intolerant, or whatever it might be. And then when you go out, you don't get sick because you don't consume food in that way. And then for some people who just don't know, then perhaps they will use a preventive product like Lactate from Johnson & Johnson, or even Essentiale from Sanofi. And then if you do get sick, and of course you can't be totally immune, then you need a product to treat the symptoms. And I think that's going to be the mantra for the whole of our industry. Diagnosis through a kit. We are not like doctors who can look and know, although even there I'm told that for some indications, for some conditions, you get a better result by tossing a coin. There was a study done that said for a doctor diagnosing a condition, they got it right 48% of the time. 52% of the time they got it wrong. So you would have got a better result with a spin of the coin, if you spun the coin often enough. So diagnostics, prevent, treat. That's going to be one of our mantras for next year when we rewrite the strategic narrative. This is about M&A, and all I will say about M&A, and we're in the middle of this now, is it's getting more expensive to buy businesses. There are fewer businesses coming up for sale, but they are commanding a very, very good multiples based on sales. I mean, in the past, in 2020, as far as we know, the highest multiple ever paid in consumer health was the Smarty Pants brand, bought by Unilever on a multiple of 13 times sales. As far as I know, that's the highest that there is. We were very interested in the Viatris business. As I said, we were the lead consultant on the due diligence part of it for the seller, Viatris. That went to Cooper for a multiple of 4.8. That was high. I think that was quite a surprise to Viatris that they got such a good price. And now Cooper has an interesting job integrating. They're 3 or 4 times bigger. They're now the number 7 company in Europe. They've got a great team to run it, I have to say. Right, so I'm going to say a few words about how much time have I got, Mary? Probably say about minus 5 minutes. 10 minutes, she says, holding up one hand. That's, I like that form of accounting. You've got 10 minutes. Right, thank you, Mary. Thank you. I'll remember that when we do your next salary increase. Right. We have a product called New Products Tracker. It's been going for 9 years. We look at, as far as we can get the information, all the new products launched in consumer health in 20 countries, and 42,000 new products have been launched. 42,000 new products have been launched in the last 9 years. And then at the point of launch, we grade those. 4-star is absolutely new category. So it's usually an RX to OTC switch, but we haven't had many of them. 3-star is a game changer in an existing category. We haven't had many of them either. We've had 1,700, but that is duplicated. A brand that launches in 20 countries gets in 20 ticks in the database. 2-star is it was just about worth getting out of bed that morning when you planned it. And 1-star is, honestly, you'd have been better to have stayed in bed because it's exactly the same as everything else. Now, I have to be very honest here and say that when you look at the sales later, 1-stars often do very well if they fill a gap in the portfolio. Of course they do. But if we're talking about innovation, and we are an industry that prides ourselves on innovation, these are the figures you don't want to see. That so few of these brands can be called truly innovative. And Steve, I think innovation is one of our models in the training academy, isn't it? So you might want to talk to Steve about improving your rate of innovation. This is probably something to look at rather than have explained, but this shows over the last 4 calendar years where the industry has put its money in terms of launching new products. And not surprisingly, it's been very much about immunity. We've seen cannabis, which everyone's a bit confused about at the moment, dropping from the most launched new category in 2019 through to, I don't think it's on the chart anymore. Although I happen to think cannabis is going to be a huge growth opportunity for this industry and probably offer some of the best new pain relievers that we're likely to see. I know the COX-2s may be going over the counter in Australia. That's very exciting, something we suggested many years ago. But I think CBD and the other isolates that come out of the cannabis plant are going to be more important, CBG and the like. Right, and then there are some amazing demographics. Women are 51% of the population globally, slightly less in Asia, because there have been some unfortunate things happening in China with families selecting the sex of their children. But they are 62% of the OTC market by consumption. Somebody, my colleague Nina Stimpson, sat down and counted the brands on a sample basis and found that if you allocate, there are some categories which are entirely for women, vaginal yeast infection, for example. There are some categories where women are the main users, and she took that market value, scaled it down for the women's use. There are some where women are the same as men, and some which are mainly men, partly used by women. It comes out 62%. Actually, the purchase rate is more like 85%, 85 to 90%, and it does vary country by country for women. Women are, well, they are so important in our lives. There's an old joke, and I will say it, and Steve will tell me off for this. Women live longer than their husbands. Why do husbands die early? And the answer is they want to. Sorry, very sexist, but blame the person who told me that story. But what we do know is that women are underserved by this industry, and that just having a pack, it's the same as everything else, and you have a line which has a product, you just put women on it, you make it pink and fluffy, that's not good enough. For these categories like migraine, for some of the GI categories which have a strong female bias, we really do need more women-targeted products. We see some specialist products, amazing products from Vitabiotics with a 70 plus. It's the third biggest SKU in their whole range, 70 plus. And yet I was brought up to believe in marketing terms, you don't remind a woman of her age. And there was a brand from J&J called Affinity for women over 40. And women over 40 didn't want to be reminded, so they didn't buy the brand. But in healthcare, women want to know there's a product that's especially for them. And this shows it, and it sells very well. Now look, I can't go over all these slides because Mary, if she wasn't so polite, would be waving at me saying that I'm running over time. But I do want to say just a few things. First of all, UK is now the most developed switch market, and we've seen some amazing products launched in the UK, and a lot of these are for women. Well, actually, a lot of it is based on demographic marketing. So the men's bit, erectile dysfunction, UK still has more of the erectile dysfunction ingredients over the counter. We have not only sildenafil, but we also have tadalafil, which is the Cialis brand. That's now going over the counter. We also have this amazing product called Eroxon, which is a gel. I have to tell you a story. No, I'm overrunning, but there's some very interesting things here. Eroxon was an amazing development by Futura, who developed a topical gel which gave the same efficacy as Viagra, but with a much better safety profile. And they put it into clinical trials against a control product, and the control product won in the clinical trial. So they went back to the FDA and they got a patent on it, and they got approval, and it's been launched by Cooper as Eroxon, and I'm told it's flying off shelves, which is good to hear that something is flying off shelves. But in UK, our latest developments are very much in women's health. So UK was one of the early markets for the morning after pill, which of course was very much driven by HRA, the French company now owned by Perrigo. And very interestingly, they were one of two companies that brought the daily oral contraceptive to market. Now, there's the daily oral contraceptive in China and India, but this is entirely to do with population control in a very basic way, and it's not the way that it's being done in the UK, where it's being positioned very differently. So brands like Hanna from Perrigo, and now they've got the approval in the US, hasn't launched yet, called Opil. And then there's from an independent company called Lovima, and that's looking very interesting. The sales aren't huge, but it's looking interesting. And then the one that really surprised me is the HRT therapy, which I thought would never go OTC, but Novo Nordisk has approval. They've launched a product called Gina with TV advertising. We awarded it a 4-star. Sales aren't great, but then I don't think the intention is to make the UK the big market. In a way, that's the test market for a big launch in the US. And then there are a number of other things here which I just don't have time to say, but I will definitely be happy to talk in the next 2 days. A big drive for products for sleep. Sleep is, well, in fact, the World Health Organization has said sleep is a pandemic. Poor sleep is a pandemic in the Western world. We have a lot of interest. This is one of the categories where we have high consumer demand, but we don't have the right products. Yes, I know melatonin is very good. Slow-release melatonin is very good, and I've worked on a number of brands with melatonin and with other formulations. We don't have the right product yet, but there is a demand there for the consumer, and it will come. There's nothing in the RX market that looks right, but something will come. So that's very important. I can't go over that. Anything to do with stress and anxiety. Mental health comes up time and time again as the biggest medical problem and lifestyle problem that the population suffers from, particularly the young. And again, there is only one product that's going to fix that, and that's CBD, OTC CBD, and we're nowhere close to that being a registered OTC medicine, except in Australia, where it's approved but hasn't really been launched yet, because I think the government having said, TGA having said it's approved, then actually isn't giving out any licenses to market it. But it will come. CBD is going to be huge. It's going to be at least 10 billion of sales, as will probiotics, as will food intolerance. These are the growth categories, and I'm really anticipating myself because I must end in a moment. Probiotics is going to become a new industry with new indications, new formulations, new strains, and new science. And it's going to be huge. It flatlined during the pandemic. Consumers weren't thinking about investing in their future health. They wanted something for today's illness. It will come back. In fact, the recent sales are okay. I mean, they're beginning to show some growth, not like we used to have, where this was consistently the fastest growing category worldwide for 10 years. It's coming back to that. And the future. So here are my 10 steps to heaven in my new Paradigms report, which is 6 months late, and that's because I've been distracted with so many deals. But it's published at the end of this month. We really are in the final read-through. This is what's going to drive our industry. Of course, a lot more, but these are the standouts. CBD, you can't get away from it, although the regulators and our industry thinks if they look the other way, it will go away. It won't. It will come. And it will come, and it will be created by entrepreneurs and then acquired by the big companies. Mental wellness, a whole mix of things. Sleep, anxiety, mood, concentration, ADHD for kids. I mean, when you scratch the surface, there's a lot there. We're only at the beginning of this. Sexual health and fertility, still a long way to go in that. Women's health, I told you. Women's health kind of segues into aging. That's the part at which the women become even more interested in their health, and we serve them very badly as an industry. Sustainability will take a back seat for the next 2 years. Consumers faced with a premium product that protects the polar bears on the polar cap, or a product I can afford for my family, most consumers, you know what the answer is. Polar bears are going to have to look after themselves for a couple more years. We'll come back to that a little later. There may be no more polar bears left, but that's... And I've seen research program after research program, that, or results that say that. Natural and organic products, you know, we blow hot and cold as an industry. One year it's hot, and then it's cold. It's back to being hot. Food intolerance, I've mentioned. E-commerce, yes, but it isn't the license to print money in the past. Artificial intelligence, we have a speaker at this conference. I suppose I was one of those people influenced by the movie 2001 and the robot that took over the spaceship. I'm worried that artificial intelligence will take over our lives. But then I get cheered up by the fact that when I wanted to change my seat on Singapore Airlines coming in, artificial intelligence drove that for an hour and got nowhere, and human intelligence drove it for 5 minutes and I got the seat I wanted. So, you know, we humans aren't finished quite yet. And then the emerging markets coming back very strongly. I don't think we're as in love as we were in the past with markets like China. India is now the world's most populous country, but still a long way to go in terms of the consumer healthcare market. And the markets of Latin America still really to get into their stride. And then, of course, we have the whole of the Middle East and Africa. Probably not within my lifetime, but that will become a very important market in the future. And then just to put a few closing remarks on that, sorry for going over late. I think it was all Steve's introduction, it was much too long. No, Steve. To better leverage what we call the new paradigm, we need to really get back to some of our basic consumer goods training. Consumers need to know that there is a reason to pay a higher price. It might not be a huge premium, but a higher price than for a branded generic or store brand for our national brand because of the brand values that we stand for. We need to demonstrate the points of difference to defend. We need clinical evidence. Some of my clients, we've done some projects recently for clients who've asked us to look at the concept of trusted science. I know we have people from the cosmetics industry. I always like the ads, and I used to run the Olay brand. I love the ads that say, you know, seven 7 women out of 10 prefer this. And you look at the little footnote, and it was done amongst 20 women. You know, I think it has to be a bit bigger than that in consumer health. Honestly, and I say this about my own company, but more importantly about your companies, we need to do less, better. Fewer, bigger. Because this is still a market of huge fragmentation. We need to transfer our innovations globally. I know that's hard. It's hard because of culture. It's hard because of regulatory. And of course, we need to take advantage of e-commerce. Now, e-commerce is great because it builds consumer loyalty, and those subscription models really do work. We've run studies that show that subscription models keep 70% of their subscribers by the end of the first year. And the ones that stay for the second year probably stay with the brand for life. It offers a chance for some premium pricing opportunities because we know who the consumers are and we know what they need. And if you think you're doing well in e-commerce, look at Unilever. Not a company we normally talk about in consumer health. Their health and wellness business, brands like Ollie, brands like Smarty Pants, now, yes, you're going to say that's all in the US, where e-commerce is big. It's all in VMS, where e-commerce is big. Yeah, but 50% of their sales are in e-commerce. And Nestlé Health Science, who haven't published the figure, but we think from nods and winks it's 40%. Now, this is where the money is being made, because e-commerce is hugely profitable, expensive on the way up, particularly the subscription models, beautifully profitable on once you get past the tipping point. All these thoughts are to be explored again in 2024 when we meet. Well, we'll meet again many times before then, but when we meet again in a year's time, I'll be able to look back at 2023 and say, this may have happened, it may not have happened. Right, sorry for overrunning, but then those of you who know me know that was inevitable. The only person who ever takes longer than me is Steve Sowerby, but what he has to say is very important. What I have to say, I hope you enjoyed. So look, there's Steve being of Iranian birth, won't mind me saying that there's an old Persian saying, and this too shall pass. And what it means is, no matter how bad things are, tomorrow is going to be better. But there's a corollary there. No matter how good things seem, that's not going to last. So every day we have to go out and fight for business. So stay well, be safe, keep smiling, and keep in touch. Thank you.
I think, oh my goodness, I think we're not going to have time for questions, but please grab your questions, write them down. Is there going to be a QR code for this? I think it would be good to bring it up. But Nicholas raised some very, very interesting points, and really it's a call to action for us as an industry in terms of really being more consumer-centric, looking at the innovations, fewer, better innovations and initiatives, and this whole element that's still in the background about self-care and all the implications to that. So what I'm going to do is invite my colleague Dave to come up, and we're going to be talking a little bit about trends, but more importantly about inevitables. Because we have so many trends presentations in the industry. We have coming from all sorts of different organizations and individuals. But we decided to take a slightly different approach and really looked at what are elements that are really inevitable, that we really need to take account of when it comes to the consumer. And so, Dave, I'll pass over to you to talk to us a little bit about the inevitables.
Okay. Inevitables are based around an idea. I get fortunately invited to lots of conferences in lots of industries, and quite often people say, can you talk about the trends? And I often say, if I knew what the trend in 2024 is, I would be sitting on Nicholas's yacht drinking a lot of champagne. What I can tell you about is the things that will happen in the near future that you need to be concerned about. So, for example, what I do is I scour lots of sources, I go to a lot of conferences, I talk to a lot of people, and I find out things. Now, of course, one of the things I've noticed in the last 6 months is I think I've attended 12 conferences in the last 6 months, all sorts of industries, and typically was one I was here 2 weeks ago for a conference. There were 26 speakers that I listened to. every single speaker in the first 5 minutes mentioned the words ChatGPT. None of them actually, in the rest of their presentation, had anything to do with ChatGPT. But just like me then, they felt they had to say the term because that's so cool now, right? But for this exercise for today, one of the things I did was I asked ChatGPT what would be the top 10 trends for 2024. This is what it said. Not surprisingly, it says number 1 will be AI. It's self-promotion, right? Interestingly and relevant to us might be that it does talk about healthcare innovations and it does talk about personalised experiences. But I would remind you that if you do anything in terms of using ChatGPT to ask it about trends, to ask it about what's happening in the market today, to ask it about products, categories, brands, just remember that ChatGPT is fed by data that stops in January 2022. So it has no data for the last 2 years to base anything on. So it was telling me the predictions based on data that's already 2 years old. But we did a little further exercise. I asked it, okay, tell me about health and wellness trends that would be correct for 2024, or the things that are likely to happen. And it came up with personalised nutrition and diets. No real big news here, because we know personalised diets and nutrition have been a thing for 10 years, I guess. And there's been a lot of applications and tools online to help you do that. And particularly in the food industry, and particularly in the grocery retail industry, this has been the big trend for the last 6, 7, 8, 9 years. And if you look at any major grocery retailer in any major country in the world, you may or may not realise this, but a huge amount of their new product development is being focused on in-store applications and the development of in-store applications. So literally, you'll be able to go up with your phone and scan across all the green vegetables, and it will tell you which would be the best combination of those vegetables if you were needing to do this X, Y, or Z. And expect to see those launched very soon.
Just building on that, actually, Nicholas was talking about probiotics, and absolutely, Nicholas, I want to underline what you just said. There will be a huge increase in that market because consumers are very, very aware of the importance of the gut in terms of their overall holistic health. And what's really interesting is now backed by science, because what's not shown in the charts that Nicholas showed is the number of studies going on in probiotics today on different indications. So we will be seeing really clinical evidence for the benefits in different conditions. And I hope one day, Nicholas, and again, this is for your DB6, that we start to take probiotics out of just a category of probiotics and really start to put probiotics products in the different categories where the benefits in cold and flu, in immunity, in mental wellness, and so on and so forth are. Probiotics is an ingredient. It's one of those molecules, if you like, that will revolutionize many of the categories that we play in.
We'll come back to guts in a minute.
More gut.
So health tech solutions will be very, very important. ChatGPT, just about everybody predicts this and understands that what we're going to see is a huge increase in the types of apps developed for health prevention, health awareness. Regenerative medicine and anti-aging therapies will continue to be really important. I'm going to talk a bit more about aging in a minute, but the important thing here is regenerative medicine. So we've seen that on the increase again over the last 10 years, and what we're going to see continually is more and more brands and categories trying to play a role in this. And we mean products and categories that don't necessarily fit inside what CHC you might normally think of. We're starting to see an awful lot of pure beauty brands do it. We've been seeing that for a long time, but for example, beverage manufacturers are getting more and more into this, and will continue to go down this line. ChatGPT also tells us that holistic wellness and integrated medicine, no surprise, that's going to continue to grow. And as it does point out, this is also connected to things like the rise of the herbal medicines, and of course, what's happening with, certain herbal type treatments, like the ones you can get in every Steve and I literally live around the corner from each other in Bangkok, and literally our neighbourhood is now full of
plenty of places.
Where you can go and legally indulge or cure yourself. And then tech-enhanced fitness and home workouts. It was really interesting. You all know the story that during COVID, we saw a huge increase in people buying home tech solutions for health. So, you know, cycling machines, all that sort of stuff. And then, of course, what we saw in 2022 was the mass sale of those machines. Everybody can go online and buy, you know, what had been $1,000 home cycling machine and now get it for $100 because everybody wanted to get rid of them, and those companies going broke. But what we are seeing is more and more about applications and how you can refine what you're doing and is it the correct thing for what you need. So those are very generic, but what we wanted to look at then was some things that we thought were important. So Steve and I, as I said, we go to a lot of conferences. I happen to go to conferences on all sorts of industries. And what we want to do is, first of all, talk about 5 facts that I've noticed that have come up in specific industries as I listen to what's going on that might be relevant to what you need to think about the future. Most of you probably pay very scant attention when there are 3 major companies in the world that develop colours, that are the companies that define what colours you can buy for packaging, clothing, etc., etc. Every year around this time, they announce what they see as the colour of the year for next year. You might think this is just some goofy, you know, creative guy sitting around making up a colour with a fancy name. Actually, they put a lot of research into understanding what is the socio-economics going on and projecting that into the new year to understand and then represent that in a colour that represents really what the world will be like next year. Now, the colour for next year is Apricot Crush. All right, now that sounds really, you know, it sounds like a drink, right?
It does, I was going to say.
And that would be great if it was, but it's actually, if you read this, highly achievable colour that can lift the body and the mind. And when you read the back research, and if you go online and look at the reports about this, you'll see there's very deep research goes into understanding that this is primarily what people want now. This year was the year after COVID. Next year is like, let's go forward. That's what people are looking for. Let's go forward. Let's bloom. Apricot Crush is all about that.
And it might be strange why we were presenting something on a colour, which you would think the fashion industry or food that might be looking at. But honestly, if we want to take self-care seriously, we really need to understand the world from the consumer's perspective in a holistic way, and how we can not only empower them with products and inform them about their condition, but how we can inspire them. Because that's the biggest challenge in many of our categories, is inspiring them to continue with the treatment or to buy a product and to maybe change the way that they exercise or they live or their life or have their diet. That comes from a inspiration, a belief that this is going to be good for them. So any supporting things like color, shapes, words also help in that as well. So yeah, there's something behind that.
The second big thing comes from the market research world, which is my background, and I go to a lot of conferences in that space. And what you'll see is, of course, they're talking about AI. Everybody is. But the number 2 subject, if you like, is about plain language. The plain language movement has really taken off over the last few years, particularly in that world. And it's not just about making questionnaires and surveys that are easy to understand. It's about market research companies working with companies to make sure that all of your documentation is much easier to understand. And this is like the hottest subject that you need to be part of. Now, of course, I realise that a lot of the impact sort of messaging is regulatory. You know, you've got to say certain things in certain ways. But what you need to do is then top line it with headlines and with easy to understand instructions or easy to understand guidance that is on top of those things. Because nobody reads, we all know nobody reads all that stuff that's shoved inside the box. But what you do need is something that people can understand. And you'll see this become more and more important. And I would really, really, really suggest that if you aren't already, you go and talk to a clear language or what's called simple language guidance counsellor in your marketplace to understand the way people really talk. the way they really read. By the way, talking and reading, obviously two very different things.
Health literacy is one of the biggest barriers to self-care. Right? If you can't understand what you're taking, how to take it, what it's going to do, you're not really going to be believing in it. And of course, mental wellness associated with that is really going to help that physical wellness as well. So actually, that really is one of the key things as an industry. Yes, I know there's a lot of things we're doing with regulators in terms of e-labeling to try to sort of get information off the pack and onto accessible online, but just having a look at your packs and your patient information leaflets and what you have in your point of sale materials and really making it understandable for real people and not us in the industry. That really is a step forward already, and we can be doing that today.
In the food world, the hottest subject is CEA. So this is controlled environmental agriculture. It's basically the conversion of old inner city buildings into vertical farms. But it has really taken off because governments are now really putting money and time and effort into it. Governments like the Singapore government, for example, governments like the Australian government are now putting a lot of money into supporting companies like Stack Farm that are developing these platforms. And what's really interesting is the big news out of that is this phrase that I want you to all write down. Mm-hmm. It's called organic plus food. CEA is all about the future of organic plus food, which is basically very controlled environments, very organic food, but also food that is grown because they're adding certain nutrients into those troughs, usually just very watery troughs that all the plants are grown in, and they're actually implanting, if you like, added ingredients into your cabbage or your lettuce or your carrots, etc., so that you'll have organically enhanced salads, if you like, that are enhanced with different fundamental health and wellness attributes. The next thing is personalised messages in the hand. This comes from the marketing communication world. Surprisingly to everybody, it surprised Steve when I told him this last week, in any piece of research that has been done in recent years, the most effective form of communication is direct mail. The results are overwhelmingly much better than any other form of communication, whether that's B2C or B2B. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go back to old-fashioned forms of direct mail. It can be all sorts of things. But we've seen again and again and again studies showing that when you put something in people's hands that is in some way personalised to them personally or to a personal circumstance or a particular circumstance, that they take it, they're more likely to read it, they're more likely to remember it. And we also know from science that quite literally, if you are, like my good friend Valerie here, writing down notes, if you write it with a pen or pencil on a piece of paper, you're 30% more likely to remember it, and your understanding of it will be 30% higher. So encourage people to use your marketing teams to think about direct mail and putting things in people's hands. And the fourth fact that we wanted to talk about was the word of the year. So you might have seen, and these have only just been released in the last week or so, that the different major dictionaries of the world actually every year say this was the word of the year. Now the two most frequent ones this year are prompt and hallucination. And you'll go, well, that's really different. Actually, they're not. It's all connected. They're very connected. Prompt is the word of the year because what has happened is we've really noticed because of ChatGPT that people are now not asking, they're prompting. It's a very different thing. So instead of when you ask Google and you get a list, and you may only ever go past the first page or two of what it says is you should read, but you've got a lot of options. When you prompt, you don't get options. The machine tells you what to think. And this then is connected to this second term, which is the rush of information is resulting in seeking a single answer that will make for an easy answer, and that's providing mass hallucination. It's the hallucination of we all agree around something because the machine tells us this is what it is. So this is the risks, if you like, that are going on in the world today around prompting does limit actually the way people get to think. Okay, but with all that, now I want to explain 5 inevitables, the 5 things that we think that you as business people have to pay attention to. The first one is the people inevitable. If you are not targeting aging Asia, and I define aging as people over 65, which means that Nicholas and I just fall into that category, right? Next year.
I'm still young.
But if you're not focused on the aging population, let's just face it, you are just dumb. You're not looking at the short or the long term. Short term, the population in Asia that's 60, 65 plus is the highest spenders. They are the most likely to switch. We know from research that people in today's age groups that are around 60 to 75 are more likely to try new products than people 15 to 30. They're more likely to trial products, they're more likely to switch products. This is sometimes shocking to people, but young people don't switch at the same rate that old guys like me do. They don't experiment near as much. And we know that in category after category after category. So you've got to focus on them because it's where the money is, but you've also got to be aware of the fact they're always looking for something new.
I was just going to say also, what that even doesn't talk about is the caring side of Asia. Because we're very remarkable here in this region in that we take care of our relatives as they get older. And again, as an industry, we tend not to think about those, right? How can we support them in caring for their relatives when they need more care? And that's getting older and older, of course, because they're becoming more and more sort of healthy. And so, you know, the aging will continue, but there'll still be this element of caring. And if, with my family in Thailand, we take care of mother-in-law in a way that we've never done in the West, right? So I think that's an important element to think about as well. Not only the aging consumer, but also when that aging consumer needs more care as well. That's a huge opportunity.
Second inevitable is retail wellness. Now, in the broader wellness industry, we've known for a while that there has been a big drive in terms of architecture and wellness architecture. What was interesting was, some of you may follow this, but the Global Wellness Institute issued their annual report about 2 weeks ago, and of the 13 categories of wellness products and services they track around the world, the fastest growing in the last 12 months has been wellness retail, and particularly wellness architecture. And so what we've seen is a dramatic growth during COVID in not only how you create buildings that will create more wellness, so better, literally better air conditioning units, the materials used are safer, etc., but also in terms of the development of wellness at home architecture. So I've been doing a project for the last 3 years for Japan's largest B2B furniture maker. It's called Kokuyu. And one of their big shifts has been to shift into supplying furniture for workers' home. And one of the things they've tied that into is wellness. Are you getting the right furniture for your little corner space or your little room in your apartment or your house that you work from home that is the best thing for your body and your mind? We're going to see dramatic increase in this. And what's interesting is the companies like Kokuyu, who are a traditional, most famous in Japan thing is, if you're Japanese, if you ever went to school, you sat on a Kokuyu chair with a Kokuyu desk. And then they moved into office furniture, and now they're moving into lifestyle furniture and wellness furniture. And it's all part of this big movement. So can you find partners in that area? The other thing goes back to gut health. In the end of 2019, early 2020, I did a study using an AI platform where we looked at over 80 major health and wellness trends to look and see what were the most important. And the number one trend at the end of 2019, early 2020, out of 80 around the world, what was predicted to be gut health. It was seen to be the most transformative of all 80 plus trends. Interestingly, I redid that a couple of weeks ago, and it's even more important now. Gut health is so big. But remember that while Steve correctly pointed out earlier, probiotics will continue to grow and be important, as Nicholas said as well, but remember gut health is affecting all sorts of industries. For example, in the last 6 weeks, I sat through a seminar for the booze industry, for the alcohol industry. And what I wasn't aware of, that the hottest cocktails in the world today are yogurt and alcohol cocktails. If we go out for drinks tonight, ask for a Yakult and Shoju cocktail. It is a very hot thing at the moment. Now, the reason for this is because the booze industry has woken up to gut health in a big way. Interestingly, literally 4 days later, I sat on a panel for the automobile industry, and I was a bit surprised when an engineer for one of the big 3 Japanese car manufacturers started talking about gut health. And he was talking in Japanese, and I was listening through a translator, and I'm thinking, this is a crap translator. Like, what? But he was actually talking about the fact that they are now designing the seats in the cars specifically around the issue of gut health. Posture is so important for gut health. And so you have the car industry, the alcohol industry, companies that I would never have thought about it, talking about gut health. And again, all these companies end up looking for partners. They end up looking for how can we be part of a whole process. The gut health world will affect every major industry in the world because every major industry is doing exactly what you're trying to do and find ways to get to people and what matters to people. So this may be the most important chart that I am going to show you. How many of you play any form of mobile games? How many of you have ever attended online or in real time an esports event? Well done, sir. This is a man of the current and the future. The rest of you are just Neanderthals. In Asia, for example, the average person between 15 and 34 plays mobile games for an average of 3.2 hours a day, every single day. The average person. Now you'll say, oh, young people. Don't forget, the same statistics tell us that people 60 to 75 play over an hour of mobile games every single day, on average. For younger adults, up to 35, 40, in Southeast Asia, it is by far the biggest single medium that people participate in, that people use. Now, when I say use, I don't mean just playing the games. How many of you have a Discord account? Again, people of the future. That's weird. You do that, but you're not on Discord, right? Okay. He says that now. Yeah, so Discord, if you don't know what it is, it's a social medium. But the thing about Discord is it's a social medium that's embedded inside the gaming world. So unlike Facebook or Twitter, for example, Discord is a normal social medium. People go in there and talk about all sorts of things, but they do it inside the game while they're playing the games. Now, of course, there are influencers that specialize in giving you tips on how to improve your gaming or how to cheat your gaming, etc., etc., etc. But there's also lots of other activity. For example, KFC have done a fantastic job in the last 2 years because KFC got big into Discord and a couple of the other in-game social mediums, and through the use of influencers, they've made KFC chicken popcorn the popcorn of the mobile gaming world and the esports world. So when people play esports, they phone up and get deliveries of KFC chicken popcorn to indulge while they're playing their game. The thing about that is that's only the tip of the iceberg. There are hundreds and hundreds of brands that are selling all sorts of lifestyle products by marketing it inside the games. It doesn't mean that you've got to buy space in the game itself. It means what you're doing is you're using the social mediums inside the gaming world. to influence and get sales, etc. Now, again, I have seen discussions on Discord platforms about things like gut health. And let's face it, if you're like my 27-year-old son, who's unlike me, when I was 27, Friday night was, how much can I drink? Right? Yes, Nicholas knows. My 27-year-old son, his idea is he goes home from his job at a university, I've got to be back home by 9 o'clock. Why do I have to be back home at 9 o'clock? Because I go online with my 3 mates. One lives in London, 2 live in Korea, and I play games till dawn on Saturday.
Yeah.
Right? And he is a normal 27-year-old male. His social life is through gaming. We might think that's sad, but that's reality. And he, by the way, is very conscious of things like gut health. And while he's sitting there all night playing, he's thinking about and interacting with people for advice on health issues. How are you going to touch them?
5 more minutes, Dave.
1 more chart.
Yeah.
2 more charts. The health inevitable. Self-care is the biggest single issue that has really been heightened by COVID. Again, Nicholas referred to it in some ways. We all touch on it in some ways. But the thing that Steve and I have been talking about a lot has been that during COVID, we all became very, very aware of things like diet, exercise, those sorts of things, what we're doing, preventative medicines, etc. Maybe we weren't taking the right back of the nasal spray things. But what's really interesting is, and I guess your figures enhance that, is that after COVID, people's interest in self-care has not gone away. It may have changed a little bit as we managed to get outdoors and explore things again. But think again what I said. Why on earth would people think about a shoju and yakult drink? Well, it's based in the back of their heads. This has surely got to be healthier than just drinking straight shoju, right? Or anything else. And what we're really concerned about is this idea of self-care and where it's going to go.
Okay, so what we want to do is get you to think about some business. So ask yourselves and think about during the conference and also when you're back at base, really, what are you doing for the aging population? And I don't mean just sort of changing a pack or doing something superficial, but really in terms of the messaging, in terms of the products, in terms of not just a product, but other solutions for the aging population, really going back to that self-care, which we're also going to get you to really focus on. Are you really enhancing the wellness experiences within your business? And also, what are we doing in terms of the virtual business as well, in terms of the way we display online and through our media? So that also can help enhance the wellness experience. Looking about gut health, of course, and all the facets around that. So if you're in probiotics, great, there's huge opportunities there. But what I would say is try to move away from the generic benefits that of good healthy gut, but go into more specific benefits that are proven with science. Are you really leveraging the gaming world? This is really the fastest growing media for the young and the old. And I don't mean always having to be part of the game, but think about how we can bring gaming into our communications and in a way to inspire people. And then, of course, self-care. And there are many pillars of self-care, and as I said, I challenge us as an industry to really be looking, first of all, at health literacy. Because health literacy in many markets is probably to a level of 50–60% of the population are health literate. That means nearly half of our populations, in some cases in Asia, more than half, really don't understand how to take, what to take, when to take. And that's really important. Okay, so keep those questions in your mind as we go through. We'll probably refer to them during the course of today and tomorrow, but we hope at least this gives you some stimulus to start thinking about consumer healthcare in the definition of the consumer, not in the definition of an industry. Because honestly, our definition is very small compared to the way that consumers think about their consumer healthcare. Okay, so thank you very much for bearing with us on that, and we'll come back to some of the questions later. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Right, and yes, I'd like to now move on to a very related topic with Alvin So, of course. Alvin is the regional head ASEAN of Bayer Consumer Health, and he's had, of course, 20 years of wonderful experience in the region, and also an expatriate posting in the US, I understand, as the global brand manager for Aleve. And of course, as you can see in your agenda, Alvin is going to really be talking about a very interesting topic, a case study in terms of digital marketing with TikTok. So linking for what Dave has already talked about, let's look for how we can learn from this and really bring this element of digital marketing into our portfolio. Alvin, right, please.
Thank you. So before I go to the podium, maybe just to link it to the talk that Dave had, and thanks a lot, I really enjoyed that. Yes, I do have a Discord account, and the reason that I attended an esports event was with my son, because he's typical, right? And it was a great bonding experience. But the other thing we need to talk about is, you talked about the KFC example. So Berocca, which is the brand I'm going to feature here, you really should take an example on Berocca on esports, because what we've done is we've embedded Berocca as the multivitamin for esports for mental sharpness. Because these people who play professional esports, reflexes are key. They got to be really sharp. Split seconds make a difference in winning these events. And so we were able to do that quite successfully. Please remember that when you do the case study. So let's see. Okay, good. This is going to be a bit light, which I think is good after two such nice informative topics, and it's just before break. So just to set it up. Good morning. It's so nice to be a speaker again at a Nicholas Hall conference. It must have been about 8 years ago, a long time, that I last spoke, but also here in Singapore, although I wasn't based in Singapore at the time. We can all agree that a lot has certainly changed since then. Before I go into my case study, though, I'd like to spend a minute on the industry that we're all in, healthcare, and how fortunate we all are to be in a position to really make a difference on society and our consumers. For Bayer, and this is my 1-minute pitch, right? Our mission is health for all, hunger for none. For my colleagues here, you all have equally powerful and important missions. As consumer health companies, think about what we do every day to help society and our consumers, whether it's to relieve pain, alleviate allergy, or boost immunity, categories that you've talked about, Nicholas, right? We make a difference. In my opinion, the world needs more healthcare companies, like the companies we work for, that care about your health. The world doesn't need more car companies or banks. And mind you, my wife is a banker. She hates it when I share this story. And I share this story a lot in forums like this, and even in internal town halls, right? Because I think it's really important that we take a moment to appreciate what we do, right? So let's take a moment and appreciate the industry that we're in, right? Because it's really important. Okay, so I'll go to the next slide now. When Mary, where are you, Mary? Hey. When Mary approached me about speaking for this conference and shared the theme, which is Future Resumed, I thought about digital transformation. Because everywhere you look, digital is the future. That was the first topic, right? That Dave showed. From AI to digitalization of patient records to deliver better outcomes, to digital marketing and e-commerce, it's everywhere. Just over the last few years, there's been a dramatic shift in share of spending from traditional media to digital media. I'm sure many of the marketeers here and online can attest to that and resonate with that. So I thought I'd share a case study from 2020, not too long ago, but enough time so that it's not proprietary for this kind of conference. When we partnered with TikTok, which was a fast-growing social media platform used by over 100 million consumers in Southeast Asia alone, but believe it or not, at that time, in need of business partners. They actually didn't have a lot of clients at that time. Why? Because TikTok was so new to companies at the time that these companies like us didn't know how to partner with them. There were concerns on data privacy and use of brands, our brands, in an interactive forum, which meant that brand assets could not be controlled in public media. And we all know how careful we are about how we use our brands publicly. But what others saw as a risk, we saw as an opportunity to connect with consumers in a new, interactive way. The first thing we had to do was establish rules for TikTok internally within our company, because there were no rules. They were that new. And we did just that. So the Bayer Consumer Health ASEAN team engaged with our global headquarters in Germany, who I must say were initially very, very hesitant. They didn't even want to talk to us when we first approached them. They were like, TikTok, what is that? Forget it, right? It was a struggle just to get them to sit on the table, right? Southeast Asia was actually the first region to propose partnering with TikTok in all of Bayer. And there were no established guidelines for the company, as I said. So we worked closely with our legal partners and with TikTok locally and globally, and put together guidelines and policies which enabled us to partner up. And that led the way for the Baroka 2 p.m. challenge in Vietnam. At the time, we were the first healthcare company, we were the first in the health industry, the consumer health industry, probably even the pharma industry in Southeast Asia, to launch a hashtag challenge with Baroka 2 p.m. in Vietnam. Anybody here know what a hashtag challenge is? I didn't either, right? After today, you'll know, okay? Why 2 p.m.? It's the time energy levels are down. I think we all can relate to that. And Baroka helps boost energy levels. Well, in Australia, it also helps you with a hangover, right? I know, but there's many benefits to that. This campaign was extremely successful, delivering not only strong business results, but also winning numerous awards for digital marketing. One such award was a Global TikTok Trendsetter Award, which actually brought us to Cannes. Really great experience for the team. As a result of this pioneering campaign in healthcare, TikTok, the company, created a dedicated industry category, pharmaceuticals healthcare, which didn't exist at the time. So post-2020, if any of my colleagues here are recognized by TikTok for awards in the pharmaceutical healthcare segment, know that it was due to this campaign, and you can thank me later. But this was just 3 years ago, imagine, right? And I'm sure now everybody's partnering with TikTok. That's how quickly people adopt, right? But seriously, 3 years ago, they were really just looking for partners. Okay. True to the nature of TikTok, the actual campaign involved music and dance with Baroka. Before I go there, I'm gonna take a page from what Dave said. Who here has a TikTok account? Oh, nice, more than half, right? Who here has actually posted content of yourself in your TikTok account? Wow, okay. That's nice. So you all know what TikTok is about. So this campaign generated over 1 billion views and 80,000 created videos. Here's an example, so I'm going to play right now. So this is the actual campaign in Vietnam. You don't need to know Vietnamese. to know what she's doing, right? And to know the messages that they're talking about, you know, the 2 p.m. campaign, taking the actual product, right? The energy, the music. It's all there, right? Looks fun. And that's what TikTok is meant to be, a fun, interactive platform. Personally, it took me a few hours to learn the dance moves, because there's a tutorial. Yeah. And within my company, within my team, we all had to submit. So those 80,000 videos, a couple of them were from my team and myself. It took us literally a couple of hours to master it. Now, my daughter, took her 5 minutes, right? She's active on TikTok, right? So you can really see the difference in generations here. And to give you the full details of this campaign, so rather than me speaking, let me just share with you, right, in a short video, what it was all about.
Baraka Vietnam, the brand challenge. People don't know the role Baraka plays in their daily routine. The insight, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. is the time the Vietnamese people get into a slump. We even take naps in the office. After lunch break, everyone feels so tired and sleepy. The solution, introducing our first ever digital-led campaign that focuses purely on one message. Get supercharged with Baraka at 2 p.m. First, we launched the 2 p.m. music video with famous pop artists Isaac and Lu Huang to show people they can be supercharged at 2 p.m. with Baraka. We customize content for target consumer segments in different platforms, all centered on TikTok, to engage with consumers via the hashtag challenge, hashtag BarakaMango2PM. All this directed all traffic to e-commerce sites to seal the deal with consumers. The results exceeded our expectations. In the catch phase, we reached 91% of our target audience with digital alone. Our music video made into 5th place in Popnable music chart in Vietnam. That's competing with other pop artists. Baraka is the first health brand in Vietnam to launch a TikTok campaign, and it surpassed all the benchmarks. We got 416 million video views on the TikTok hashtag page. Awareness performance of the campaign is 2 times better than TV ads campaign in 2019. 60% of visitors to pharmacies recalled Baraka's 2 p.m. energy message. In the Connect phase, 70,000 people participated in the TikTok Dance Challenge. We got 14 million engagements and 117,000 euro worth of earned media. In the Convert phase, we had online and offline activations to drive sales from the campaign's awareness and engagement. Our online sales increased 675% with all our online media buys. It made us to the top 5 best-selling health supplement brand on Shopee in August. This campaign, combined with aggressive point-of-sale activations, contributed to the increase in offline sales of 115%. Let's all get supercharged at 2 p.m. with Baraka.
So that's the story of the Baraka 2 p.m. campaign in Vietnam. One bonus here is that the actual music video, which I'm not showing, it's like literally a 3-minute typical music video that we produced for Vietnam in Vietnamese, right? It made it to the number 5 in their version of Billboard, basically, you know, the Popnable chart. I mean, in another life, we could be music producers, I think, right? But really, it did. I was like, wow, right? Now, all the royalties went to the agency, unfortunately, right? But still, it's a nice achievement, right? Unintended, but something that we're very proud of. This pioneering campaign received pioneering at the time, again, 3 years ago, received a lot of industry recognition. It won multiple awards from both external and internal bodies. And to the team that launched this, the Vietnam team, the global marketing team, the best satisfaction was on the strong business results that were delivered, together with how it paved the way for similar campaigns that followed. So this wasn't a one-trick pony that we did one time in 1 year in one country. We actually applied this or reapplied this across numerous markets in Southeast Asia, not exactly in the same way, because different countries have different insights, but using a similar approach. And I'll go to that right now for the last part of my case study. So for example, indeed, let me show you some of the campaigns that followed from the Baraka 2 p.m. challenge, all following the same playbook of strong insight, combined with consumer interaction. 1 year later in Indonesia, 2021, just as people were starting to go out again after the COVID lockdowns, we reminded consumers to still be mindful of their immunity and to boost it, especially since they were starting to go out. So we had this Ses Before Kus campaign that literally means take or drink before going out. So let me just share with you. So Redoxon, obviously, not Berocca, but this was another one of our brands in our portfolio, mainly for immunity, right? And, so in 2021, it was super relevant, right? And it generated a really high level of interaction and participation. Over 1 billion views again, even more impressive, 1 million videos created, right? Now, Indonesia, 270 million consumers, one of the world's most populous countries, of course, but still, having 1 million consumers taking the time to do a video, right, and post it, that's priceless. In Thailand, right, going back to Berocca, but this time not 2 p.m., but something similar, right? After the sloth and laziness of lockdowns, you know, when people get locked down, what do? You're at home, right? I mean, there's not much activity generally, right? So the insight was, okay, you know, you feel like a sloth, right? And this was a very popular common term in Thailand, right? They like to compare, and they're like, okay, I feel lazy and everything, right? But now it's time to go out again. Again, 2021, lockdowns were ending, people were going out again, right? So take control, right? Be the boss. So sloth to boss. That was the challenge that we did. I'm going to play this right now.
Hai, saya Syamim. Saya sentiasa menginginkan bentuk badan yang menarik dan kesihatan yang kekal sihat. Tapi jadual yang padat menyekat keinginan untuk terus kekal gegas. Muncul saya diperkenal dengan Berocca. Berocca diperkaya dengan vitamin B, kompleks serta vitamin dan mineral yang lain bagi membantu saya untuk kekal sihat dan bertenaga sepanjang hari. Jom bertukar ke Berocca untuk meningkatkan kesihatan dan kecergasan diri bagi menjamin kualiti kehidupan yang maksimal.
Let me just take You'll notice I don't know if you noticed the difference from a year ago with the Berocca Vietnam campaign to this campaign. You'll see a lot more graphics and imagery, emojis, right? So that was a technological advancement, you see? So we worked with TikTok and we said, how do we make it even more interactive, right? Because the first Berocca Vietnam campaign, it was mainly the person doing the dance, right? That was it, right? And of course, having the product featured. But then we said, how do we, you know, make it even more modern, right? And so you saw a lot of these tools. These tools were all available in the app. We provided it. And and consumers were like super creative in using these tools, like the mask, the mask they put in, the sloth, right? So it was really awesome. And so 146 million views, which for Thailand, with the population, is pretty impressive. 137,000 videos created, and a strong association with Berocca's energy proposition. Okay. And then the last one, this doesn't have a video, but in the Philippines, to show a different category beyond multivitamins, this time antifungals with Caniston, another one of our brands. And we had this Goodbye Fungi campaign on TikTok with strong participation and views. Now, the interesting thing here, the side story here, is that Goodbye Fungi has always been a tag phrase that Caniston has owned for many, many, many years. And we were just thinking, how do you refresh that, right? Because it's one thing to put it on a poster or to put it on a TV ad, you know, or to say it, but to actually have consumers use it as an action, right? To say, hey, with canicin, goodbye fungi, and then they would dramatically play it out in 20, 25 seconds, again, using TikTok. That was a refreshed way of getting consumers involved. So, in closing, the best advertising, in my view, is when your own consumers endorse your brand. And these examples certainly show this. We took a chance, and we were one of the first partners for TikTok 3 years ago. We had to write the rule book as we went, but it was all worth it in the end. Why do I share this case study? It's because I hope this story serves as an inspiration to be bold and pioneering. I go back to what I started with in this talk, our collective mission as advocates of consumer health and the impact that we make on society. Producing effective products, molecules, someone mentioned that, right? And convincing our consumers to experience our products through strong insights and interesting platforms helps us better serve consumers every day. If I can convince someone who's never used a consumer health brand to use it today, that improves that person's life. And that's why we do what we do. Thank you.
Alvin, thank you very much. Man of today and the future. So it's really a privilege to have you, and it's a privilege to basically have such a wonderful segue to some of the comments from Dave's presentation and Nicholas's slides that show this is not just theory. We can and will be able to really inspire our consumers in ways that previously we thought very differently. Right. So again, please capture any questions on Slido. Maybe do we have time for one question? Even two. Right. So yeah? Any questions for Nicholas, for Dave, or for Alvin on some of the topics or thoughts? And if it's not a question, maybe it's a comment, something that you thought was inspiring or exciting. Yes, at the back, please. Be wonderful if you could introduce yourself and also give us your question or comment. Yeah.
Thank you. Not too loud.
No, it's perfect.
Thank you. So my name is Milan Hertzku, and the question would be to all of you. There are a plethora of nutraceutical products out there available online. Consumers have a lot of trust. We've heard that above the age of 50, people are even more open to experiment. But how do we tackle the fact that there are quality issues in all markets across all food supplement segments? This is something that I'm concerned of, because we can spend on natural ingredients that are backed by clinical studies, standardized, and so on. But how do you compete against all those competitors that are available on Amazon internationally? We don't even know where they're registered, if they're registered at all. The packaging is nice because they understand that you need nice packaging, even on Amazon. But I don't feel the coordinated effort of governments or any governing body to tackle this issue and show some strength, because this, if a consumer has a bad experience, it backfires on the entire industry, and it can discredit even a certain product category, like probiotics.
Yes.
To give you an example. And I'm just overall concerned about this, and I spend a lot of time thinking about why governments are not acting on it. And let's say, I don't know what they do in Singapore, but within the EU, I think each country should take at least 100 products off the shelf and order online every month, and then send it to labs.
Yeah.
And then publish the results. And I'm just a bit worried why this is not happening. So maybe you have a more positive outlook on this.
Very good. Thank you so much. Nicholas, would you respond?
Yeah, we need the microphone because there are people listening from around the world. You know, that's an interesting question because in the industry, we see it the other way around. We see ourselves being over-regulated, particularly in the VMS sector. I'll give you an example. In Europe, a manufacturer of a probiotic cannot say on the packaging it's a probiotic. So they have to put it in, exactly, you know. But so you have to, in a way, the claim comes through adding a vitamin C or a vitamin D. That gives you a chance to make an immunity claim about a product that's probably got lots of science behind it. So I think it's, as always, trying to find that happy medium. So on the one hand, we don't want the cowboys, and there are a lot of cowboys. I think Amazon is stamping down. I don't know. I'm sure Alibaba will do the same thing as well. Secondly, the consumer is very discriminating, and that's why it's important to bring in the new concept of trusted science. And one of the top players in the industry, we've been working with on that very subject. The consumer definitely is going to be more discriminating because they have less money to spend. Their buck has to go a lot further than it did in the old days. So I think it's a problem. You're right. I don't think it's the massive problem. I think it's, in a way, it's getting smaller. The problem is getting smaller, but we must always be vigilant. At the same time, we also have to push very hard to make legitimate claims, which in some countries we're not allowed to do. So it's, as always, finding the happy balance. Alvin, did you have a comment on that? Maybe just about the power. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Alvin. Just say, I know I didn't talk about my black cap. That comes tomorrow in the closing remarks.
No, I guess let's not forget about the brands, right? And what we stand for. Why do we invest in our brands and our science? And I'm just saying that because this morning we talked about that as one of the trends, right? So one way is to double down on the fact that we do have these brand assets that stand for quality and credibility. And that's one way to proactively differentiate against all these other dozens of, let's say, no-name brands that you described.
Okay, yes. Can I pass this to Valerie? Valerie, please.
I have the experience of running the e-commerce business in China. And as everybody knows, in China, brands come and go, 3 months, 6 months. They make $1 billion and they go off. Initially, our response to them was, oh, we have to beat them, we have to beat them. But if you really go through what happens, consumers, they will know. You might get the first purchase, but you will never get the second purchase. And I think this is one of the things that we just have to tell ourselves that we are the true guys. There will always be 20-30% of consumers who will always go after them. But that's not where we play. We play at 70%. And I think this is something that we have to tell ourselves. It's very hard. When you keep seeing these little brands grow, it's very hard. But we need to know that's not where we play. And I think time will tell.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much. Okay, then I think let's take a coffee break. Let's take a coffee break. We're going to be back in here in 30 minutes. We're going to have 30 minutes. So please take the opportunity to network, have a cup of coffee, meet someone new. That's my challenge to you. At coffee breaks, meet someone you haven't met before.
Going to the exciting part, Creative Marketing Awards presentation. No. Okay, so now we will be presenting the Creative Marketing Award entries. We have 7 entries, and as you probably saw on your delegate pack, you have the voting forms there. So please watch and take note of your favorite brands as we present them. So Creative Marketing Award is an award that will be given to the most outstanding example of creativity in consumer healthcare using multiple platforms and channels. So for the first entry, I would like to call on Eileen O to present Nicorette Spray from Kenvue.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'm Eileen from Kenvue. So today I'm happy to share the case study for the Nicorette Quick Mist launch.
In an ideal world, Nicorette wouldn't exist. None of us would be here. But as long as there are smokers, we'll be here to help them quit. Doing the research, perfecting the science, improving our products. It's hard to believe now, but once upon a time, smoking wasn't seen as a problem. Back in the 1940s, a staggering 82% of men were smokers. Smoking was even advertised for its health benefits.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
But then, in 1950, British doctor Richard Dole published his groundbreaking research that showed a close link between smoking and lung cancer. For years, the only way smokers could kick their habit was by sheer willpower. But in 1967, Ove Färnö, Vice President of Research at the Swedish company AB Leo, received a letter from his friend, Dr. Claes Lundgren. Claes suggested that Ove should use his expertise to create a nicotine substitute, and this led to the very first nicotine replacement product, Nicorette Gum. The name Nicorette comes from nicotine and the Swedish word rätt, meaning the right way. Nicorette was quickly adopted by the Swedish Navy to stop submarine crews from smoking. And since then, Nicorette has kept on innovating to help more smokers quit for good.
So at Nicorette, we want to save the lives of all smokers and create a world free from nicotine and tobacco addiction. Yeah, so with that, right, we actually really think about how to educate people about nicotine replacement therapy, which is essentially what Nicorette is about. Yeah, so there are actually many smokers out there who are already currently smoking, but they're actually unhappy about the state of their smoking habits. Yeah, so they do want to quit, and they do think about how can they quit, right? Yeah, but many of them now, they are always thinking about using cold turkey, which is a way that they try to start smoking at one go and try to quit from there. However, we know that it might not be the most effective way, and also make a guess, right, about how many times do people try to quit before they successfully quit? Like, any guesses from the crowd? Like, how many times do you think it takes for one person to successfully quit smoking? So research has shown that it's 8 times. So actually, it takes a lot of times of repeated attempts to really successfully quit smoking. So which is why Nicorette here is really trying to do that, be the partner in the journey of quitting smoking. Yeah, but however, we know that there is this gap, right, with people thinking about quitting smoking and finding a tool to help them to successfully quit smoking. And via many research that we have done, we know that people don't understand what is NRT, and they don't know whether it really works. And also they have this, how does it work, right? How does it actually work? Because it's a nicotine substitute. Yeah, and also, where can I find it? So these are the common questions that we get through the different focus group or the consumer engagement that we've been doing. And with that, when we launched Quick Mist, which is the nicotine spray that you saw, the NRT spray, we were thinking about, this is such an awesome product because it has the fastest craving relief amongst all the NRT formats. How can you actually increase the awareness and really educate people about NRT using this launch? And we thought, okay, maybe let's advertise something like that. Or maybe we can use an advertising that is like that. Maybe it will work. However, we were thinking, we want to win. We want to win in this NRT space. And because we want to win, right, we want to do things differently because we know that winners don't do different things, but they do things differently. And also, we are thinking about how do we make us stand out, right, in this cluttered environment? And especially Nicorette in Singapore is actually a behind-the-counter product. So it is not GSL classified. It is basically behind the pharmacist counter. And we have to really get rid of the box in order to stand out to win. So with that, we were thinking of going into testimonials, creating a lot of people talking about how it works, their journey of quitting smoking with Nicorette, so with NRT basically, not Nicorette, but NRT, just to make sure that we educate at a category level. Yeah, so we have different people coming up to talk about their journey, about how it helped them to curb their cravings, and through the whole 30 days about their quit smoking journey. And next part of it is like what I shared. We are a behind-the-counter product. So, which is why people sometimes cannot find it and the awareness is low. So with that, right, the team has actually really secured a lot of front-of-counter displays, right, to really bring it out of the counter. Not the product itself, but the education piece, as well as what is it about, and really talking about cross-category displays that is in throat and lozenges, the display that is in front of the store itself to direct people to the pharmacy counters, as well as at the pharmacy counter itself, so that the awareness is there and the visibility is there. Yeah, so without further ado, right, we have an awesome video that the team has put together to show the results that we have also gathered from this launch of our Quick Mist.
In Singapore, 9 out of 10 smokers want to quit, but a staggering 97% fail. This is the story of how Nicorette transformed the game. Nicorette's mission was clear: recruit new users and accelerate penetration with Nicorette Quick Mist, the fastest craving relief format available for smoking cessation. They positioned Quick Mist as a new way to quit smoking and educated smokers on its effectiveness, relieving cravings in just 30 seconds, increasing quit success by 2.5 times. Nicorette's strategy covered all touchpoints. They partnered with healthcare professionals, used key opinion leaders for authentic testimonies, and leveraged digital media for reach. Nicorette broke industry norms on in-store displays for behind-the-counter drugs, strategically increasing their prominence from displays at the pharmacy counter to cross-category and front-of-counter displays, directing customers to pharmacists. Results were staggering. Nicorette achieved 64% growth in retail sales within 6 months. They garnered over 25 million impressions and $225,000 in earned media value. On social media, they reached 1.6 million on Facebook, 1.8 million on YouTube, and 2.6 million through programmatic ads. They reached 3,263 healthcare professionals, trained 800, and 76% now recommend Nicorette Quick Mist. Nicorette's comprehensive strategies successfully transformed the landscape. Nicorette Quick Mist, a new way to quit smoking.
So with this, I end my presentation, and I hope that you guys can also help to spread the word of NRT to your friends and family. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. So for the next entry, we have Dulcolux from Sanofi, and we have a video for the presentation. Play the video, please.
What makes a morning a good one? Is it witnessing the sun slowly rise over the mountains? Is it indulging in a breakfast buffet with all your favorite food? Or perhaps it's smoothly navigating to work without the usual traffic chaos during your early commute? While these things might define a good morning for some, for many, it boils down to something as simple as a successful bowel movement. Unfortunately, out of 61% of people visiting the toilet every morning, not all of them experience a successful poop. We knew we were gonna have a hard time since discussing poop habits has always been a conversational taboo. So, what did we do? Dulcolax, the leading laxative in Southeast Asia, aimed to redefine a good morning by encouraging open conversations about it. We made people wake up to the Good Morning campaign. Through a lively song, we brought to life the true essence of a good morning, free from the discomfort of constipation.
Good morning! Di na bloaty, di na gassy, di na heavy dahil na Dulcolax. Tablet for overnight constipation relief. Suppository for immediate constipation relief. Para kebs sa jebs, mag-Dulcolax.
Launched in key markets, South Korea and the Philippines, the campaign heightened awareness about using Dulcolax as a solution for constipation. Emphasizing symptoms and the reliability of relief, this multi-channel initiative seemingly navigated the consumer journey and found resonance in social media, utilizing edutainment with light and witty storytelling. From YouTube to Instagram and TikTok, we teamed up with KOLs and HCPs who matched our brand to boost participation in the Good Morning campaign. This not only spread awareness and conversions for constipation sufferers, but also helped break the stigma around discussing such matters, making poop conversations a part of having a good morning and beyond. In just 4 to 6 months, the campaign yielded impressive results in our key markets, with 9.6% sales growth, growing 1.1 faster than the category at 8.7%, with 0.2 percentage points market share gain versus the past year. Ranked number 1 and number 2 in brand love for Philippines and South Korea respectively, and we got more and more people talking openly about poop. All it took was unearthing a simple truth that having a good morning is sometimes as simple as having a successful bowel movement. Good morning from Dulcolax.
Great. Our next entry is from Combifar, Insto-Cool brand. And we have another video presentation. Play the video, please.
Indonesia is the 4th most populous country in the world. It is also the 9th most polluted country in the world. Insto is the #1 over-the-counter eye drop brand in Indonesia, providing eye relief to millions of Indonesians who suffer from eye irritation. But Insto faced some challenges. Insta growth has been trailing from its key competitor, Roto, the regional eye drop player. Roto's recent growth has been fueled by Roto-Cool, its eye drop variant with a refreshing, cooling sensation. This is a variant that Insto didn't have before, and in June 2022, Insto launched a new variant, Insta-Cool, to impede Roto's growth and strengthen Insto market leadership. Research showed that 88% of Indonesians love the cooling sensation, and 82% of cool eye drop users are willing to try a cooler eye drop. Insta-Cool was launched with a cooler formula than any other eye drop on the market to meet this consumer demand. Insta-Cool faced another challenge: how to overtake the competition and become the go-to brand for cooling eye drops, despite its 10-year head start. Insta-Cool launched a campaign to raise awareness of the product and dramatize its cooling sensation with the tagline, Coolnya Bikin Seger, which means the coolness that gives freshness. The Coolnya Bikin Seger campaign found creative ways to raise awareness of Insta-Cool in a heavily regulated category in Indonesia. To make the campaign more relevant to younger audiences, Insto partnered with Jonathan Jojo Christie, a beloved badminton world champion. The campaign was executed through a variety of channels to reach a wide audience, with complete 360-degree touch points to own the identity of cooling sensation. A TV commercial featuring cool ice-breaking scenes as a mnemonic device.
Bikin segar. Let's go. Kembali jadi yang terdepan. Instacool, coolnya bikin segar.
While a YouTube video was created to tap into younger target audiences, Instacool launched a viral TikTok and Instagram challenge featuring top influencers to spread awareness. The challenge dared influencers to put their faces in bowls of ice cubes to experience the cooling sensation of Instacool, creating an indirect association between the product and its key benefit. With a digital reach, 73% of its target audience. Additionally, a press conference with media and the KOL generated $550,000 in media value coverage. To drive awareness at the point of purchase, the campaign included a visibility program in chain and independent pharmacies, as well as mini markets totaling to nearly 30,000 stores nationwide. To keep the momentum going, Instacool hit the road with a series of below-the-line activities called Instacool Truck in cities across Indonesia. The overall campaign reached a whopping 99% of its target audience, an estimated 86 million Indonesians. The Coolnya Bikin Segar campaign became a resounding success, exceeding expectations and achieving what it set out to do. It built awareness and strengthened the Insta brand overall. The key message about the cool sensation to eyes resonated strongly with a target audience, even though Insto was not the first to market with a cool eye drop. Instacool owned the association of cooling sensation stronger than its competitor. In its first year on the market, Instacool captured 25.2% of the cool eye drop category. It achieved sales target by 205%, significantly contributing to total Insta sales for the year. Since then, Instacool has become a major drive of growth and the eye drop category as a whole, maintaining Insta's leadership position and becoming a key variant for the brand. Instacool will continue to provide care in many forms to its valued consumers, making sure every Indonesian's eyes look forward to a brighter future.
Our next entry is from Sanofi, Lactacid, and it will be presented by Jeanette Tan and Chris Inieto.
Hello. Good morning. All right, so is this how we click it? Pardon me, my how do I do this? There we go. There we go. Technology. Some of our best skill set. We're here to represent our brand partners from Sanofi Lactacid. I'm Chris Inieto. I'm part of the strategy team at Media Monks, and my partner?
I'm Jeanette. I'm the business director. So Sanofi couldn't be here today, and we decided to present on behalf of them.
We've been on this journey with them for quite some time now. And actually, our journey began when we received this brief from them. For those of you who are familiar, Lactacid has been for the longest and for decades a femwash brand, right? So it's primarily focused on a single area and a single solution. However, 2 years ago, they said they want to go big and they want to be the #1 loved skincare brand in Southeast Asia. That presents a big challenge because, as we all know, skincare is a category that is growing rapidly over the years, but also it's a category filled with fierce competition amongst brands that have arguably commoditized empowerment, right? Dove, Olay, all of these brands are saying the same thing in terms of inclusivity, in terms of empowerment, and in terms of just being in love with yourself. At the same time, there is a contradiction to what they represent and what they present to the consumers, because in the world of skincare in Southeast Asia, it's still very much the same old rules in the playbook. So you see here, it's all about women with perfect porcelain white skin. It's still about women that has a specific look, particularly Korean look, if I may say so myself. And in terms of messaging, it's all prescriptive. We've all heard it. We've all been victims of it. You know, the 5, 20, 50 steps to beauty. Am I right? And so here we find an opportunity. We need to ensure that as we move the brand from just being a femwash brand and entering into a very fierce category like skincare, we can't do skincare as usual. And that is becoming prescriptive, showing dated representation of our consumers in our marketing materials, and one-dimensional in the sense that there's only one look and one approach to skincare beauty. We find an opportunity by becoming a brand in this white space that has a progressive image, whilst also communicating quality products that increases our appeal towards more premium brands. How do we do that? We do that by involving our consumers and really showcasing how skincare is evolving, because we know it's evolving across the region. So we see here some examples of how it's manifested in the campaigns. You see that they're not perfect. They are exactly beautiful the way they are. They show skin the way it's meant to be shown, textured, colored, and also we want to make sure that we are involving them in the narrative, and not doing so will result to a backlash, because these consumers are not afraid to speak their minds and call out brands who are basically outdated in their point of view. So we want to showcase how skincare's evolution is shaped by consumers who are eager to co-create their stories with brands that truly listen. And to capture this insight, we want to play with you a mood film.
My theory was I want to do what I usually do, and that is 7 or 8 products.
Burst of energy from a flower's peak blossom. 아침에도 부담 없이 아침에도 hey, I care okay. ด้วยไหมล่าจากธรรมชาติผ่านการรับรองโดยสูตินรีแพทย์เบลล่ามั่นใจค่ะ
I tried the Revitalift Hyaluronic Acid.
Now that Chris has taken you through the status quo of the category, here's how we came in as a brand, or for the brand. And introducing, I guess you've seen it, Skin Speaks, We Listen, as the brand positioning for Lactacid. So what we thought about here is that instead of asking our audience or the women to listen to everyone else around them, we wanted them to listen to themselves and listening to their skin and what they truly need versus what they think society wants them to do. And with human craft as an approach, what we wanted to show was also how that can make a more positive impact in culture. So we want to show how we can empower you or women to listen to your skin and do what feels best for you, and cut out the noise, cut out the clutter, just listen to yourself. With that said, we thought of how are you as a woman, and how do you define yourself as a woman, and instead of aspiring to be someone, aspiring to be a celebrity or an influencer, why do you not look within yourself for the confidence that you actually need and find? Because it is your own identity, and this is how you can be different from everyone. So when we did that, what kind of transpired out of it was across platforms, across border in Southeast Asia, we tried to communicate a language that really just is universally understood and accepted by all women, by giving them a unique experience for themselves, because everyone's unique. And through storytelling across multimedia channels, on social, on TV, in-store activation, we didn't just create a brand, but also a dependable companion, because we wanted we wanted the brand to be consumer first versus brand or product first. So with that precise kind of consumer centric strategy and that resonant kind of communication, we managed to bridge that intuition and innovation and crafting that trajectory that we believe can speak in terms of innovation and impact. And we see this not just as a campaign that lasts for a year, we see this as a campaign that will propel us for the next 5 years to come. We want to advocate for what skin love is all about. So this is actually the first step of many steps that we are taking towards for Lactacid. And what happened over the course of this year was there was an increase in 60% of share growth. There was 0.6 points in terms of market share gain, and they've achieved number 2 across Southeast Asia for brand love ranking. I know our North Star was number 1, so we still have some work to do, but I'm sure we'll get there maybe next year. And with that, what we've done is, time to show you the work. We've done a 360 campaign. So your TVCs, your key visuals, your in-store immersive kind of experiences to talk about the science and the beauty of the product, closing that purchase loop with obviously your POSMs. But we also wanted to look at significant kind of events that we can tap onto, one obviously being International Women's Day. And with International Women's Day, we want, as a brand, one woman to do what they can do for themselves, and which is to embrace a better version of themselves, and by believing in what lies within, which again, laddering up to Skin Speaks, we listen. Letting them know their self-worth, letting them know what they're actually really good and can achieve versus listening to what other people are telling them. So yeah, that's where we are at. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette and Chris. Our next entry is from Zulig Pharma Therapeutics. The brand is Senecal, and it will be a video presentation. Play, please.
For 25 years, Orlistat Senecal has served as the people's ally in their fight against a global issue, obesity. The brand has always made it their mission to understand the evolving needs of their market. With a deep dive on today's consumers, they learned that weight loss remained a daunting challenge, especially during the pandemic when lifestyles became restricted and sedentary. More importantly, they discovered a key challenge that their consumers are facing. The more weight they gain, the more confidence they lose. With this key insight, the brand saw an opportunity to innovate and rise above their competition. This led to a campaign that not only inspired their consumers, but also helped them fight a winning battle against obesity. Orlistat Senecal, together with a creative agency, launched a campaign aptly called Every Loss is a Win. The campaign kicked off with a hero video, accompanied by key visuals and POSMs. They all bannered the key campaign message, one that was able to shift the intimidating weight loss narrative to a more positive and motivational tone. They also tapped HCPs and activated KOLs, dubbed as Winfluencers. who released a variety of relevant content that inspired and sparked organic conversations. The results? 7.2 million hero video views in just 2 months. 1,229% planned link clicks. 340% post engagements. 178% video impressions. 179% video views. 124% ad recall. 97% market share, dominating the oral anti-obesity category. Beyond the stellar numbers, the campaign forged meaningful connections with our consumers, helping Orlistat Senecal become more than a safe and effective weight loss pill, but also a trusted partner that celebrates every loss as a win. It's a campaign that told people to embrace losing and in the process, win by discovering their best and more confident selves. Together with Orlistat Senecal, the people's unwavering ally against obesity, every loss is indeed a win.
Great. So for the next entry, we have Ursiflora from Sanofi. Play the video, please.
In the Philippines, 1 out of 5 kids die from diarrhea. With a lack of access to clean food, water, and hygiene education, diarrhea has become one of the primary causes of malnutrition and dehydration in the country. When 70% of our immunity comes from the gut, how can we promote a behavior of proper gut health to help kids be more resilient against diarrhea? Our solution? Turn proper hygiene practices into a delightful habit kids won't forget. The idea? Ang batang matatag, hindi sakitin. A partnership between Ursiflora Kitty and Save the Children to educate Filipino kids on the importance of gut health through proper hygiene. Because it was not enough to just say it, we made kids sing and dance to it. Through an online music video, kids follow Basilio and Claudia, together with our own Basi and Clau, as they helped unhygienic kids develop good habits in a parallel universe. This story was continued using educational content throughout our social platforms. Because play is one of the best ways to learn, we provided moms and kids with a way to experience it for themselves through the Tatag Playground. Set to the music of our Batang Matatag music video, a school bus served as a hand-washing station, while the playground served as an educational tour on the importance of practicing good hygiene and the benefits of Ursiflora Kitty to their overall gut health. And to make sure we could help more kids in far-flung areas be more resilient, we empowered our consumers to become ambassadors for the cause through a buy and donate program hinging on the purchase of Ursiflora Kitty. Our resilience turned into results. The video brought in a total of 16.9 million impressions with a monthly reach of 7 million over only 3 months. Our efforts on social media also brought millions in impressions and reach. The Tatag Playground got a lot of attention, picking up over 5.1 million pesos worth of free media values. With 47 media pickups, 35 media publications attending the launch, and interviews on broadcast networks, this resulted in an ROI of 887% versus our PR investment, and even surpassing our planned KPIs. All these efforts went back to our brand. We also affected lives. Through Save the Children, we donated 12 million pesos in just 4 months and developed life-saving water systems and community kitchens for 268 families. And we're just getting started. At present, Batang Matatag continues to spread the need for proper gut health and hygiene among parents and their kids throughout the rest of the country. Proving that while a resilient kid's immunity comes from a resilient gut, real change comes from the tatag of heart, starting with all the parents and their kids who were simply willing to become the change they want in the world. Dahil ang batang matatag, hindi sakitin.
For our next entry, let me call on Stephanie Wong to present Difflam from Inova.
Here we go. Last but not least, I'm Stephanie Wong and I'm from Inova Pharmaceuticals. I'm really excited on behalf of Inova to present our entry for Difflam. I don't have any slides, but I do have a video. So over the last few years, we've seen the cough, cold and flu category, and in particular sore throat, experience a huge amount of change throughout COVID and post-COVID. As you heard from Nicholas, pre-pandemic, the sore throat category was very treatment-focused. People generally experienced a sore throat 3 to 4 times a year. The importance of healthcare professional and doctor recommendation is key, and asking for pharmacist advice. There was some evidence of prevention, but generally people only treated a sore throat when they had one. This all changed during the pandemic, with social distancing measures, people working from home, mask wearing, heightened personal hygiene. Of course, we saw a huge impact on the sore throat category and general cold and flu, and we saw a drop in incidence. People were reluctant to visit their healthcare professional for fear of catching COVID, and hospitals had to prioritize life-threatening diseases. This led to changes in behavior. We saw people going to pharmacies and self-selecting or buying their sore throat medications online. We saw people taking a lot of preventative type products, herbals, nasal sprays, products with boosted immunity. Vitamin C products, which could help boost immunity, were growing in sales. At one point, nearly overtook sales and treatment products. We also saw that consumers were treating early in the cycle, bringing forward their intervention. Some people associated a sore throat with Omicron and would do anything they could to prevent it getting worse, so they wanted to act immediately. In the past, they might have waited to see. They might have taken herbal medicines or sipped teas. Now they were medicating much earlier. So instead of treating on day 3 of, say, a 4-day cold and flu cycle, they were treating at day 0. At Inova, we saw this first signs opportunity as a place for Difflam to own. As a treatment product, we wanted to protect our core and tap into this insight that consumers will intervene early. We did some research to understand the impact of COVID on sore throat treatment and how behaviors and attitudes have changed, and anticipate how it will normalize in the future. Although consumers were taking products to prevent getting a sore throat, consumers also had high expectations for their treatment products. Consumers wanted something that worked fast, was efficacious, reliable, and trusted, and they wanted to nip it in the bud early. So talking about this value proposition that Nicholas mentioned. We anticipated the swing back to treatment and therefore focused efforts on driving this early intervention. Don't Give Sore Throats a Chance was our campaign to ensure consumers take action with Difflam. Don't give sore throats a chance to develop. As soon as you get a symptom, take action. We did this by reminding consumers of the first signs of a sore throat, using visual metaphors, a feather for a tickle, a pin cushion for a stabbing pain. These are the first signs of a sore throat. With Difflam's highly efficacious solutions, Difflam can hit your sore throat hard and early. So some results, and the video will go into the results as well. As the category has rebounded and the category has returned back to treatment focus, Difflam was able to gain #1 position in the sore throat category in Asia and outpace the category 5 times. The campaign improved our brand health metrics across all of our key markets. So here's a video that will summarize the campaign. I hope you can vote for it.
2020, the global pandemic reshapes the world.
Mask wearing, social distancing, lockdowns become the norm. As sore throats naturally reduce, the sore throat category takes a big hit. Amidst the chaos, we looked closer into the behavioral shift happening in sore throat management. Consumers are now proactive at the first sign of a sore throat, so we encourage them to resist the wait-and-see attitude and seek treatment early. Don't give sore throats a chance became the powerful idea for the post-pandemic world, promoting healthier habits while giving Difflam unprecedented levels of awareness and market share. Whether it's a seemingly innocent tickle or a sharp pain, both are signs to arm ourselves with Difflam's effective solutions. To turn the concept of prevention into an empowering, actionable strategy, we chose to dramatize the first signs through vivid and creative visual metaphors. We rolled out the campaign with an impressive array of over 150 creative assets across multiple touchpoints. 2 main videos showcased key products, Difflam AB, an antibacterial sore throat lozenge to handle tickling sensations, and Difflam Hextra for the more severe stabbing pains, guiding consumers to the right solution based on their specific symptoms. Digital content was strategically designed to capture attention with the right message, time, and place by fitting into people's social media habits and peaking when consumers were most likely to need sore throat remedies, such as seasonal events and travel periods. Outdoor media and in-store displays supported the same story, encouraging them to buy ahead of time. As the market evolved, Difflam not only adapted but took the lead, securing the #1 market position in Asia with a remarkable 86% growth year-on-year as of Q2 2023 and outpacing the category by 4.9 times across all markets. In Malaysia, we achieved a huge 83% brand awareness, while in Singapore, we achieved a record 90% brand awareness. iNova was able to gain significant market share and helped to treat sore throats early, helping thousands of consumers live better, healthier lives.
Thank you, Stephanie. So we've seen 7 amazing brands. Now we will ask your help to please help us choose the best. So that is the Creative Marketing Awards. Please see all the voting form in the folders. 3 points for your first choice, 2 points for your second choice, and 1 point for your third choice. We will be collecting the forms later after the conference because we will have the second batch of the Marketing Awards after lunch break. So please choose your best brand, your favorite, based on the creativity for their 360-degree campaign. Now, pass it over to Steve for the introduction of the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I not only want you to think about the winners, but think also about yourself as a winner by capturing the key learnings and insights and inspirations from all of those absolutely amazing campaigns. I really found it very difficult to be able to choose. And if I was to say, what's the common thread? It's, of course, a consumer insight that really drives the way consumers think about the category and what they experience, and sometimes don't know why they think in that particular way. So absolutely fantastic. Right, well, it now gives me great pleasure to introduce and invite Milan Hertzku to the stage. Milan is the co-founder, CEO of Gemil Nutrition. 4 years ago, he started as an entrepreneur, Gemil Nutrition, and it's amazing that this year, 2023, they've been selected for a very important award in Europe for the Nutra-Ingredients as a category startup award. So amazing development in a very short space of time. And I want to really importantly, you know that the topic is sleep, and I want to thank Milan very much because in order that he gives you a personal experience of the importance of sleep, Milan actually only slept for 3 hours last night. So he's actually going to be on stage demonstrating how important and speaking from personal experience. Milan, please.
Thank you. So this is the event where the guy who hasn't slept will be talking to you about it's important to sleep with a lot of credibility. So thank you. As mentioned, we're a startup. We've not been around for a long time. I have a multinational background, but I don't want to bore you with that. What we do at Gemio is we take a look at existing product categories and we try to innovate them, reshuffle them to make sure that we find new sources of growth, but we try to stay away from large innovation, and we make sure that consumer gets an extra benefit. So currently we're building 2 umbrella brands. One of them is called Vegnum. It is a plant-based health boost brand with a lot of legs. Some of them you'll be able to see outside on the table. So it uses the power of fruits and vegetables in a scientifically validated way. I don't want to be talking more on that. Today's subject is our other brand called Not of It, which is a sleep aid brand. But we try to show you how we turn the sleep aid category into nighttime health management, because essentially sleep is nighttime health management. How do I switch between the slides? This one? Oh, perfect. Thank you. So sleep is a good category on its own. We can agree on that. And that's partially due to COVID and partially due to the ever more conscious and knowledgeable consumer who understand more and more about the fact that downgrading the importance of sleep in the last couple of decades in the Western world has been a mistake. And it's a good category from a business perspective because it's growing. It affects a lot of people. In fact, everybody sleeps. And also, it is problem-based. You do notice the negative side effects if you don't sleep. And according to global IQV studies, people are actively looking for new remedies. And we heard from Nicholas that we haven't found one yet. That was before your presentation. Of course. That's a very good tease, thank you. And I would like to use that testimonial globally, if you don't mind. So getting back to this, and on a more serious note, it's a lucrative category, but it's also a double-edged sword, because if the consumer tries it and they don't get the results instantly, because we want everything instantly, of course, then they're disillusioned in your brand, and the second purchase will not happen, and that's not good. So why do we sleep? As I mentioned, more and more people understand now that it's not to destroy our productivity. In fact, there's a scientist called Dr. Walker from Harvard and Berkeley. He's a brain and sleep scientist. He has a book called Why We Sleep. It should have been sponsored by our brand Not of It, because it exactly talks about the importance of nighttime regeneration. I tried to contact him, no luck yet. But on a serious note, he points out the fact that he believes there's a holy trinity of health. Pillar number 1 is healthy eating. Pillar number 2 is exercise. And pillar number 3 is quality sleep. And he believes, and he has scientifically validated the fact that no matter what you do on the first and second pillar, if you don't experience quality sleep, your health and your quality of life will deteriorate, even if you're the best athlete, you do exercise 7 times a week, and you eat healthy. So why is this? The main underlying reason is because all the maintenance functions of our bodies are performed at night while we are asleep. But here's the catch. These maintenance or regenerative functions only occur if we go through the natural sleep cycle. If we don't, and the regeneration usually occurs during the last third of the sleep cycle, so if we don't, then the maintenance doesn't happen that night. So what happens if the maintenance doesn't happen? Well, there are obvious health risks. Now, acknowledged by neuroscientists and such. And this was a joke. This was not taken seriously even 20 years ago. And that's one of the pain points of Dr. Walker, is that this is a mistake. I mean, how can we be proud of the fact that we sleep on average 1 to 1.5 hours less per night than we used to in the 1950s and 60s? Yes, it's a big problem. And of course, depending on the region and how you measure it, around 40% of people don't experience quality sleep on a regular basis. Now, of course, there's an issue with this, an awareness issue, because most people don't realize that it's not normal to be only able to wake up using an alarm clock. It's not normal that you cannot find your glasses or know what day it is before your first coffee. It's not normal to suffer through the day. It's not normal to have mood swings. Essentially, my main message here is you're a weaker shadow of yourself without quality sleep. And if these maintenance functions don't occur, you deteriorate your body in every way imaginable. So sleep is the #1 pillar of our quality of life, and we should start thinking about it that way. And yes, it impacts all different areas of our body, and I'm just giving you a couple of examples to show you that there's science behind it. I come from pharma. Science is very important for me, but science needs to be translated to the consumer so that they understand. So, nighttime skin regeneration. What's the connection there? Well, if I had to explain to, I don't know, anyone on the street, and maybe I'll do it tomorrow, I'd say, look, over 70% of your skin is collagen. If the cortisol stress hormone level does not decrease for the night, the stress hormone literally eats up the collagen in your skin. That's a message consumers understand and appreciate. And in addition to that, skin regeneration is much faster during the night because it is the maintenance schedule of our body. Same with weight management. If you don't get quality sleep, these two hormones, ghrelin and leptin, will become out of balance. You'll consume more calories. Your body will use them in a different way. And I can tell you about it today. After 3 hours of sleep, I'd love to go to McDonald's right now. I'm craving junk food, and not because I'm a particular fan of junk food, but because my body is telling me that I'm starving. I need food right now. What about, and again, these are just examples, I could go on forever. What about immune support? So the security guards of our immune system are called cytokine proteins. And we heard about cytokine during COVID because COVID prompted a cytokine overproduction in our bodies. But what happens if you don't experience quality sleep is cytokine is not produced sufficiently. So all these people come into your store to rub you, and the security guards are not there to stop the rubbing. That's what happens. Oh, I could go on forever about this because I'm experiencing it right now. Your mood, your outlook on life. I mean, there are great studies now, very credible studies, not with a sample size of 20, that will show you that your outlook on life, your personal and professional relationships deteriorate so much if you don't experience quality sleep. Cognitive health, again, I'm a great example today. If we talk about something, I will not remember it tomorrow, so please reintroduce yourself tomorrow to me. But getting back to our brand, Not-of-It, and the concept was born around 4 years ago in my head. It was our first product was launched around 3 years ago. I'm proud of the fact that we have inspired some large companies, some global companies with their product developments after fruitful discussions that did not end in a distribution agreement, but it ended up with enhancing their product development efforts. So that's always great, and it's a lesson to be learned. But getting back to Nodavit, we declare the restorative sleep aid revolution. That's our mission. We want people to understand that there's a reason you sleep, and we understand what you do for your health during the day, but what do you do for your health during the night when you're asleep? Because in terms of your health, it is the most important 8 hours of your day. And this is regardless of gender, age, ethnicity. We're humans. So we believe that you should make the best of your 7-8 hours of sleep, or how much you require. Thank you for mentioning the NutraIngredients Award that we got this year. I know it's only an award, but we're a startup, so we're proud of that. And the panel consists of 15 independent judges from the industry, and we were chosen to be among the top 3 in Europe, so we're happy about that. So the core of Nodavit's logic is that everybody sleeps. And as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, not everyone is aware that they have an issue with their quality of sleep. So often when we communicate in our campaigns, we don't try to convince you that you have sleep issues, although that's one way to approach it. Rather, we try to communicate and have a consensus on the fact that sleep is the most important cornerstone of your health, because all the maintenance happens during the night. And we just want you to tell us which area is your preferred nighttime regeneration. And if we kick off with that discussion with the consumers, and again, this is proven, then we don't talk about the fact whether you need Nodavit or not. Well, we talk about the fact that which Nodavit you want, which is your preferred area of nighttime health management. And because we're business people, I just like to highlight the fact that, by a couple of examples, that when you simply target the sleep aid category, that's your frame of reference. But when you connect the sleep aid category with nighttime health management, and consumers get it, they understand it. They can connect, let's say, gut health with quality of sleep, and understand that one cannot be possible without the other. Then look at all the additional pools of growth you get. And this is a real business opportunity, regardless of geography. So we have, well, now not 12, but 15 products in different categories, and we keep expanding them. But my main message on this slide would be that there's another interesting strategy that helps us grow the brand even further, and that's about functional food and drinks. Because once, and again, this is proven, once a consumer is hooked on a nighttime regeneration area, they purchase our core capsule product and any additional product that brings a sensory pleasure and strengthens that secondary benefit. And they love doing that. So let's say if they buy the Nodavit Skinny Sleep capsule, then they buy our Night Burn Collagen. Then they buy our Night Protein. It connects. And of course, it triples your average basket size. It creates loyalty. And the consumer will come back first to purchase the products that bring them sensory pleasure. Yummy, yummy. But when they come back, they also purchase the core product, which is amazing. Yes, we make the mites work for you. That's our taglines. This is just one slide I have so that you can have faces behind the company. That's it. We have a diverse background, which prepares us for some of the challenges as entrepreneurs, and it completely caught us unprepared for some of the other challenges. To be frank, it's a different ball game. So what we're proud of is distinctive branding, using natural ingredients, 99% sourced from Western Europe. Of course, many of our ingredients have additional clinical studies behind them. They're traceable. All the buzzwords, you name it, we have it. We are also very keen on eco-friendly messages. In collaboration with a US startup, we plant a tree after each online purchase. We use paper from sustainable foresting. All of our employees are carbon footprint offsetted, and so on. And consumers resonate with these messages. And these eco-friendly messages are less common than I thought, frankly, in the food supplement or nutraceutical industry. So it is a differentiating factor. And the younger the audience, the more important that is. It just happened to me a couple of weeks ago that I presented to institutional investors. And the junior guy headed down with me to the lobby in the elevator. And I asked him, so what did you think? And he said, yeah, it's good what you do for the environment. I said, okay, but what did you think about the products? I really like what you do for the environment. And that shows. And this was a finance guy, a junior guy, but a finance-minded guy. It gets to this generation. So relevant brand concepts, unique products that cannot be switched to competitors directly, that's also important, and stretching over old school product categories, bridging over them to create additional sources of growth. Today I don't have time to talk about our other brand, Vegnum, but if you come to the table or approach me anytime during the last 2 days, I'm happy to guide you through how we try to innovate within this plant-based health boost product category. And what I also wanted to show you, attention to detail and differentiating in the eyes of the consumer. The not-of-it boxes for the core capsule products have a soft touch foil on them. You can feel it outside. And the half moons, the crescents, which you have here and on the top of the box as well, they're fluorescent. They glow in the dark. So you can always find them. Again, tiny, tiny, tiny detail. But when you meet the right customer and consumer, they will appreciate it. It's sort of a post-purchase touch point. So, of course, we have comprehensive marketing toolboxes. 50% of our sales come from offline, 50% online. We're proud of being digitally very savvy. Of course, it's not easy because the digital world changes every 6 months now, so you have to adapt. But if you get used to the fact, or if you accept the fact that you have to adapt, that you get into the right mindset and a lot of trial and error. And it's no secret that we're looking for distribution partners, investors in the region, because we're a startup. And last but not least, this is our company mission for Gemil, because we believe it is the best way to go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Milan. Thank you. If we could hold questions again, if we could pop up the QR code, if you want to register some questions, we can cover them after the next presentation. And what I'd like to do now as we're moving on is introduce Debbie Go, who is going to be talking to us about a topic which is very close to my heart, which is, of course, skin. Debbie is the Cetaphil Global Franchise Sector Lead in Galderma, and of course, we've met when you were at Merck Consumer and then at P&G, so and other companies, extensive experience in consumer health. Debbie, if you would.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but so today I'm pleased to share with you and to talk about sensitive skin. So 7 out of 10 people actually experience sensitive skin. If you're not one of the lucky 3, don't worry, because you're not alone, because I myself have sensitive skin. Now, join me in the next 30 minutes as we explore the world of sensitive skin, uncover the latest research, and learn more about, how to have a healthy, resilient skin. So let's get started. I have a short quiz with you. Give me a second. Yeah. There you go. So I know Stephen said to hide your phone, but please take out your phone right now. Okay, scan the QR code that you see on the screen. Okay, and then enter the passcode so that we can do a quick survey. I have 2 questions for you guys. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to do that. Okay. Great. Okay, so first question, when you think of sensitive skin, what image comes to your mind? We see itchy. Okay, we also see dryness, redness. You guys are very, very good. Okay, good. So the biggest one we can see is itchy, redness, dryness. You guys are on point. Second question, okay? How sensitive is the skin on your face and on your body? Is it very sensitive, sensitive, slightly sensitive, or not sensitive at all? Okay, I see that you guys have 45%. 46. Okay, so remember this statistics as we go through the presentation. Okay, thank you guys for your time. I hope you enjoy the quick survey. Okay, so sensitive skin is a real condition that affects 7 out of 10 people. It's often misunderstood, so that's why the special interest group, or the sensitive skin of the International Forum for the Study of Itch, has actually come up with a definition recently, and it helps in terms of being a first step in managing and understanding this condition. So the IFSI defines sensitive skin as a sensory syndrome characterized by unpleasant sensations. So what are these? Stinging, burning, pain, itch, and tingling. So I'll give you an example. So things that normally don't bother other people's skins, like fragrances, sweat, or even fabric, can cause you irritations or discomfort. Okay? Now, sensitive skin can affect all areas of our body, but it is most common on the face. Now, living with sensitive skin can be incredibly frustrating, both physically and emotionally, because it hinders their ability to actually embrace the world, connect with others, and feel confident in their own skin. So let's meet some of them and hear their skin stories.
I do feel like there's a sensitive skin army out there that I'm part of. I don't necessarily feel like I'm suffering alone. I know that there's a lot of people out there that kind of are going through these same hurdles every day.
Some people can use whatever they want on their product. Some people don't have to maintain their skin at all. And that's not my life. The other thing that I did is largely try not to use products at all, because I got sick of looking at the labels and trying to work out what's in them, and there's so many different names, and I largely gave up. And so I do have dry skin, and I do probably need to use something every day, but I'd just rather not deal with it.
Ich würde sagen, es ist anstrengend. Es ist ganz schön anstrengend, mit sensibler, empfindlicher Haut zu leben.
Es ist also schon sehr frustrierend und kann sehr anstrengend sein.
I remember being itchy a lot and having trouble sleeping because I couldn't even roll over, or sometimes I couldn't even lie on my back.
Dermatologist recommended they don't work for me because I have such sensitive skin, and I have sensitivity not only to products but also if I'm coming out of the shower and there's just hot water, I'll get rashes and irritation on my neck.
Also ich würde sagen, meine sensible Haut ist eigentlich wie so ein kleines Kind, was immer das machen möchte, was es gerne halt machen will.
If there was something that I knew was really good for me and for my skin, and I was not breaking out for it, that would be a game changer. It's because instead of just giving up and saying, all right, I'm just gonna be itchy, or I'm just gonna try not to worry about it, I could actually feel like I'm taking care of myself, and that'd be a win.
It's actually good to step into their shoes and hear the comments from themselves, you know. So Galderma Sensitive Skin faculty is a global community of experts dedicated at creating a better life for sensitive skin. The faculty is transforming skin science into actionable insights and practical advice to bring about the positive change. So one of the most notable achievements is this study called This is Sensitive. It's a profiling of sensitive skin worldwide with over 10,000 subjects in over 7 countries across 5 continents. So the objective is actually to have a more diverse and inclusive understanding on sensitive skin around age, gender, skin tones, and skin types. So why does it matter? Because sensitive skin is a prevalent condition, okay? 7 out of 10 people, as you've seen in the survey earlier, reported to have some degree of sensitivity. Now, 2 out of 5 reported to have a higher level of skin sensitivity, ranging from sensitive to very sensitive on their face and body. So this heightened perception on skin sensitivity actually emphasizes the need for, to have effective and gentle solutions in terms of managing the skincare concerns. Now, if you ask, there are a number of environmental factors that triggers sensitive skin. So in the past, as you can see on your right, the top 3 triggers are cosmetics, wet air, and air conditioning. However, post-COVID, we've seen that temperature variations have become the number 1 trigger for sensitive skin. So why is that? Because consumers tend to embrace a more natural look. They wear less makeup. So that's why the rise in also the climate change, which is causing a more extreme weather temperature, is irritating sensitive skin. Okay? This is followed by heat, sun, and cold temperatures. Now, you may ask, how does this global picture differs from the Asia-Pacific population? If you look at the Asia-Pacific population, the top 3 triggers remains the same. However, we see that air pollution climbed up to the number 4th spot. So this is not surprising given that we have high levels of pollutions around Asia. Okay, so the top 2 lifestyle trigger for sensitive skin are stress and lack of sleep. So this is perfect segue to Milan's presentation. Okay, so in fact, half the people whose skin was triggered by stress are also triggered by lack of sleep. This suggests that on average, sensitive skin consumers experience at least 2 triggers. Now, in terms of symptoms, we see that more than half of sensitive consumers reported itching, followed by redness. And this is one unexpected discovery in this study. We've seen that people with self-declared darker skin tone reported the highest levels of sensitive skin, as you can see here. Okay? Pain was found to be the main symptoms amongst people with darkest skin tone population. So this significant findings actually highlights the need for us to look into this further and understand this underserved demographic. Now, we've also observed regional differences. So in India, sensitive skin consumers reported higher levels of pain than anywhere else. In China, it's redness that actually has the highest prevalence, with itching coming in only second. In Central Europe, on the other hand, we see that there's a highest prevalence of tightness symptoms. So that brings me to Cetaphil. So at Cetaphil, we understand that sensitive skin is quite different, and they are at the heart of our missions to advance skin science so that sensitive skin consumers can engage freely with the world. So Cetaphil is a dermatologist-recommended brand for over 70 years and is trusted by millions of people with sensitive skin all over the world. You might be wondering where Cetaphil name comes from. Well, Cet means, cetyl alcohol, which is a hydrating ingredient, and Phil stands for love. So this actually reflects the brand's DNA, which is a love of moisturizing and soothing skin. Okay? Now, it has been invented in 1947 by a pioneering pharmacist in Texas, and the first product, as you can see from the photo here, is the Gentle Cleansing Lotion, which was created for dermatological needs. Now today, this iconic gentle skin cleanser is a beloved bestseller, which is a testament of the brand's enduring efficacy. Now, Cetaphil's product has been designed with sensitive skin in mind, and it has a blend of actives carefully formulated that are known to be non-irritating and safe. Now, we have a dermatologist tested blend of ingredients like as you can see here, niacinamide, panthenol, hydrating glycerin, which works to improve the overall skin's resilience while relieving irritations and sensitivity. Niacinamide, or vitamin B5, works to reduce the skin's inflammation and strengthens the skin barrier. Panthenol is an active vitamin B5, actually provides soothing effects and protects the skin from everyday stresses. Hydrating glycerin works as a humectant to allow the skin to retain moisture and also to prevent skin from dryness. So together, these three ingredients actually work synergistically to hydrate, soothe, and strengthen skin's barrier. Now, what do we mean by smarter science for sensitive skin? For over, for 75 years, we have been at the forefront of sensitive skin science. As you can see here, we have nearly 900 clinicals with 42,000 subjects. So that's huge clinical data, okay? So this actually supports the safety and tolerability of our products. And second, we have a science-backed formula that defends against 5 signs of skin sensitivity. So what are those? As you can see here, it's weakened skin barrier, dryness, irritation, roughness, and tightness. And lastly, we conduct extensive clinical testing to ensure that our products meet the highest standards of safety, efficacy, and quality. Now, I'll give you an example. This actually demonstrates in one of our products. It's called Cetaphil Moisturizing Lotion. So this product, as I said, is formulated and designed for sensitive skin. So this is different from just being suitable for sensitive skin. And we work at the 5 signs of skin sensitivity, which is a key differentiator that goes above and beyond the category standards. So here, I won't cover the graph. As you can see here, the skin sensitivity actually dramatically went down across dryness, roughness, irritation, tightness. And here, if you see the global sensitive scale, it hugely dropped from 87.6%, normalizing the skin from very sensitive to sensitive. So this is an amazing result. Second, we also see that from first use, skin barrier was visibly improved, as you see in the chart here. And then after 1 week, we see that the skin barrier was fully restored. Okay, so the product also delivers instant and long-lasting hydration. You can see here, T0, T1, it means time. So in 1 hour, in 4 hours, in 8 hours, you can see that it actually peaks. Okay? In fact, we hear users noticing that their skin feels more hydrated over time. And I show you here, this is a quick video of the skin's surface transformation after 28 days. Okay, in closing, I'd like to share with you Cetaphil's latest campaign, We Do Skin, You Do You, which is a celebration of people with sensitive skin living their best lives. So Cetaphil empowers them to actually embrace the world so that they can get back to doing the things they love.
What can you do with sensitive skin?
Okay, what a day. There's nothing in my way. I love that feeling. All those little things that are beautiful, it changes everything.
You may not think a face cleanser does more than clean, but ours does. Cetaphil's Skin Forward Science actually hydrates to protect skin from dryness. Who even comes up with something like that? We do. Cetaphil, we do skin, you do you.
Okay, so on that note, thank you guys for listening.
Right. I thought, too, from Milan and Debbie, two great presentations in terms of the impacts that we can have on people's lives. And ultimately, that's why we're here. We're here to improve health outcomes of our communities. So please be sure that you've captured, write down, just as Valerie was writing down, the notes, write them down, because that's how you will remember them. And that's how you will then be able to, when you go back to the office on Thursday, you will be able to maybe start an idea or a group or a discussion about how you can bring some of this inspiration into your brands and into your business as well. But now we need to get some food into our bodies. So what we're going to do is, I think we're down at the Clover rooms, number 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
4 and
Level
5.
1.
Level 1. And we're going to take an hour, right?
An hour, yes.
An hour for lunch. Right. So please take anything valuable with you. If not, I will collect it and be on my way to Singapore Airport for a weekend in Bali. So, yeah. And then we'll see each other back here at 1:45. Thank you.
So welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. We're now on the second half of the day, and we will start with the presentation of the Worldwide Digital Award. So this award is given for the most innovative digital campaign for any consumer healthcare brand. The campaign was open for all the launches anywhere in the world. And to start that, I will be putting a video of the first entry from Zulig with the brand Propan TLC. Play the video, please.
Filipino moms consider multivitamins as one of their partners in helping their child to grow up strong and healthy. And for ZP Therapeutics, Propan TLC is their primary multivitamin offering. However, Propan TLC is faced with the challenge of staying relevant post-pandemic. Propan TLC is still known as an appetite booster. Many Filipino moms remain unaware of its broader benefits beyond just appetite. Propan TLC had to reintroduce itself in a new way. Several focus group discussions among Filipino moms revealed that their ultimate goal was to achieve holistic health and development for their children, and they knew that a good appetite is critical to make this happen. From these insights, a new and exciting campaign was created to leverage appetite as a gateway to showcasing multiple nutritional benefits. Presenting Propan TLC's Gana for Life campaign, a campaign that reframed the role of appetite in the lives of children. Its message: with appetite for food comes appetite for life. The new campaign highlighted that Propan TLC had an array of nutrients that moms are looking for to help support their child's holistic health, including appetite for healthy food, energy and protection, mental sharpness, and emotional and social intelligence. The campaign used an integrated 360 approach, amplifying the message to all key touchpoints. While most competitors focused their efforts on traditional media, Propan TLC leveraged on high-affinity digital touchpoints to magnify the campaign message and creatively dimensionalize Gana for Life. The thematic campaign video was amplified on digital via Facebook and YouTube placements. Short-format 6-seconder bumpers were also included in the creative mix. To drive consideration, Propan TLC partnered with mom creators to showcase various vignettes of how Propan TLC enables their child to have appetite for food and for life. And to amplify the campaign on an even wider scale, Propan TLC activated a platform highly penetrated by younger moms, TikTok. A gamified filter was created to challenge how well moms knew their kids' Gana for Life. The filter was used by multiple mommy influencers, with more moms following suit. The best entries were used as the brand's boosted ads, making the content more engaging and authentic. With mindful research, cut-through materials, and thoughtful media placement, the campaign achieved outstanding results after launch. Digital reach of 14.8 million audience. Engagement rate at 14% versus 7% from previous campaigns on Facebook. Exceeded video views target on YouTube and cross-channel video with 216% achievement. 3,416 TikTok video creations with 5.6 million total views. And the best part? Plus 51% lift in brand recommendation, plus 50% lift in purchase intent. And sellout in chain drugstores grew by 11% 1 month post-campaign launch. Through this successful campaign, Propan TLC enhanced its competitiveness and strengthened relevance in the category, ensuring that the Filipino kids of today will always make the most of their lives by bringing out their Gana for Life.
Our next entry is from Calbe Pharmaceuticals. The brand is Promag. And we have Adelia Teresa to present the entry.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Adele from Calbe. Good afternoon all. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the story of how our herbal variant become the blockbuster for the Proma brand. Okay, just give you an overview about Proma. Proma is the absolute market leader of antacid category with 62% of market share that has been established for more than 52 years in Indonesia. So as the market leader, we see the opportunity to grow the category through this new variant Proma Herbal. So it's on liquid sachet, contains 8 natural ingredients that taste good and can help to reduce the early symptoms of gastric disorder. I think we have put the products in your table, so if you want to try, just try the good taste of Proma Herbal. So we created a campaign to explain gastric disorders easily so that the consumers can take our products immediately whenever they experience the symptoms before it getting worse. So it can be taken for the prevention also. Let's see our video about the campaign. Once again, thank you, and we count on your votes.
37% of the population has suffered from gastritis. However, only 74% of them consume OTC medicines. The rest 26% haven't treated their condition at all because they did not take this condition seriously. The common symptoms are bloating, burping, and nausea with low intensity of pain that makes it uncomfortable but still bearable, which they don't think it's important to treat immediately. Looking inside the consumer journey, when experiencing gastric problems, they will use herbal medicine as first aid on early symptoms. As they feel more intense pain, they consume herbal medicine twice as much. Later on, around 2 to 3 days where the pain is continuous, finally they take OTC medicine. The latest data shows that the antacid market is stagnant, and with that being said, it is obvious that consumers have low awareness of mild gastric symptoms and have less urgency to take early medication. As we took deeper exploration towards herbal medication, we found that it is a promising opportunity. Moreover, we found that herbs in Indonesia have been trusted for years.
As an antacid market leader brand in Indonesia, Proma is duty-bound to provide effective gastric remedies, including changing consumers' behavior to take action immediately whenever they experience gastric disorder before it gets worse, by introducing Proma Herbal as a natural first aid solution to cure gastric disorders. Though we are the pioneers, challenges are still facing our way. However, we are very determined to find solution by utilizing digital space for our campaign. As digital space become increasingly noisy with advertisements and content all vying for consumers' attention, then how can we make our campaign stand out from the rest? Remember that uniqueness is our superpower. How does differentiating stages of dyspepsia helps our brand campaign? In order to educate our consumers, especially younger generations, about gastric disorder, we created a slang word called gambung. Gambung stands for gangguan lambung. Gambung means gastric disorders that resonates with symptoms like nausea, bloated, burp, vomit, and gastric pain. We divide gastric problems into 3 stages based on severity level and the duration of the symptoms. We will establish gambung as an early phase that leads to dyspepsia and GERD. Therefore, we can grow and extend the antacid category by increasing the penetration and attracting new users that haven't taken OTC medicine before.
We conduct a digital-led campaign supported by brand ambassador Jerome Pauline.
Gambung, gangguan lambung bikin gak nyaman. Minum Proma Herbal. Gambung, gangguan lambung bikin gak nyaman. Minum Proma Herbal. Siapa yang menang ya? Gambung, gangguan lambung bikin gak nyaman. Minum Proma Herbal.
We created digital videos for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and OTT platform. We also increased the purchase intention by using community marketing and partner with hundreds of influencers through WhatsApp community. Besides offline stores visibility, we also strengthened our presence in digital, listed our products in many marketplaces, and built excitement by doing brand collaboration and e-commerce campaign. By doing so, our communication strategies resulted in a tremendous number of impressions and reach which overachieved our target. Hence why it is undeniable that Proma becomes the #1 OTC social media account in Indonesia, shown by high engagement rate above the industry. As a result, we are not only leading in the digital aspect, we also lead in terms of market share and becoming #1 herbal gastric medicine in Indonesia, resulting tremendous growth in consumer offtake, both in offline and online. Therefore, Proma was able to maintain its finest position in the Kalbe official store. Speaking of brand health, our equity index is improved, as well as the awareness, loyalty, and our important attributes related relevancy, efficacy, and availability. It is known that our brand strategies are recognized from a couple of marketing institutions. In conclusion, our digital campaign succeeded in changing our consumers' behavior, especially among younger generations. By using a variety of online channels and tactics, we can reach a wider audience, build brand awareness, drive more leads and sales, and stay competitive in our industry.
Herbal has existed for thousands of years. Now, it's time to bring it around the world.
Great. Thanks, Adele. For the next entry, we have a video presentation from Sanofi. The brand is Sanovis. Play the video, please.
Staying healthy from cholesterol-related diseases could be challenging. Where we live in a modern society where people are easily exposed to saturated fat, high sugar, and of course, not enough time to exercise regularly. Sanovis, that has ambition to deliver fortifying nutrition so consumers are ready to seize their moments, spotted on the consumer insight that in daily lives, cholesterol level management is highly desired, but not actually easy to do. To meet consumer needs, Sanovis launched a breakthrough innovation, Superbiotics Cholesterol, first in Korean market, which holds numbers of clinical trials, worldwide patents, and KFDA certification. In acknowledgement of its efficacy in lowering blood cholesterol level by simply excreting cholesterol out of your body. As you see, the product has superior efficacy. But the challenge was, how will we successfully position such a sophisticated product easily enough that consumers can understand and be convinced for trial? To strengthen the product positioning as cholesterol probiotics, Sanovis team focused on interpreting this breakthrough science into an easy consumer language through digital edutainment campaign. Today, the consumer journey is very complicated. However, the fundamentals remain the same. They need to have a seamless and impactful experience along their journey to encounter a moment of truth. To educate consumers of scientific superiority in an easy way, the key message that cholesterol will be reduced by pooping away was tailored to fit each digital platform via digital edutainment. To reach target consumers efficiently, commercial advertisements were aired on YouTube to intuitively deliver that probiotics can benefit cholesterol levels. Branded and unbranded edutainment contents were co-created with influencers and were released on YouTube channels and Instagram to engage consumers and deliver quality and easy consumer language to increase credibility. The digital campaign site engaged consumers by providing a fun consumer event where they can be educated on the product efficacy and get a free chance to try the product. Also, through live commerce, in-person product detailing was done at the point of purchase, and exclusive deals were provided to trigger trial of this breakthrough innovation. Digital banners were executed across diverse platforms and apps with product key messages and promotional benefits to push consumer traffic to exclusive deals. And that's how Sanovis edutained consumers. Such a sophisticated product turned into simple and easy consumer language. Poop away cholesterol, leveraging diverse touchpoints. Results of digital edutainment campaign was top of throne. Not only did we fantastically deliver quantitative KPIs, but also we made this campaign more meaningful, where Synovus contributed to establishing on consumer minds that cholesterol care can be done simply with probiotics. Probiotics category grew 31% thanks to the Superbiotics cholesterol. Consumer offtake increased 110% versus launch. Brand and product search queries increased 70%. 163% traffic increase, 145% conversion, 128% sellout versus daily average during live commerce. 4,165 consumers participated in the digital event. YouTube VCPZ fee 100%, IMPS 135%, Click 170% versus target KPI. 169,703 views, 2,900 likes, 487 mentions for YouTube branded content, something that only 1% of Koreans have. Lastly, numerous consumer organic reviews were generated. Delivering breakthrough science to consumers is not always easy. Therefore, edutainment can be leveraged to transfer the message into consumer language. Synovus successfully created a positive organic engagement with consumers and triggered product trials seamlessly in the e-commerce environment.
IMO, the iconic Malaysian eye drop brand, has been around for over 50 years. It is a trusted heritage brand that Malaysians grew together with. However, IMO, who used to be a market leader in Malaysia, suffered a pivotal absence from 2013 to 2017 due to supply constraints. This absence cost IMO its market leadership in Malaysia. IMO made a comeback in 2017, and it was not without its challenges. A competitor with a similar name and appearance, iGlow, had capitalized on the absence of IMO and caused confusion not only in the public eye, but also to the consumer's perspective. When they would ask for IMO, they would be given another brand. This caused the consumers to settle for a brand that was not the real thing. Since IMO's brand name had become synonymous with eye drops, it became a generic name in the minds of Malaysian consumers. Another challenge was figuring out how to connect with younger consumers who perceive IMO as an old brand. These were IMO's biggest obstacles when it made its return to the market. To address these challenges, IMO created a campaign to educate consumers that not every eye drop is IMO. Because IMO is the real thing. To portray a common customer experience, IMO created a digital video depicting a consumer at a store asking for IMO but being given a different brand.
I want IMO, please.
IMO?
Yeah.
IMO?
Yeah.
IMO?
Yeah.
IMO?
Oh, IMO. Yeah, IMO, more. The real thing.
To make it more relevant to the younger target audience, the video featured Malaysian comedy YouTuber Lukman Podolski, who has over 1 million followers on Instagram and Facebook. Now, the IMO The Real Thing campaign is very much alive in Malaysia. The IMO campaign video, which has been viewed millions of times on YouTube, has been particularly effective, generating positive buzz and driving significant brand awareness. In addition to YouTube, the video has also been aired on Facebook, OTT platforms, and TV. IMO has also partnered with micro and macro influencers to help spread the real thing message to a wider audience. IMO has also blanketed Malaysia with massive digital out-of-home nationwide in high-traffic areas such as Halan Pinang, KLCC, Jalan Sultan Ismail, Bukit Bintang, Penang Kontar, and many more. The campaign also rolled heavy in-store branding to raise awareness at the point of sale in more than 1,000 pharmacy stores in Malaysia. As a result, IMO has made a remarkable comeback, starting from 7th when it returned and now securing second place in the Malaysian eye drop market. Neck to neck with its main competitor, IMO's exponential growth in such a short period of time was much faster than its competitor. The IMO campaign has reached a staggering 24 million people through TV and digital, with 73% of the target audience, and has been viewed over 10 million times on YouTube. The IMO The Real Thing campaign successfully changed consumer minds to choose their trusted brand. The campaign was a resounding success, winning 2 Smarties Awards for Most Effective Use of Launch Relaunch and Most Creative Influencers KOLs. IMO Malaysia is now setting its sights on an international recognition and award with Nicholas Hall. They have their whole trust in the discerning eye of the consumers that the real thing ensures the best for the well-being of Malaysians nationwide.
Great. Thank you for all the submissions. So again, I would like to kindly ask everyone to cast your vote. 3 points for your first choice, 2 points for the second choice, and 1 point for your third choice. The voting forms are in your folder. If you don't have one, let us know. We will collect it during the coffee break, the forms with the votes, okay? Don't forget. And we will announce the winners tomorrow. Now I'll hand it over back to Steve.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Again, please also make sure you not only vote for a winner, but be winners yourself by capturing ideas and insights and best practice from what we've just seen and looking for how you may be able to use this in your campaigns as well. Right, well, now a topic which, of course, all of you who know me, you know I'm very passionate about the topic of self-care. I truly believe this to be the future of the industry. And I'm going to be inviting from Cincinnati to Singapore, Jane Lewis, who's the Vice President of Self-Care Asia-Pacific with Kenvue, to talk about the impact that Kenvue are having on everyday care, right? Jane.
Testing, okay. All right. Thank you, Steve. It is really great to be here. As Steve said, I lead self-care for the Asia-Pacific region for Kenvue. And thank you, Nicholas, for getting us all together. This is my first conference post-pandemic, and it's just so great to be here in person. And I'm a new Singaporean, so I'm so thrilled to be able to meet many of you, make some friends, and it's really great for all of us to be together, sort of united in this mission of advancing healthcare and self-care. So today I have the privilege of introducing Kenvue, sharing a little bit, just scratching the surface in terms of what we're all about and what we're up to, and then also talking about how we're unleashing the power of self-care. Just a little bit about Kenvue. Back in May, our executive team rang the bell, and then in August, post final separation from Johnson & Johnson, we became a fully independent standalone company, on the New York Stock Exchange. And while our company is new, our brands are not. Many of the brands have been trusted and used by consumers all over the world for over 135 years. Many number one doctor recommended brands. And they span these core categories: essential health, skin health and beauty, and self-care. And I look after the self-care business, so these are very near and dear to my heart. We have a lot of equities that we'll talk about in terms of the work that we're doing, Tylenol, Codrol, Nicorette, Motrin, and we're gonna stay committed. This is a very important part of our business, our fastest growing sector, and we're gonna continue to advance this part of our business moving forward. And we're really rooted in some core categories like digestive health, pain, allergy, cough, cold, smoking cessation. So this is really kind of where we play in our moat, but we are always looking at where we should be going in the future to meet the needs of consumers and patients around the world. So one of the things I'm really excited about, in addition to advancing and building these brands, are the new values that we've established as Kenvue. And I'm excited by them because they not only talk about how we will serve people in the world, but they also, for me, mean a lot about how we will work together and how we will form a modern workforce and a really destination for talent. So, I'll touch on them here, but we care fiercely. We care about people. We care about each other. We put people first. We solve with courage, and we earn trust with science. We've been talking a lot about science today, but this is an important one, and it really comes to life in a lot of the marketing and the commercial activities that we do. We show the science, as many of you have demonstrated today. So I want to bring Kenvue to life. This is just a quick glimpse about who we are and what we're about.
Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe sunshine and maybe rain. But as for me, I'll wait and see. And maybe it'll bring my love to me. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows any better than I? That is she who's keeping me alive. Keeping the little girl as my goal. Makes my life worth living, Another day, just another day.
Pretty fun. As the video demonstrates, our purpose is really all about realizing the extraordinary power of everyday care. And we believe that the cumulative effect of rituals and routines really has a profound impact on your overall health and well-being. So my job and our job is really to get the power of care and the power of healthcare and self-care into the hands of consumers so that they can live their full lives with the world around them. Whether that's drawing your baby's first bath, tending to a bloody knee, warding off seasonal allergies, all of these moments are really what matter. And there was no more of an important time where care was at the forefront, and care, important, extraordinary care was needed during COVID. If we flash back, I know it's painful, if we flash back 3 years to the beginning of the pandemic, communities and countries around the world were in lockdown, thousands of people were sick, and our worlds were turned upside down in terms of how we worked, how our kids went to school, and how we worked together. And we had never experienced anything like this before, and hopefully, knock wood, we never will again. But we had to change, and we had to pivot, and we had to figure out how to provide care in a new way to the people in the world around us. And thank goodness for the frontline workers and everyday heroes who are out there sacrificing so much. But ultimately, what this meant for us was we had to meet the demands of surging demands for our products in self-care. We had to band together both internally and externally to meet these unprecedented, never seen before demand. The shelves in Korea and in many places around the world were empty. People were reaching for Tylenol for not just because of the virus, but because of the accelerated rollout of the vaccination. And we had to come together and accelerate, stand up new manufacturing lines, and really, come together. Many of you came with us as an industry and helped us find new ingredients, raw materials, new packaging components, and help us stand up greater capacity. So we rose to the challenge to put people first, and we worked tirelessly and endlessly to increase supply of Tylenol for our patients. Now I want to highlight just another example of a time in need where we had to pivot and really meet demand for consumers.
他是半夜2点多，然后是发觉小孩发烧了，然后是给那个120打电话，结果120告诉他要等300多单以后。
So I share this because, China is one of our biggest markets, and, it really puts it all into perspective in terms of why we do what we do and how we have to come together for patients and consumers. Fortunately, after this frantic call, children's Tylenol was brought to this mother's home within 20 minutes, thanks to our really strong partnerships with Alibaba and Meituan and the online to offline program, the O2O programs that we have in place in China. But it's really changed the overall industry and how we go to market. We also had to stand up an additional manufacturing line in a matter of months to be able to meet demand in Shanghai. And fortunately, we were able to serve over 400,000 consumers in those two months. But in times of need, people are reaching for our brands. In times of need, yes, but also extraordinary care is needed every single day. Let's pivot now and talk a little bit more about where self-care is going over the long term. So we all know it's about proactively managing your health and well-being. It's about recognizing that health is equal to wealth, that you have to be much more in tune with your overall body and unique needs. And we believe that self-care will be the driving force in improving our overall societal, health. So these macro trends, which are sort of a guiding light for us at Kenvue in terms of how we're solving for self-care, are really important to pay attention to. The wealthier rising middle class, the continued urbanization, the rapidly aging population, the fact that we're a more digital connected society, the climate change we've talked about earlier today, and the extreme weather conditions. We all see self-care as something that's here to stay and that's going to change in the future. And the rise of more chronic conditions and non-communicable diseases is also really important to monitor, and it requires a full holistic toolkit of solutions. If we double click on some of these macro trends, Asia-Pacific middle class is forecasted to be 3.5 billion by 2030, accounting for almost 90% of the global growth. 55% of the region's urbanization, is expected to live in urban areas, which UNICEF and the World Health Organization has said it's a watch out in terms of, food insecurity, which is something we as an industry need to be mindful of. And finally, the explosion of this aging population, people 65 and over, expected to triple in the next 4 decades. So, a third of people in Eastern Asia, nearly 20% in Southern Asia, and 20% in Western Asia. So for me, we have to be working on what that toolkit, what that portfolio of products looks like to be able to meet the demands, whether that's more pain, a variety of pain relief solutions, mobility solutions, eye care, which we've been seeing a lot of today, gastroenterology, digestive health solutions. All of this is going to be really important to take care of mobility and others for this aging population, and something that we're trying to solve for, obviously. As someone who's worked in self-care for quite some time, I also find it important to keep an eye on, the rise of chronic conditions and NCDs, because so much of those conditions, they have comorbidities, there's symptoms, there's, side effects of even the RX medications that can be treated with over-the-counter medicine. So we continue to look at a couple of really important ones, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and diabetes, to see, how can we solve this within self-care and how can we help. And for me, I think it just is an impetus to continue to look at holistic self-care, not just OTC pills in a bottle, but things like complementary care, digital therapeutics, diagnostics, functional food, nutrition. Many of you, I'm so glad we're all here because we're learning so much, but this is critical for how we will continue to serve the needs of consumers and patients and ultimately grow our business. Two of the key areas that we're working on within Asia-Pacific self-care is the preventative health space around smoking cessation and nicotine replacement therapy. You heard from Eileen earlier. And also to combat climate change and extreme weather conditions, we're working on the space of dehydration. With 58% of the world's smoking population residing in Asia, it's really, really critical to partner with the WHO, government healthcare systems, regulatory bodies, key opinion leaders, et cetera, to get our products in the hands of consumers so that we can ultimately improve public health and help people live better lives. One of the things I've recently learned around smoking cessation is not just how it impacts your health, but how much it impacts the planet. Let's take a quick look at this one.
Tobacco costs us more than 8 million lives every year. It also costs us 600 million trees, 200,000 hectares of land, 84 million tons of CO2, 22 billion tons of water. Tobacco is not only poisoning people, it's poisoning our planet.
Pretty staggering, just the impact that this has on our economy. And Kenvue is also really committed to sustainability, and it's going to be a core pillar of what we do moving forward in terms of not just improving people's lives, but taking care of our planet as well. 750 million smokers in AP, that represents more than the entire European population. So we have our work cut out for us in terms of chipping away at this and reducing the number of smokers. But most of them want to quit. The problem is they're just unsuccessful. They really have a really hard time when they don't have the tools, they don't have the education, and they don't have the support. So we are using cognitive behavioral therapy. We're partnering with docs. We're partnering with key opinion leaders all throughout the region and the WHO to expand access, to get this from behind the counter to in front of the counter, to really enter more countries throughout ASEAN. And it's really working. We're seeing adoption rates skyrocket for Nicorette and these replacement therapies, and the business is up 35%. So it's really a win-win for health industry as well as us. And particularly, China is a big area of focus for us. And with Healthy China 2030, where the government has said, this is a key pillar for us. We will reduce lung cancer. We will reduce oral cancer. They want their population to stop smoking. So this is, again, another key way we're going to be looking to help public health in China as well. Another key sort of pillar for us is around dehydration, the space of dehydration, largely because climate change and extreme weather conditions that has been magnified post-COVID are really a driving force of change. And in India, there were recorded 280 heat waves in the last year, and 55% increase in death due to dehydration. So, the UN expects the next 5 years to be the hottest on record ever. And what's wild is that most people don't recognize that water alone is not enough at combating electrolyte deficit related to heat illnesses. So a lot of what we have to do is partner with doctors, partner with customers, and to expand penetration and access throughout India to provide awareness of these ready-to-drink type solutions. And ours is called Orsul. It's a beverage with 5 key electrolytes. It's good for the whole family, but it really helps combat dehydration and water insecurity and food insecurity. So it's another key area we're continuing to expand throughout Asia. So I think if we just take a macro step back and open the aperture to think about overall self-care, we would all agree that this is critical for our industry and critical as we move forward. For consumers, it's really so simple. Self-care saves them time and money. So, it's a no-brainer in terms of it's convenient, it's cost-saving, and it's timely. For our healthcare systems, it reduces the overall burden and improves, access to care and improves health literacy across many tiers of the population. And for society, it makes us healthier. We're taking more of a preventative approach, which therefore increases productivity. The chart on the bottom right is actually sort of my mission or my team's mission summed up in one slide. 60% of the world's population here in Asia, however, only 9% of consumer health spending. That's a really, really powerful, go-get or multiplier in effect with just a 15% share. So really, I think self-care is going to continue to be a focus for us. I think this is just a glimpse of what we're doing at Kenvue. Would love to talk to any of you more about how we, expand our mission. And true to our purpose, we're going to continue maximizing education and access, and certainly product innovation. So leaders and fellow colleagues, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming together to advance this mission.
Thank you so much, Jane. Any questions for Jane? This is obviously a very, very really important topic. So any questions from the floor? Yes. Oh, it's coming.
Thank you. I had this question a couple of hours ago, but I suppressed it. But now I'm very curious. So smoking cessation.
Yes.
IQOS is the new device.
IQOS? No. Go on.
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
It's in the smoking.
Yeah.
Oh, in smoking.
Yes.
Okay, like vaping?
Yeah.
It's not vaping. It's tobacco.
Oh, okay.
But it's the next very smart evolutionary step of the tobacco industry to make smoking look healthier. And in a way it is. So it's the perfect lie because half of it is true. Well, it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, we have some of the best strategists and marketings in the tobacco industry globally.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
But I was curious whether it's present in this region and whether you believe it's a threat. Because in Europe, everybody feels, or a large volume of people now feel that they can continue smoking because it is much healthier than it used to be.
Okay.
I definitely see it as a threat. I'm new to the region. I haven't seen this, but I'm going to look it up, obviously, this new innovation. But I think vaping is the thing we're most worried about. So if this is the next generation of, how people will use nicotine and perceive it as safer, then it's definitely a threat, and we have to combat and figure out a way to provide at least education as a first step against it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Milan. Jane, can I ask a question? You referred to it right at the end when you said, colleagues, come and talk to me. How can we as an industry really come together? Because self-care, one company will not make the difference. It's when we come together as an industry that it will really make changes. What kind of experiences or suggestions would you have that we could perhaps consider?
I guess there's two ways. One is helping to open up access is one way that I see us coming together. So recently in China, many of us sat around the table, Sanofi, Haleon, Kenvue, and others, to figure out a way to create OTC reform in partnership, obviously, with China Health Authority and CDE. So I think we need to continue to do that. How do we foster switches in more countries? How do we just, again, open up more access to self-care, because a lot of it sits behind the counter still, and we need to get it in the hands of consumers. So pioneering that is important. And then I think also just continuing to share best practices around digital and like what we do here. So I think a lot of it is fostered, again, once we get together as an industry.
Yeah, very good. And I was just going to say, you just described the top 5 companies, which, Nicholas, with your data, that's how many % of the total market, the top 5 companies?
About 22.
Okay. Yeah. So around 22%. There is a whole set of companies in that medium area that if we can also get them engaged as well around the table, that would be powerful, because then we would be going to the authorities with 40, 50, 60% of the industry represented. And that is something that will maybe change their minds. So that's something important. So maybe we can have that conversation. We've already started it with Sanofi in a meeting we had. How do we get the medium-sized businesses also to be part of the round table? That would be very powerful. Okay, very good. All right.
Maybe just to add to what you're saying.
Yes, please, Gautam, yes.
I think the world is going to evolve into ecosystems, right? So how do you ensure that the right ecosystem is there to promote self-care? That also includes maybe a representation of government bodies here in this forum, for example, right? Or
that would be very welcome.
To make them sensitized to the idea of self-care, you know.
Yes.
While they may not want to participate, but here is a cause worthy fighting for. If they understand it, then they'll also promote. Similar to Nicorette, right? I've managed Nicorette earlier in the region, so you know the big story is about creating access for Nicorette. So how do you create smoking cessation access for from a government standpoint, right?
Right. Very
and
good.
Nicorette comes in as a brand to enable that.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Gautam. Right. I think, thank you, Jane, by the way, before you leave. Okay, Mary, there was a question, I think, for Milan. Is that right? Yes. Okay, it's there. Milan, for you. Hello, inspiring to see consumer centricity of Notvit. For Milan, question for Milan. Melatonin has been, No, for Milan. Melatonin has been the choice of many in sleep. Any insights on not having it in your brand, in your product?
Thank you for the question. It's a question we get very often. Sometimes it's a plus, sometimes it's a negative. My answer as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, is that if you're a distributor and you want the brand in your market, we can put melatonin in the products. However, from a professional standpoint, I am not pro melatonin, based on the increasing evidence that for many people it's harmful on the long term. There are adverse cases in the US, but frankly, I don't want to decide whether people should be taking melatonin or not. If we go in accordance with my personal preference, we don't use melatonin, but if someone's keen on melatonin, we can put it in any of the products. But again, I get approached by more and more people, and their first question is this melatonin free?
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know where the consensus on that is, honestly.
All right, maybe a discussion for coffee break, but Nicholas first.
I want a question to Milan, so give him the microphone back. I also, like you, am jet lagged, so you may have said something I missed, but what is actually in your product?
Well, the core sleep aid ingredients, standardized for the active ingredients, are valerian, passion flower, and hops. And why these three in combination? Because they work for most people, because they're healthy. You just have to make sure that you buy it from the right supplier, and you don't have the herbal ingredient milligram in there. You have the active ingredient guaranteed in there. But of course, these are just the basic ingredients for stress relief and sleep aid. And because we're a dual action sleep aid brand, each and every different product has 5-6 additional natural ingredients by clinicals for the secondary benefits. But yes, so melatonin is not an easy subject, frankly.
Thank you so much. All right, very good. Then I'm going to now ask my very dear friend Gautam to come up, introduce himself, and also to be here for the rest of the afternoon. Yeah. Yes.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Gautam Suri, and really thank you, Nicholas and Steve and Mary, for inviting me here. Meeting some old friends and making some new ones in the next 2 days. Just a little bit about me. I manage the consumer business for Pidilite Industries, which is a $1.5 billion company in Indian MNC in India, with a market cap of about $15 billion. And I've worked in consumer healthcare for now 18, 19 years. So we are a DIY and a consumer adhesives company. So we are very different from what the categories we talk about here. But I was here and, you know, Steve and Nicholas really said, hey, why don't you moderate a panel? So I'm here as an old first love of consumer health kind of guy to come back here and, you know, invite some of the eminent panel members. So my first guest is Evan Davey. He is the global CEO of Depth Health, a pioneering technology and marketing services company that creates integrated end-to-end digital experiences for brands such as Google, KFC, Philips, Audi, and also, by the way, Pidilite in India. That's something in common, right? With a background in computer science, Evan has spent the last 2 decades working with founders in the startup community, as well as leaders in enterprise, government, and healthcare to develop innovative and award-winning digital solutions. So over to Evan.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here today, and this is my first Nicholas Hall conference, so thank you for having me as a speaker. Today we're going to be exploring AI and emerging digital trends, and I thought the best way to start the presentation would be to give you a little taste of what our AI team created to promote our practice. So let's take a look.
We live in a world where information is abundant, but clarity is rare. In the midst of the noise, we're focused on bringing simplicity to the forefront. We find the extraordinary in the ordinary, the sublime out of the mundane, creating beauty from the everyday. We believe in building, running, and using AI solutions that enhance life, not hinder it.
No gimmicks. No nonsense.
Just genuine
progress.
That's a little intro to our AI practice that was entirely created with AI, as you could probably guess. My name is Evan Davey. I am Global CEO of Depth Health. I've been in the digital product space for about 20 years, where we've done a huge amount of work in the digital health space, a lot of that consumer facing, but we provide an end-to-end capability across technology and marketing at Depth across the entire health practice. Today, I'm going to give you a little brief introduction. We're going to have a chat about some health trends that we're seeing, emerging technology trends, and then I'll give you a little bit of a summary about Depth Health. Now, the headlines at the moment, it's very hard to pick up a newspaper virtually or physically and not see something about AI nearly every day. Particularly at the moment, because those of you who follow OpenAI might note that there's all sorts of chaos happening there at the moment, so they're particularly prevalent in the headlines. But when it comes to healthcare, there's a lot of big tech companies seeing massive opportunities in the market right now. If you look at JP Morgan, their CEO is saying that AI will let people live to 100, that will only be working 3.5 days a week. Microsoft has obviously placed a huge bet on AI, but is now developing tools to help doctors deliver better care. Google has announced new generative AI search capabilities for doctors specifically, and Amazon has put $4 billion into Anthropic to impact healthcare in this space. So there's a lot of optimism. There's obviously a lot of people seeing a lot of opportunity with AI in the healthcare sector. However, there are challenges ahead. for all of us, but particularly in a field as complex and as important as healthcare. We've got opinion pieces that are focusing heavily on the need to establish parameters for safe and ethical use of AI, and that is particularly important in the healthcare space. Regulators are also aware of this, with the WHO outlining considerations for the regulation of artificial intelligence in healthcare. There's interoperability needs that we need to take consideration of, and also trust. There's mention of the fact that Sam Altman himself doesn't even trust ChatGPT, so why should we? And right now, who knows who Sam actually works for, but I'm sure we'll find that out in the coming days. So that's what's in the headlines at the moment. If we have a look at exploring, if we have a look at the trends that we are seeing in healthcare, and I'm sure that many of you are aware of these trends, the ones that we wanted to unpack today and just share some of the work that we're doing in this space, around non-traditional avenues for healthcare services that are here to stay, that have largely occurred as a result of the pandemic, and then, the pandemic has driven an explosion in that context. Emerging tech is transforming care and research capabilities. That's super exciting. And obviously, healthcare systems themselves remain behind the curve from a digital transformation perspective. So let's dive into trend number one. Non-traditional avenues for healthcare services are here to stay. A recent survey said that 92% of consumers say convenience is the most important factor when choosing a primary healthcare provider. And as consumers adopt new avenues for care, they expect that the coordination between providers will be there. Hospital in the home is bridging in-person and at-home care, and the popularity of mental health apps particularly is showing very little sign of slowing down. And to that end, I wanted to share some of the work that we've been doing in this space. We've worked very successfully with Beyond Blue. Those of you who can tell my accent is Australian may also be aware of Beyond Blue, which is a very well-known mental health organisation in Australia. We worked with them to help take clinical research that showed if you put together what's called a safety plan, you can hugely reduce the likelihood that someone who's having suffering from severe depression and anxiety will attempt suicide. So we developed Beyond Now and Beyond Microphone. We developed a platform called Beyond Now. This is a digital aid that clinicians can effectively prescribe to their patients. And what it does is it helps them formulate a bunch of reasons to live. It's been incredibly effective. It came out of research from the US, and that had been taken up by Monash University in Australia. We worked with those researchers to digitize that research and turn it into a consumer app that could be then provided to those who are at risk. And the results have been absolutely amazing. We've 43% reduction in the attempt of suicide. It's been in the top 25 health apps in Australia since it was launched. And it's just a 7-step easy process to go through that piece. The top 25 stat is amazing and also terrifying and speaks to the challenge of suicide in Australia. We're also doing things like helping patients to respond to their clinicians' needs at home. In certain areas, this is much easier to do in Australia in a very highly regulated environment. What we've done is build platforms that allow clinicians to send surveys or to take PROM processes, have patients be able to take those home and complete them at home at later stages in their patient journey. And then that data is immediately sent back to the clinician's healthcare system and is inserted as a lab record. So effectively, we're using an existing infrastructure to facilitate a new workflow. We've also helped break down the barriers in new areas of medicine where you've got emerging treatments and you're waiting for the regulators to catch up. With medical cannabis, we helped bring together pharmacies, clinicians and patients and build a digital platform that brought all of those parties together and cut through red tape to help consumers access the drugs and the treatments that they needed. And then In the home, we're developing solutions like AbbeyBird, which is a physical product, an IoT product that you can place in the home or in aged care centres, and it is able to monitor the activity in those centres. It's an NB-IoT device. That means it doesn't require Wi-Fi or any configuration. You can just place it in the room and it automatically connects to the 4G network. And it can record movement and activity in the environment and allows us to keep track of our loved ones and understand that they are appropriately moving around their residence. We can use machine learning and AI to understand trends and then send alerts to loved ones or to carers or to the aged care facility to follow up on them. That's just a couple of examples mapping into trend one. Emerging tech is also transforming care and research capabilities. 97% of healthcare executives who believe continuous advances in technology are becoming more reliable than economic, political, or social trends in informing their organisation's long-term strategies. AI will help to reduce the physician burnout and save time and money where it is used appropriately. AR and VR will provide personalised, drug-free treatments. We're going to have a talk about that in a minute. And digital and IoT will transform the speed and quality of medical research. So some examples of work that we've done in this space. This is a fantastic example of a bunch of our teams coming together. We have a family practice that works with Sesame Street and Disney and builds all sorts of games. We work with them in our healthcare practice extensively. And we worked with Evelyn Chan, who's the founder of SmileyScope, and developed the world's first clinically validated virtual reality experience for pediatrics. So this is a product that has been developed initially to deal with needle procedures. None of us like going to have a needle procedure. I certainly don't. And what we did is we created a virtual reality experience that was specifically designed for pediatrics, but it works for adults too, you'll be happy to know. You go swimming under the sea with a dolphin, and as you're swimming under the sea, you have virtual arms, and fish come and nibble on your arm at the time of the procedure. And it tricks your brain and reduces the pain perception of the procedure. And in fact, 2 weeks ago, the FDA listed this product as the first ever virtual reality experience that's been approved for the use in treating pain. It's won a ton of awards, and the clinical trial that we put it through, it was the first clinically validated VR experience for pediatrics. Typically, virtual reality isn't recommended for kids under 12, but in this case, we've proved that it works incredibly well. And it was used all through the COVID pandemic, during the vaccination drives, all through Southeast Asia, the US and the UK, and it's now being used globally. So it's a fantastic use of virtual reality in that context. With Carly Healthcare, we're bringing hospital to home in a really easy and sort of breakthrough way of monitoring pregnancies in the home context. So typically, expectant mothers have to go and see a clinician in a hospital or at their practice to have the heart rate and fetal monitoring done on their unborn baby. With Carly, they've actually designed a device that can be used at home by mothers, but clinicians can remotely monitor the data that's coming out of the device. So we're in the process of putting this through a clinical trial at the moment. It's going to be listed with the FDA and the TGA as a listed software as a medical device. And the other thing that we're doing is we capture a heap of information when this is in process, and that is all being used and put through machine learning algorithms to allow us to infer additional information from that monitoring. So this is bringing the hospital in the home to the fore. In a totally different context and a totally different use case for AI, we're actually breaking down the barriers to learning sign language. So this is a program of work we've done with the American Society for Deaf Children, where we have used machine learning, and all you need is a camera and a web browser. You don't need any apps or anything else. You can go to fingerspelling.ai, and it will teach you how to sign. It will break down the barriers between you and someone who is hard of hearing. And actually, we have developed the world's largest database of hands to help us train the machine learning model that runs fingerspelling. This has been hugely successful. It's won a ton of awards. But more importantly, it's now part of the American Society for Deaf Children's training programs to help increase the number of people who can sign. So there are a few examples of the work that we've been doing around that second trend. Healthcare systems remain behind the curve in digital transformation. That might not be as much of a case here in Singapore, but where I come from in Melbourne, in Australia, it is absolutely the case. And I know it is in many countries around the world. So 97% of healthcare executives that want to change their existing data exchange mechanisms. You know, outdated systems are costly and leave hospitals vulnerable. Movement to the cloud is often expensive and is slow, and lagging implementations of health information exchange infrastructure is also hindering this situation. There are places around the world that are a fantastic example. I think Singapore is one of them. We have Estonia here as well, listed as an example. They have an incredible sort of model that I think the rest of the world can learn from, as does Singapore. But there are many places around the world that don't have that. And if you look at the stats around the US, the amount of money that's spent in the US as a share of GDP relative to Estonia, you can see the benefits of a well-structured system. But we are doing some things to help address this. In the US, during the pandemic, they had a lot of trouble tracking genomic sequencing, tracking the genome of COVID viruses that were in the population. We actually did a very good job of this in Australia, and I think Singapore did as well. But in the US, they had a huge challenge because they had all of these test results, but not enough clinicians who knew how to run the genomic sequencing workloads that would actually inform the variants of COVID that were in the population. So what we've done with the CDC is we're actually building an open source platform that takes an incredibly complex process to run these genomic sequencing workloads and makes it a simple 3-click wizard. And this is hugely breaking down the barrier for clinicians to be able to run and for lab technicians to be able to run these critical genomic sequencing workloads. And the other key piece is we're open sourcing it, which means that public health labs that don't have heaps of funding have access to an open source platform to run genomic workloads and don't have to rely on expensive commercial platforms. We've already got this running in 137 public health labs in the US, and we're able to reduce the training time by 95%. Next year with the CDC, it's going to form the basis of their bioinformatics platform, which is hugely exciting. So that's a taste of some of those trends and some of the work that we've been doing at Dept Health in that space. I know this is quite divergent from some of the other topics you've had today, but hopefully it's interesting. We're just going to tap into some emerging tech trends that we're seeing now. And tying this back to the original topic of AI, businesses that embrace AI operations will fare better in a tighter market. That's the first trend that we're going to talk about, and we'll dive into that, and I'll talk about the others in a minute. A big differentiator for organisations moving forward will be their ability to continue and enhance value through rapid AI change. That is a very complicated way of saying embrace AI early, understand it's changing and evolving, and be a part of that conversation. I think that's how I would distill that very long sentence. But importantly, by 2025, the 10% of enterprises that do this, that establish AI engineering best practices, will generate at least 3 times more value from their AI efforts than the 90% who don't. So get on board, I think is what we're saying here. Transparency with AI in the short term pays off in the long term. And this is something that we're very, very mindful at Dept of being transparent about how we're using AI, where we're using AI, what we're using, and how that's being surfaced, particularly when we're using, for instance, generative AI in some of the work we do in family and kids. So companies that take the initiative to prioritise honesty with their Gen AI usage will go far in gaining and retaining the trust of their audience. And 87% of consumers who think it should be required to clearly label, Of consumers who think it should be required to clearly label digital content created with AI, e.g. pretty much everyone says if you're generating content, we want to know that it's been generated by AI. And 50% of consumers say they can't distinguish between AI-generated content and non-AI generated content, and that is only going to get higher and higher as AI gets better and better. The other trend is linking the digital and physical patient experience will create more value. The future of health will continue to have multiple points, multiple touch points. Yeah, and just like retail, the future of health is rooted in the omni-channel customer experience. And I think that's been spoken about much today. Digital channels and devices will continue to grow as channels of information, engagement, and prevention. But 25% of the population uses smart wearables, but 90% of Americans search for health-related information across social media and content channels. And there's some really interesting examples of these areas all converging. So there's a case of a product that's been listed with the FDA to treat PTSD, to treat ADHD in kids, which is called Achille. And that is now crossing over into Roblox. So when kids play the game to help with their ADHD, they actually get rewards over in their metaverse environment, over in Roblox. So we're seeing healthcare treatments from a gameplay perspective blending over into metaverse experiences. We've also got products like the Oura Ring now connecting into leaders in mental health. So Oura and Headspace have partnered, and now if you are an Oura Ring user, there are certain trends that can be identified associated with stress, and if that occurs, then they surface to you Headspace mental health content to help address that. And more recently, in fact, this was announced last week, care pods have been announced. These are doctors' offices without doctors or nurses, where you can have common swabs, you can have blood taken. All of that is done with the help of AI and robotics without the need for a physical clinician, even though the clinician is the one at the moment that is reviewing the material that comes out of the care pods before prescriptions are made. So that's just touching on some of the tech trends that we're seeing. I just wanted to finish with a little bit about Dept Health, so you have a little bit more context about our practice. Dept is a global digital agency. We span technology and marketing 50-50 between the two parts of our business. We're about 4,000 people globally in about 29 countries, and we've won Webby Agency of the Year and Lovey Agency of the Year for the last 2 years. We've been around since 2015, grown very quickly from a team of 120 in Amsterdam 8 years ago to over 4,000 people across the world. We've got about 800 people in APAC. Dept Health is a subdivision of Dept that focuses in the digital health space. We're about 350 people globally, and we've got offices and capability across the US, Europe, and APAC. This is a short video that just gives you a little summary of some of the work, and you'll see some of the cases that we touched on today.
Dept Health, pioneering care for care pioneers. Connecting communities. Saving lives. Building trust. Powering research. Closing gaps. Telling stories. Crafting a smarter future. We offer comprehensive expertise and world-class solutions across a broad spectrum of services, with the key certifications to build software as a medical device. We help in developing, designing, and growing award-winning digital health products and experiences. Together, we're shaping a better tomorrow, supporting our belief that all of us deserve a smart and healthy future. Dept Health, pioneering care.
So that's just a little taste of some of the work that we're doing in Dept Health. Dept Health is based off our long history of working directly in the health space, but also crossing over into government and public sector. I mentioned we have a family practice that works with the likes of Sesame Street and Disney that also crosses over into our healthcare practice. We've also worked extensively in the startup space, so we've kind of got our finger on the pulse of what's happening at the very edge of technology and trends. And as you've seen, we have a range of practices across Dept that span into commerce, growth, digital marketing, but also emerging spaces like AI and Web3. Our vision for the future is working towards a value-based, we are working towards a value-based healthcare future. Value-based healthcare aims to deliver the best possible outcomes for patients while being efficient in spending. During the pandemic and beyond, healthcare systems have made significant strides towards a value-based approach, establishing a patient-centric and data-driven model for delivering healthcare. At Dept, we've always held the belief that the right digital products developed with care and expertise will make a better tomorrow, solving human problems end-to-end by delivering emerging technologies and practical applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you so much. So we'll take the questions in the end, because we have a 40-minute panel discussion as well. Thank you so much. Please take your seat, Evan. So Evan basically talked about two things, right? So he divided his presentation into two parts. The first part was around healthcare trends. He talked about healthcare services are here to stay, and of course we know that. Helping elderly live a comfortable life and on their own was a very big eye-opener for me, and thank you for sharing that, Evan. Then you talked about emerging tech and transforming care and research capabilities. I really like the work that you're doing with the pregnant moms, monitoring app. And then healthcare systems remain behind the curve in digital transformation. We all know that, and I'm going to ask you that more in the panel discussion. In effect, technology democratizes access, and I think Dept as an agency is right up there for democratizing that access across multiple categories, right? So I represent a very, very different category, and I've seen them work in tandem with creating the right infrastructure, to building a consumer-centric app, to creating a nice module for enabling DIY at home. So a lot of good work happening at Dept. The second point that he talked about, and we are again going to discuss a lot more on this in the panel discussion, is AI is here to stay. It is not about if, but how and when we embrace it, right? All organizations that you represent will be at different stages of evolution. It's more about how do you embrace the AI and the generative AI platforms in your areas of businesses. And it'll be good to understand more from some of our panel members, later in the day or later in the afternoon, to understand, okay, what does it take for an organization to enable or to embrace AI and generative AI as platforms or technology practices in their organizations. All right, with that, we come to the next speaker, Luis Payet. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Peach Health. He will talk about consumerization of healthcare using... Sorry, do we have a coffee break? Oh, I'm so sorry. All right. Oh, okay. All right. So my bad. All right, so we have a coffee break now. Enjoy. How many? 30 minutes, is it? We have a coffee break for 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, you got a laugh.
After a much refreshing tea break, one of the pillars of building a self-care business is also how do you consumerize the science behind your products, or how do you consumerize also the healthcare ecosystem or the digital tools behind your product. So I think to talk about more about that is, let me welcome Louis Payet, who's the CEO of Peach Health Asia and also one of the co-founders of the company. Just to give a little bit of background about Louis, he has worked across Asia-Pacific region for the last 20 years and has a diverse healthcare background ranging from investment banking, this I didn't know, Louis, corporate development, medical research and company management. Giving something back to the community in Asia is one of his passions, and Peach Health was established with this goal in mind. Louis has a strong interest in digital health space. He was instrumental in setting up a digital partner development program in Asia while at Sinclair Pharma, and then in Zurich, he led creation and execution of the company's digital therapeutics initiative, which resulted in the formation of a licensing partnership with Twill Health in 2022, covering 10 countries in the Asia region. This was the first prescription digital therapeutics partnering deal in the region, covering these territories. In fact, Louis and I also go back a long way with his role at Zurich Pharma. And you know, this panel was not decided basis my relationship with all the panel members. It's just so uncanny that I've worked with all the three agency partners here. So, Louis, over to you. Take it on, mate.
How can we use digital tools to provide patient-centric care? And for the purpose of my talk, I'm going to go very practical. So we're going to look at companies which have been successful in delivering patient-centric care using digital tools, which have scaled businesses predominantly in the United States. We'll look at the large number of companies that have failed and what lessons can we learn from those companies. And then we'll take a look at what can we do in the CHC space. So what is relevant to the audience who are active in the consumer health space. So I always love to start my talks with a quote, and Peter Hisson is a thought leader in the healthcare space. And really we are at the cusp of a era in healthcare where we have a confluence of technology, AI, and other supporting factors which can really allow us to now deliver true patient-centric care to our consumers. And for the benefit, of course, what this delivers to our consumers is everyone can potentially live longer, healthier lives. Now, patient-centric businesses don't necessarily need to come from any kind of healthcare company. And the benefit of digital has been, we see now a large variety of companies going into the healthcare space and delivering patient-centric care models that don't even have a healthcare background. All of these companies should be familiar to you, but this is more to set the scene to show this is what you can potentially do if you are looking at patient-centric care models. First one is Amazon. So Amazon is not a healthcare company, started its business as an e-commerce platform. But the company, as everyone knows, has been making aggressive moves into the healthcare space. And this really ramped up in 2022 when the company acquired One Medical for about $4 billion. This gave the company a huge primary care footprint, gave it access to a large network of employee insurance contracts, and also gave it a hybrid care model, which means it has a virtual care model and it has access to physical offices where patients can go to seek treatment. The One Medical model started in the insurance space, but Amazon is a consumer company. So they switched this model now to the direct-to-consumer model, and they're selling these healthcare services through their Prime subscription. So it's a subscription-based model. And how is this patient-centric? Well, Amazon is a company which is obsessed with the consumer experience. And so for their perspective, how can I make my patient experience now much more consumer-friendly? And so for them, they're looking at how can I develop a convenient, 24, easily accessible, easily payable model for my customers. This is one example. Walmart. So Walmart, you go buy your groceries, you go buy your clothes. It's basically a one-stop shop for everything that you may want to acquire. And this whole philosophy has now also entered its mind when it's looking at how can I go into the healthcare space. And you may have read in the news recently, particularly for negative reasons, because a lot of their pharmacists now are on strike in the United States, is that Walmart entered the healthcare space in 2019. And very much similar to the philosophy they have with their shops. The principle of their model is, I want to basically put as much of much healthcare variety as I can into one space. So when the consumer walks into my shop, they can get access to x-rays, pharmacy services, vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. So their model of a consumer-friendly or a patient-centric business is, how can I create an on-demand, highly convenient, accessible model for my customers in my shops. The next company doesn't need any kind of introduction. When we think of Apple, we think of Steve Jobs, we think of the iPhone. Apple as well now is going into the healthcare space as well, but in a very different model to the previous two companies. So rather than go into directly delivering healthcare to people, Apple is going in the direction of, I'm the data provider. So what they're trying to do is to take the Apple Watch and their other devices, capture patient data, and then provide a seamless way for the data to be shared with doctors. So from their perspective, patient-centric means I enable the patient-centric journey. We need data to provide patient-centric care to consumers, and that's the model they want to pursue. Lastly, and this one's the most interesting one, because if you had told me that a television retailer would be going to healthcare, I would have called you crazy. But recently, Best Buy has made a massive push into the at-home care model, primarily in the US. And really, again, it's not just a matter of selling equipment. They are going after a patient-centric consumer model. And the model here is that they are working to set up a highly convenient way for patients to access an at-home care setup within their house. So they are one supplier of all the equipment necessary. They also provide all the setup. So they'll go to your house, set up the at-home care network. They'll make sure it's connected. They'll make sure that you're able to connect with your healthcare professional so that the doctor can see your data. They'll also make sure that there's 24-hour care available. So the company's not just setting up, not providing just equipment, they are providing a patient-centric care model. 4 very different companies, 4 very different patient-centric care models. So taking a step back, there aren't that many purely digital health companies that have been highly scalable and have been successful. Most of these come from the United States. But what I will do now is look at 2 of these companies, go into the details of how they provide patient-centric care, and then see how they've been able to create a viable commercial model. Now, the first company I'll speak about is Hinge Health. And Hinge Health is a digital health company that provides joint pain support. So it focuses on the musculoskeletal space. And its business is centered around an app which allows patients to perform exercise therapy at home to treat joint pain, back pain, etc. And the company is quite sizable. So when I talk about scalable, I'm talking about businesses which are generating more than a few $100 million in revenue, businesses which are treating a couple of 100,000 patients on an annual basis. That to me is a scalable business. And Hinge clearly meets this objective. Now, I mentioned already that the company treats musculoskeletal conditions. They provide a wide range of care across different areas, such as chronic, acute, and preventative treatment. The other interesting thing is the company did start as a purely virtual company. They were only providing care through their app. What they've done now is they start to open up physiotherapist offices. So they're moving to what we call a hybrid care model. You have digital care options, you have physical care options. Really important later when we talk about success models, the company was very clear in terms of identifying who's going to be their payer and then work very close to that payer. So in this case, Hinge chose to go down the US employer insurance route. And when we talk about patient-centric care models, we ask ourselves, what does that look like? And in the case of Hinge, it's very, very clear what they've done. First of all, they created an end-to-end care management process for their patients. When a patient buys into the service and logs into the app, from end to finish of the treatment, they stay within the Hinge ecosystem. They do not leave that ecosystem. So Hinge brings, for example, into that process its technology, physiotherapists, healthcare coaches, and all other ancillary processes. So everything is controlled by the Hinge group to create that end-to-end patient care journey. The other thing to mention as well is that the delivery of care, and this is what we talk about when we say what is the best type of patient-centric care models, the company is delivering a holistic care model. So it's not just treating the disease, which in this case is joint pain. It's also providing care around things like educating the patient, because we want patients to take control of their own healthcare. It provides a community where patients can speak to other sufferers of joint pain and understand how they're treating the disease. It also provides support through health coaches in lifestyle management. So for example, a big comorbidity with joint pain is being overweight. It contributes to the disease. So can we help patients manage their lifestyle so they can reduce the incidence of the disease? So this is how the company generates its care model. The next company I'll talk about exists in terms of technology. It doesn't exist in name because it was acquired in 2021 by Teladoc. So Livongo, very different business model, but a lot of similarities with Hinge Health. What they do is the company started out as a chronic disease management company, but they really made their mark in the diabetes space, which is where they generated most of their revenue. The company has a glucose blood measuring product, and it's linked to an app. And so between the biometric data that the company collects and the app itself, they've been able to generate a very simple care model to manage patients on diabetes. And I mentioned already the company was acquired for about $18.5 billion by Teladoc in 2021, I believe. Now, because the company was listed, we got a good chance to see some of the metrics. And again, scalable business, they're generating about $500 million in annualized revenue at the time of acquisition. They're roughly treating about 500,000 patients at that time as well. Same path to market as a Hinge in this case. And if you look at the care model and how they choose to deliver a patient-centric care model, there's a lot of similarities again with the Hinge model. The models are highly personalized. They use the data they receive from the app and the biometric data, and they create a highly personalized model for the patient. Slightly different to Hinge is that the model is only guided by health coaches. But the thing to remember here is that there's always a human involved in the delivery of this care process. And the holistic care model is almost identical to Hinge. They provide things like community, education for the patient to manage their disease, and lifestyle management as well. So what can we take away from these companies which are being successful? So the two that I just mentioned are other companies as well. The first one is absolute requirement. You need to find the right payer. So whatever your business model is, whoever you want to pay for your service, you need to be able to find the right payer for that digital health model, and then work with and manage that payer to be able to deliver value to that payer. So I mentioned before that several US companies, and there are actually a number of examples in the United States, have gone down the employee insurance benefits route, and they've been highly successful in that space. Of course, remembering that when you go down the insurance route, there are two components that you also need to have. One is efficacy data. No one's going to pay for anything which doesn't work. The other part of this is also ROI data. Insurers pay for delivery of value. And so if a company wants to go down this insurance route, they need to have that value clearly identified and generated. The other part of this, the other big learning from this space is none of these digital health companies talk about a product. Consumers do not care if you have a digital health product. What they care about is a service and what that service does. And so all of these companies position themselves as a service provider. Hinge is a service provider treating musculoskeletal disease. They do not talk about the app, even though the app is a central part of the care that they deliver. The other part of this is that, the other learning from these two companies and others is that it's essential to have a human component here. And the most important thing that a human does within this care process, compared to a just purely virtual digital process, is that the human drives compliance. Compliance of patients on using digital products without a human intervention is in the low single digits. It's very low. The difference is if you get a HCP involved, like a primary care physician or a physiotherapist, who looks at your disease and says, you need to go use this product, patients tend to comply with the usage. You also have the health coach, which calls the patients once every 1 or 2 weeks and supports their engagement through the care process. So this has been a critical parameter which has made these companies successful. The other part is, and this is a bit more difficult to achieve, but it's actually critical to be able to control that delivery environment. So if you are creating a service and you're bringing elements in that service, the successful companies have been able to control everything within that process and to generate an end-to-end care model. This is not always possible because the more deeper you go into the medical sector, the harder it is to have this level of control. But without this level of control, it's very hard to ensure that the patient receives the quality of experience you're trying to drive through your healthcare service. And this one is a no-brainer, right? We're talking about digital health products here. So no digital health product is going to be curing cancer, for example. You need to choose the right indication and the right place to play with. And typically these virtual care models have been very strong in lifestyle management, mental health spaces, and things like long-term care delivery and chronic disease management. Okay, so we looked at a couple of lessons from some very successful companies. Now, I would say probably 90% of all the digital health companies that have popped up in the last couple of years have failed, or failed to become scalable. And there's a number of reasons why. Probably the least relevant one to an audience which is focusing on consumer health is the deeper you go into the care process, the harder it gets to drive a scalable business. It is extremely difficult working with doctors, working with hospitals, trying to get involved in care processes, trying to work and integrate yourself into that whole care process. And it's very, very hard for companies to scale their businesses trying to do this. Now, if you are trying to drive more of an integrated care business, you have to. But it's a fact of the matter that it's very hard to do this. Also, there's the whole component of tech support. So if you're trying to work with a hospital, how are you integrating your tech product with a hospital? Where's the patient data going? How's the doctor accessing that product? There's a whole level of complexity which makes it very difficult to work in this space. This is almost a repeat of what the point I brought up before, but again, there are so many companies which have failed in the digital health space, which have failed to find a workable payer model. A great example, Pear Therapeutics, listed company on the NASDAQ, collapsed early this year and went bankrupt. Key reason the company gave was they just could not get enough insurance providers to cover their product before the collapse of the company. So this is critical, and the real critical path to remember here, and when we're talking, and I'm talking now at a consumer health conference, so when I say payer, I'm not necessarily talking about insurers. I'm also talking about consumers. So if you are trying to find the right payer model, you must be able to have the correct kind of value creation through your digital service so that that patient or that consumer or that insurer will pay for that service. So this one, again, seems like a no-brainer, but you'd be surprised how many companies do this. All right? And remembering that one of the biggest criticisms of digital health companies is that they're designed by tech people who don't understand healthcare, right? So what happens is people design products and they find out, damn, I thought there was an unmet need and there isn't one. So they miss a line. But the other big problem is that sometimes companies do identify the unmet need correctly, but then they have a poor product market fit. A great example of this is there are hundreds of diabetes products in the market, digital health products in the market. And there is a big unmet need to support the management of diabetes, which is a chronic care disease. However, very few of these diabetic products have been successful. So however these products have been designed, however they deliver that care, there's clearly an unmet and a poor product market fit in that case. This is one of the most challenging aspects of the work in the digital health space. Getting that right mix of scalability and profitability is extremely difficult. So the two companies I showed you before, yes, they're scalable. No, they're not profitable yet. So Livongo was losing about $7 million at the time that it was sold. And Hinge is forecast to achieve profitability in 2024. Now, the challenge that you see here is when you looked at when I said that companies in this space try to bring together that end-to-end care process, it's expensive. You're hiring physiotherapists, you're hiring health coaches, you're hiring sales and marketing teams, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of inputs into that process. And a lot of companies struggle to get that mix between the cost inputs that go into the process versus what is the price I can charge people in the market. And the last one is clinical data. And I say here that clinical data needs to be sufficient for the place that you want to work in or the direction of your product. If you're in the CHC space, clinical data needs to be there. It doesn't need to be as rigorous if you go down the medical channel. If you want to go work with doctors and you want to sell a digital healthcare service to a doctor, you need a placebo-controlled study to prove efficacy. Otherwise, no doctor is going to touch this. If you want to go to insurers, you need an additional level of data again, which is health economics data. So getting the right clinical data for the type of service you're trying to create is also critical. So one thing I want to talk about before I jump into examples in the CHC space is it's critical to understand that the registration route and the path to market in the digital health space do not need to be aligned. Now, I come from the pharma space. If I register a drug in the market, there's only one place it's going to go, which is to a doctor. Right? I'm not legally selling drugs to consumers. So it's much more clear-cut in other areas. But for a digital health service, there's quite a bit of a disconnect. And the reason for that is a lot of companies, when they generate digital health products, they sell services, right? So they don't talk about the product itself. A great example is Ro Health, which is the company, the direct-to-consumer under no registration, RH. So Ro Health is actually a strong primary care company. It's a medically orientated product, yet it has no registration for its product, and it's a direct-to-consumer product as well. The way that it does this model is it encourages consumers to join their service, and it provides primary care services to very specific disease areas like sexual health, men's and women's problems, et cetera, et cetera. And it provides a seamless holistic care model as well, centered around the primary care space. So it is a medical product and a medical company, but targeting the direct-to-consumer route. And so there are multiple different routes that you can go down, depending on your product and the kind of direction and target market that you're going after. Okay, so taking this discussion now closer to home to a company which is in the consumer health space. So GNC, it's fascinating to read about GNC because they've gone in the last year very heavily into the digital space to try and drive their business. And the model they're pursuing, the strategy is very, very clear. So GNC, clearly, we had them in Singapore, but they're a US company as a supplements provider. GNC's perspective here is that from a strategic perspective, when they're going to the digital spaces, they are trying to get much more patient-centric with their sales process. They want a much more deeper engagement with the consumer, and they want to be able to find ways to be able to market and engage with their consumers better to be able to sell their supplements to their customers. And this is the principle behind the reason for going into the digital space, which is what I'm about to show you. Now, the first thing they did, which is actually quite surprising, is they jumped straight into the primary care space. So they set up a telehealth business, and they're selling primary care services on a subscription model. So you can access a GP, you can access lifestyle coaches through the subscription plan that they've set up. The other thing they're offering as well, the link to the fact that they're in the primary care space, is they're now going into generics. Quite different from the supplements business. But this was just a start, and it began sometime in 2023. Just in October of this year, now they've actually started to refine that process a bit more. And from my perspective, you can see that refinement coming into how do you match the digital healthcare services I'm offering to being able to sell my supplements. And now what they've done is they've refined, for example, the primary care offerings they've done. So they're saying, look, I'm offering specific, I'm going to address specific elements within the primary care space, such as allergy, asthma, sexual health, skin conditions, cold or flu, etc. But the one thing you can see very clearly here, that there's a very easy link between the supplements they sell and the kind of disease indications they're trying to address. The other part of this is that they're also expanding their healthcare offerings. They're going to physical therapy, similar to a Hinge type model that I just mentioned before. They're also going to mental health. So again, models which are very, very aligned very nicely with products that can be delivered through a virtual channel. And they've expanded their drug portfolio. So clearly the company is making a very strong attempt to match up its portfolio with being able to manage that patient and work very closely with the patients. The other part of this is they're looking at a store redesign concept as well. So this one to me makes the most sense. So if you ask yourself, why do people buy supplements? People use supplements for preventative care measures. You don't use supplements for acute disease treatment. And so what the company has done is they're looking at how can I use health coaches to now drive that patient lifestyle journey? How can I use health coaches to provide a much more holistic care journey to the patient? And in that process, try to get them to buy more of my supplements as well. So they're going much more deeper into that care journey with the patient, but staying now more at the health and wellness level, not into the primary care space. And then using that engagement to be able to sell their products. So, but I consider that to be more of an emphasis on preventative care, and it's a much tighter, for example, mix of digital and also product mix. And also, of course, since this is an in-store concept, it adds another experience for the patient or the consumer to walk into their stores. So the whole journey that GNC is trying to execute here is very clearly summed up by their CEO, which is for GNC, we're trying to support our customers' health and wellness journey, but we want to be able to keep our brands top of mind as well. So linking that patient journey together with the products they sell. So I'm just going to quickly touch on a couple of areas where consumer health companies have been playing in the digital health space. And even though these areas themselves could potentially lead to direct ROIs, direct generation of revenues, sell products, etc., one of the most important things to think about, and we are now talking about AI and data, is that these companies are trying to get a much deeper engagement with the customers. They want that patient data. The data that they can generate from these kind of models is much, much deeper than they can ever get selling products through a pharmacy, selling products through an e-commerce model. And this is what is driving a number of these different models, as you saw with the GNC model previously. The first one is, and this is more of a pharma model, but I've seen some CHC companies trying this, is that you can link a discrete digital tool to a specific product and drive sales of that product through this digital tool. Now, I mentioned before it's an established pharma model. So good example, Eli Lilly, breast cancer products. they have a supportive digital therapeutic they provide to the breast cancer patients. Those patients who use the product have shown a very clear willingness to stay on their treatment longer, they sustain their treatment better. So by helping the patient manage their treatment and disease, they can sell more of the product because the patient complies to their treatment for longer. Very clear ROI, very clear value creation model for the pharma companies. And we've seen some other companies in the CHC space trying to look at such commercial models. The second one is more aligned to what GNC is trying to do. So rather than go specific product, specific digital health product, let's go broad. Let's try and get more involved into the health and wellness journey of the patient by offering potential free ways to be able to engage and work with those consumers. And by doing this now, I can link those consumers' activities to the ability to sell products to them. So I now have a much more deeper engagement with those consumers. And from a company like GNC, which sells many different products, this kind of model offers much more flexibility, because regardless of what the reason the patient comes in to get treated, you potentially have a product to be able to sell to that patient. So a much more flexible model. And of course, as I said before, the data allows a much more enhanced customer engagement strategy. The last one here is more what I would call a digital therapeutics model, which is, can you then create a product which delivers a defined clinical indication or clinical benefit to the patient and sell that as a service to the patient? That's the Hinge model, that's the Livongo model that the companies have generated. And here what we'd look at is companies are now exploring this, but they're exploring areas where they have complementary expertise. So if you're an expert in the skincare space, you'd want to look at a supportive digital therapeutic product within the skincare area. And we see a number of companies looking at this type of model. And here again, the idea behind it is, yes, you have a much deeper customer engagement, but you also have now a differentiated product service offering. So you're not just selling a product, you have a product plus an additional service benefit to your consumers. Okay. Last slide. So, of course, Peach Health, I wouldn't be here talking about patient-centric models if Peach Health wasn't trying to get in this space as well and in this area. In Peach Health has a very specific model which we call our personalized care model, where we also provide end-to-end services to patients. So using digital tools to create end-to-end patient-centric care models supported by HCPs. And one of the first areas we're looking at is the musculoskeletal space. So the model I'm showing you here is a model that we're using for the MSK space. And what I said before, when we talk about an end-to-end care model, what does that look like? An end-to-end care model means everything from the patient sourcing process to the final assessment after that patient has received treatment, to the recovery process is fully managed within that one ecosystem and environment, using resources that Peach Health brings to the table. The other important thing I forgot to mention is that Peach Health's business model has been set up to commercialize third-party products. So we don't build digital health products. There's just so many products out in the market, there's absolutely no reason why anyone should be building more products unless you have something unique you want to do. So for example, in our case here, we're looking at the MSK space. There's about 30 products that I can license and bring into Singapore. So there's no shortage of products available to be able to deliver this kind of model. And of course, from a patient sourcing perspective, if we look at the MSK space, there's a couple of key routes to be able to source patients from. Again, you need the infrastructure to be able to do that, which Peach Health delivers within that care model. In terms of resources that I need to drive this model, the things that we bring to the table when creating these patient-centric end-to-end care models, a healthcare professional. So in this case, for an MSK product, we're looking at physiotherapists to be able to support this care delivery. Health coaches, which are critical to be able to manage patient goals, manage the patient life cycle, and ensure that they're compliant to the treatment process. Sales and marketing teams go without say, and key account management teams, because we're working with insurers and big key customers. So you need those resources in place. And the other part of the jigsaw puzzle we bring together is the digital integration platform. What does this mean? If you actually have a medical device product, so software is a medical device product, and you want to commercialize it in Asia, every country requires that data be held locally. You cannot move patient data out of the country, Singapore included. And so a platform is needed to host that patient data. So this is the kind of process, or this is Peach Health's view on how we would actually move as well, how we're moving in the patient-centric care space. So I hope that was informative, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Louis. Let me just summarize again. I really like the summaries just to wake us up and reflect upon what the speakers talk about. It's always good to summarize the hard work, and I'm sure it must have been a lot of effort to make this presentation as well. So first, Louis talked about patient-centric care, and he talked about best practices both at the retail level, which I found very interesting, so Amazon and also Walmart. Then he talked about two companies as well, which is Hinge Health and Livongo. He talked about how they are creating the ecosystem to deliver these patient-centric solutions. And then I'll come to the 1B part of that first half of your presentation, which was more around you thinking about more as a service provider versus any product. I would just add, maybe if with your permission, to say, if you were to create an ecosystem of solutions for any healthcare need for your consumers or your patients and put them at the front of everything that you do, then I think it'll be a very nice and wonderful ecosystem that you could create, be it a product or a service or a technical solution, right? So that was the first half of the presentation, and the second half was around challenges and complexity. While we share best practices here, but very often we don't share the challenges and complexity. So thank you so much for sharing all the challenges and complexity for managing a healthcare business. It is very critical to understand the environment. So understand where you are today before you decide where you want to be. I think that was one big learning for me. Second one was talking about compliant but profitable growth, right? So it is important that growth is an imperative for us. Nicholas briefly alluded to it in the morning, that we are not growing organically as an industry. So it is important that we grow and we get more occasions of purchase with our consumers. And the third piece was around the regulatory environment that we operate in, right? It is very, very important that we engage with the regulators in an effective manner to build our self-care business. So I think those 2 points really resonated well with me. And third was, of course, your spiel, which we'll discuss in our panel discussion. Okay, thank you so much, Louis. One of the important things as marketers we always talk about is how do you engage with your patients and consumers in a nice, effective and efficient and engaging manner, right? So over here to invite Pierre Robinet, who is the president for Ogilvy Health Asia. Pierre is a senior consultant with extensive experience in supporting global businesses in their marketing and business transformation, advising business leaders in leading the change and designing future-ready, data-infused customer experiences and new business models. It's very hard to read all this, but as a business person, but I'm trying to. Having worked across Europe, North America, and Asia, Pierre led global transformation agenda for AXA, MSD, Sanofi, Nestle, to name a few companies. By the way, Ogilvy, I work closely with Ogilvy in India. That's the third one. Starting with a specific remit on leading the growth and innovation practice for the region, Pierre is now the managing director of Ogilvy Consulting SEA and also leading the Asia consulting practice for Ogilvy. Yeah, so over to you, Pierre, for showing us today driving engagement efficiently.
Wow. Okay. I don't know where to start. It's first, I would like to really thank you very much for having me today. I'm so pleased with this event. I don't know about you, but I think we had an amazing conversation, and what I like, it's very intimate, and all the people who are in the room are very expert in their field, so it's really insightful. So I'm very pleased to be here. So look, I am very simply the president of Ogilvy Health in Asia, which is the health division from Ogilvy, the advertising agency, right? And I want to give you a bit of my point of view about the way we should just reinvent healthcare marketing these days with everything that we discussed today. I don't know about you, but I love life a lot, right? I sometimes say that I would love to get 8 lives in parallel. One for my son, one for my other son, one for my wife, one for my work, because I love work, one for my sport, right? Unfortunately, we only have one. But a couple of years ago, when I basically, when these covers of this magazine popped up, I thought, okay, then maybe I have another 100 years. I was very excited about it, right? And at the time, I was a bit before my 40s, so then you were all trying to do the math. And I was really living intensely, right? Like many of us. I'm French, I was drinking wine. I was at that time smoking. I didn't care at all about my health. And something really good happened to me is, in a sense, it's the COVID crisis. Because like many people, I went into this crisis and just basically stayed home, working on Zoom 12 hours a day, just taking a glass of wine at the end of the day to relax, which was definitely the right thing to do. And after a couple of months, I got another 6 kg, right? And that's the time where I really thought that I should change my lifestyle. And I drastically changed it. I started to really look after my health. And then I met this guy, Forja. I don't know if you met this guy before and if you know him. And then I thought, okay, maybe I have another 100 years, but I can maybe also run the marathon when I will be 100 years old, which is what that guy did. And I thought, if I really care about myself, so I stopped smoking, which finally was not so hard, lost 12 kg, did into 2 hours of sport a day. I haven't drunk a glass of wine for the last 3 months. Not sure some of you, as a French people, it's tough, I tell you. No. But then I started to feel how good could be the life. And I think we just need to realize how amazing is our body, right? Some of you may have heard about this last documentary on Netflix, which is Naiad, about this woman. She failed swimming from Cuba to Florida when she was 30-year-old. She finally succeeded at the age of 66, swimming 48 hours amongst sharks and jellyfish. Just 48 hours of swimming in the water. And she did it after having failed 5 times. That's the beauty of our health and our body, right? So the reason I tell you all of that in my personal story is just because it's not it's a very common story. And there are more and more people who basically look after their health. And more people who are searching for healthcare products, right? We've done a survey. 80% of the respondents confirmed that they want to manage their well-being and mental well-being. By the way, we haven't spoken enough about mental well-being, which is super essential as well. So I'm not alone, in this behavior change and embracing this new chapter. But of course, ultimately, this comes with very new challenge. And I think one of the biggest one of the industry, in the meantime, is the rise of infodemics and misinformation. So when basically we are more and more consuming health content online, trying to manage our healthcare, our health and well-being, we can read so stupid things online. I work with a lot of vaccine companies and vaccine clients for a while. I can't tell you how stupid are some of the articles that I receive, produced by wrong people that basically put that online to spread misinformation. So in the meantime, we also live in a world where sources of influence are very different. We are consuming that content online, so we can definitely bump into this very wrong content. But the reality is we need to take into consideration we follow more and more and we trust those individuals. Whether they are macro influencers, doctors, they are the new voice, they are the one who guide us. And I just go more on TikTok, you will see how many well-being, wellness content, snackable content you can find, whether it is about oral health, gym, mental well-being, which is a bit weird, right? We want to get out of screen, but these are where you can find the most relevant content to manage your well-being. So, you won't be surprised as well that we are in a world where basically e-commerce is rising at light speed, And I think that we discussed this a bit today. We just need to take that in consideration in our new marketing mix. We saw previously in the case studies how, the commerce part is very important. And that is also drastically changing because in the meantime, we have a massive change in the infrastructure and the rise of those new platforms, especially after COVID, which basically give an access to health services, to health product, to the patient and the consumers, in a very easy way. And that basically are reinventing, redesigning this entire ecosystem. So we are at the time where the commerce platform trying to take the lead, the healthcare new platform and telemedicine vendors are trying to take the lead as well on selling the products to their customers and basically getting this intimate relationship with those customers. So what is really important as well, with all that context, is to understand our human needs and our human expectation have changed. And in Ogilvy, we did just at the time COVID hit a research to basically understand the gap that we could find between consumers' expectation and what brands were delivering. And as you can see here, 75% of global consumers across multiple categories, right? Across hospital, travel, across multiple categories, 75% of global consumers say brand need a wellness strategy as part of their core mission. However, it's only 40% who said brands consider their wellness as a priority. So there is a massive gap, which means a massive opportunity, right? And the gap, why do we have such gap? But there are basically three reasons. There is an availability gap. And you know how much sometimes in this part of the world you just can't find a product or you can't get the product in the hands of consumers. There is a value gap. There is a massive affordability challenge for a lot of people in this part of the world. And ultimately, there is what I call an authenticity gap, which is where sometimes we need to tone down a bit of the claims that brands, what brands are claiming in regards to basically what they are really, really delivering. So ultimately, when you look at all of that and that research and these new contexts, I thought, and we basically, working with our clients, that we need to reinvent healthcare marketing. And I'm glad that and Louis just brought up before the importance of patient centricity, and Evan talked about, a value-based care model, because that means that we need to embrace this new chapter as well when we engage with customers, with consumers, and we need to think about putting that patient centricity into our marketing. You could see so many publications about patient-centric, big pharma companies who want to be patient-centric, but what does that mean in marketing? How to be patient-centric in marketing? How do you ensure that what you do in terms of marketing activities will definitely deliver, of course, growth, because everyone wants growth, but a better patient outcome, right? So for us, there are basically three pillars, and they're very simple. And I want to show you some case studies because we're at the end of the day. I even changed slightly my presentation so it could be a bit more animated and fun at the end of the afternoon. I think first, we need to really work with a lot of empathy when we create the content, wherever goes this content. And when I mean empathy, it starts with emotion, but it could be fun as well. So I've decided to pick up two cases that will explain how we could be emotional and fun in consumer health. The point number two, ultimately, is how we need to manage influencer. Influencer marketing is inevitable to basically win in that space, and it's something very complicated to handle. But across all the wellness and healthcare categories, I can tell you this is where I saw the highest impact in terms of business and engagement. And point number three, very related to what has been said before, we need to embrace a really omni-channels journey and see how we can use technology and data to connect the dots amongst all those phases of the consumer journey. So let me first, just get into a bit of an emotional theme, which I feel is not a consumer health direct product, but it's definitely the kind of the campaign that we do to engage with consumers on those health topics.
Philips is famous for consumer electronics, But they want the world to know that they also create healthcare technology that improves people's lives. So we set out to create a campaign that used music to change the lives of a group of people with one thing in common. Every breath is a battle.
I went into full-on lung failure. I was in a coma for around 3.5 weeks. After that, I had to be on oxygen.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
How I wonder what you are.
Okay, you're just speaking. Breathing for singing just needs a little bit of thought and a little
With the help of world-renowned choir master Gareth Malone and Philips Simply Go Mini portable oxygen concentrator.
Yeah, that's so much nicer.
This group of unlikely people came together to do something they never thought they could. Learn to sing. In just 5 days, they were transformed.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every
The choir performed a custom choral arrangement of the Police's Every Breath You Take, composed by Gareth Malone specifically for people with breathing difficulties. Their performance captured the hearts of millions of viewers. Many watched over 17 minutes of original content, and some were even inspired to join in. The choir was featured in major publications, triggered hundreds of articles, and tens of thousands of tweets and blog posts, resulting in 650 million media impressions. And revenue for Philips oxygen devices rose 14% compared to the previous quarter, reaching an all-time high. There's always a way to make life better.
So first, emotion. But second could be fun. And I know that earlier today I just heard about some gastric kind of issues, and sometimes it's really complicated to talk about those things, right? So I want to show you how we can really talk about constipation in a fun way, which, to be honest, it's not easy.
Small hard stools, like nuts. Sausage-shaped, but lumpy. Dry, with cracks. Surely there's a better way to talk about stools than looking at this shit.
Hello, Stefan, stool expert here with everything you need to know about stools. We have the hard stools, very hard stools, but soft stools are the comfy ones. It's the same with your body. For nice comfy stools, use Coloxal stool softeners. The green for gradual relief, pink with senna for overnight relief, and even the infant drops for the little babies. Coloxal softens stools, relieves constipation.
Now, Stefan is softening this hard conversation through...
I want to stop there. I know time is running, but you got it. And I just wanted to break a bit the ice, bring a bit of fun at the end of the afternoon, but I thought it's definitely worth it. Now, in the meantime, it's all about managing the influence around this campaign. You could create the most relevant content. You need to spread that content amongst your audience. And as I said before, we need to do more influencer marketing, whether it is with macro influencer, with wellness influencer, with physicians who need to be more engaged in this type of activities. This is where we've seen the most and the highest value, right? So here for Merck MSD, we were able to manage across 9 markets all the influencer marketing to basically push people to vaccination, to cervical cancer vaccination. And amongst all the channels that we tried, to definitely the one that has performed the best. And sometimes you could be also a bit fun when you play with influencers, and you need to engage them within your marketing. So I also included really last minute this case from Indonesia, from Konimex, who is our client for 50 years, which I like to remember because it's such a great relationship with them. And that's the work we did for Paramex really recently by us contracting with a celebrity.
Nyeri otot. Segera minum Paramex nyeri otot. Redakan nyeri otot, sendi dan pegal linu.
So having
Produksi Konimax.
an influencer strategy is also about thinking about all the different touch points and how you will activate this strategy, working with the dancer, working with those people who are basically the trendsetters, who are basically engaging with your audience. You know, the new generation, they basically follow those people. They basically trust those people, and we need to take this into consideration. However, we can also design the new influencers. So on the same topic, we created an AI influencer to educate young women on cervical cancer education, on sexual transmitted disease, which is very complicated. You know, in certain part of the world, especially here, talking about sex is complicated. And you can't imagine how basically these women were very happy and started to engage with these virtual person, sharing, engaging, asking for more questions about the disease itself, about the prevention. And so it's a different way of managing influence, but it's also now need to be part of the mix. And we always say to our clients that the combination of real and virtual influencer become the future of influence marketing. Last but not least, I mentioned before, it is all about crafting an omni-channel journey that delivers a better patient outcome. But the beauty of healthcare marketing is that instead of just engaging with one audience, most of the time we have to engage with different stakeholders. You need to engage with consumers, with caregivers, with nurses, with pharmacists, with doctors, with radiologists, with policymakers. That makes like such a complex job, right? And that's maybe the reason we are all here. And I believe that ultimately the future of health marketing will sit at the convergence of this marketing journey. It's not easy because from an organization point of view, from a structural point of view, sometimes you are not structured to deliver that kind of connection. But sometimes, you know, there is a brand manager who is looking after the consumer activation, another brand manager who's looking at physician activation. But ultimately, if you want to deliver impact, if you really want to push people into the funnel, you need to get that connection. So we were discussing earlier today about, you know, eventually how you get the consistent message between the point of care, just right out, you know, before and after the doctor's room, and then basically finding exactly the consistent message in the pharmacy, so that the person remember the brand, even if sometimes because of the regulation, the brand has not been especially written by the doctor. So how you create that connection along the journey. And obviously, you could feel, so here it's a pediatric vaccination journey, both on the healthcare consumer side and on the healthcare professional side. It is all about creating this connection. If you could start engaging your sales reps and basically go to the right doctors that have received the demand, that have received more patients, then basically you do the job. And the only way to do it is to equip yourself with the right marketing technology and basically leverage data as, you know, a signal that can inform you where are the growth opportunity, what's the best channel mix, what's the right combination of channel and content, by the way, that you need to use to deliver growth and a better patient outcome. So ultimately, underneath sit the data. And we are supporting our clients in basically operating and embracing this data transformation and data culture. So that's some work we do with one of you here in the room, where we are supporting the entire data transformation of this consumer health company. And we basically here, you know, include, create all the dashboard that the leadership team would need to look after all the marketing campaign, to have a heat map of the performance, to reconcile P&L components with marketing spendings, to get results across brands and portfolio, across market, across platform. And that becomes the new tool that all the marketers needs to have in their hands. And ultimately, again, if you have the right marketing technology underneath, you could deliver these kind of tools. You can basically empower your team, equip them with these new tools that will basically help them to take the right decision in terms of spendings, in terms of content. And that we really need to get to that stage. For that, we need a new model. Of course, you know, everything I just presented, you feel how much we need a new model. The time where basically agency receive like, oh, can you do please 2 email and then e-detailing, that time is gone. And I really work with client every day to rethink the way we should contract, to rethink the way we should operate. So in Ogilvy, we created Studio Health, which is basically a content operating engine that helps us to deliver content at scale. across 9 markets, whatever is the language, manage different type of content, whether it is an advertising content, an editorial content, an influencer produced content, or even a content that comes from a virtual influencer. Managing as well how you need to position and push that content to people. Sometimes having the chance to manage the media buying and the media investment behind that. So we need to get to this new model where everything is data-driven, where you can control with your dashboard as marketer, the performance of your campaign, the one that really works across market. Find the right marketing mix across multiple journeys. Now, I want to end on something that I'm really, that I really think is essential, is creativity. You could get the most fascinating tools. You could get the most advanced technology. You could be scared of AI, and I'm sure we'll discuss that into the next panel. Nothing is going to change, our human creativity as of now, and I truly believe that. And our creativity will always make the difference. So because AI is a trending topic, because I believe that we will discuss this in the future panel, I just want to show you how we could apply creativity using AI to engage with consumers. And I will present you a case on pet care. For those who love the cat, you will see how we can better protect our cat.
The most important cat video of all!
Let's face it, the internet loves a good cat video. Hilariously funny cat videos, absurdly cute cat videos, absolutely ridiculous cat videos. But only one cat video can help screen for signs of osteoarthritis pain, and that's the one you upload to Cat Pain IQ. Cat Pain IQ is a revolutionary one-of-a-kind technology that uses AI to screen for osteoarthritis pain in the comfort of your own home. Nearly 40% of cats are showing signs of osteoarthritis pain, and until now, the only way to screen for osteoarthritis was to take your cat to the vet, which is never an easy task. Cats also act differently than they would at home, making it impossible to get them the help they need. How does Cat Pain IQ work, you ask? Just take a video of your cat at home and upload it directly to your veterinarian. The AI does the rest. It scans the video, shares its findings, and determines if your cat may be showing signs of osteoarthritis pain, which leads to proper diagnosis and treatment by your veterinarian. Developed in partnership with leading veterinary specialists, Cat Pain IQ leverages validated research to screen for signs of osteoarthritis in a cat's movements. To date, over 500,000 analyses have been performed to create and perfect this innovative technology. With Cat Pain IQ, we can help more cats find the relief they need, proving that this cat video is
the most important cat video of all!
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre. I just request you to just stay here for a little while longer while we set up the chairs. So again, Pierre, thank you so much for sharing your presentation. Again, 2 broad themes. One, the rise of healthcare, wellness related topics, and the importance of great content. I think content transcends all boundaries. You've seen it throughout the day. Whichever language, great content always comes out and speaks to you. And I think it was great to see Pierre talk about that as well. And the third thing was about managing brands right from discovery to delivery. How do you ensure that right from when your consumers or patients or customers discover your brands, how do you deliver a nice solution in the end? And he talked about aware, educate, support, advocate. That's what I call it. So it was one more rendition of that over there. So how do you look at aware, educate, support, advocate kind of a model for your business, whereas ultimately your consumers or patients become your advocates for your brand. So we are no longer living in a one-way street. So when I was a product manager, of course, we used to churn out an ad, and we would hope that the consumers would first of all view it and then go and buy our products. But now I think it is more about how do you come across as an authentic brand, and how do you converse with your brand, with your consumers and patients. And I think bringing out that authenticity is very, very important in this new world that we live in. All right. So with that, thank you so much, Pierre.
Thank you.
We have a we don't have a break, right, Mary? You're a hard taskmaster. Okay, all right. So with that, I'd like to invite two more guests now. Evan, who just presented on AI, and Louis, please, let's have you back on the stage. No, this topic is more about technology being an enabler, and we have not seen any question on the board yet. So my request is to just please dish out your questions and put them on the board so that we can ask the panel members. But let me start with first, right? Let me just break the ice before you guys start asking all the important and relevant questions. We talked about technology as an enabler across your presentations and also in the morning. Now, I also talk about this 4C framework, right? It's about content, building communities, building conversations, and then commerce. Now, in your experiences, when you talk about patient-centric solutions, how do you build and how do you choose to deliver a great content, build a right community, and build the right conversations on your brand, and therefore deliver on commerce, because that's the ultimate point of us being here, delivering a compliant, profitable growth. Any one of you could answer that. It's a common question for all three of you. So should we start with Louis or?
Sure.
Okay.
So from our perspective, if you look at the digital health space, you mentioned authenticity, the previous speaker did as well, Pierre. It's critical. So you notice when I talked about what have been the successful commercial models, having that community engagement has always been a critical part of it. And one of the things it does is that it encourages people to understand, look, I'm not alone. I have other people that are suffering from the same disease. It really builds that engagement. And that engagement with other members of the community has been a key part of being able to commercialize digital health tools quite successfully.
All right.
It's also a key way that the community can find support from their peers. We've worked extensively in the brain cancer space, but we're seeing that it's a common theme. All of these communities of people suffering from chronic conditions, they want to hear stories, they want to hear the narrative that others with their conditions have. And those communities, by sharing that information, it helps them from a personal perspective deal with the challenges that they have, but also then can transcend into commercial opportunities.
Okay.
I'm not going to repeat, everything I said about the omni-channel. I think three things comes to my mind. Because we are going to talk more about technology, I think it's important to use AI and technology to detect the consumer's unmet needs. What does patient really need in the care journey? Mm-hmm. What does consumer really expect to get from a brand? Sometimes it's a bit hidden, but Gen AI tools really can help to detect deep insights that can really help to reinvent the brand. Point number two. I think that we need to really work on the convergence of this different marketing journey, especially when there are multiple stakeholders. The caregivers, all the peers around the patient are super important and very often forgotten. Mm-hmm. The point number three, I do see more and more with all clients conversation around building the right ecosystem.
Yes.
So who are the players that basically you need to pull around your brands that basically can help you to produce that content, basically a content that will have a sense for your patient at one stage of its journey, and maybe content that you don't need to produce yourself.
Right.
But really having the ability to own a domain. So if you are in the women health space, how could you own the women health domain and get the people around you, get the partners around you to deliver that holistic experience to the women, because you want to empower women with a better health outcome.
Yes.
And we need to think partnership first. Building your digital ecosystem becomes essential as part of your marketing plan.
Super. Thank you so much. I think I'm yet to see some questions here, but please raise your hand, if you're... Steph, yes.
Hi, Stephanie from Inova. I have a question specifically on content and the role of technology. I guess with consumers spending more and more time online, there's a need for high churn of content, quick, kind of disposable content. I've got two questions. One, how do we keep up with the sheer quantity of that content, and often we need to do it, on
very
a daily
quickly,
basis,
yes.
very quickly and localized.
Yes.
And two, do you think that there's a trade-off in terms of quantity versus quality? So, we spend a lot of time developing sort of beautiful thematic campaigns, but we do that at the expense of being able to, develop lots and lots of content. So, there's sort of two approaches to it. You either go down the quantity sort of pathway, or you do fewer and I guess scale the same content.
Very tough question, the second one actually. So, yeah.
So I think when it comes to the quantity, there are tools that we can use. At Dept, we've actually developed a proprietary tool called Lightspeed that allows us to generate content at scale in many, many languages. So we create templates for campaigns. Those templates fit all sorts of different screen sizes and context. And then we use that to generate content in up to 20 plus languages and push that out. So for instance, we do that not in the health space, but with Spotify generating 30,000 assets a month for them. So that's an example of where technology can help with that scale piece. Obviously, generative AI from a content generation perspective offers opportunities to help with generating content quickly. There are challenges around that though, to ensure that if your brand is part of that content, how do you keep that brand consistent? Because anyone who's used generative AI would see that some of the challenges are actually around inserting your brand and having it consistent
whether it's on equity or not, or the content is compliant or not from a marketer's point of view.
Correct.
Okay, just for the uninitiated, Evan, if I may request you to indulge us with what is AI, what is generative AI as a subset of that. Just give us a quick, 2-minute sort of education, elevator conversation.
Maybe if I reference some of the content of your previous talk, when we see the cat videos, right? Or we look at the pregnancy monitoring tool that I referenced, that is using a form effectively of machine learning. So what we're doing is we are taking lots and lots of data about cats and cats that we know have or don't have the osteoarthritis issue or other issues. And we put that into what's called a machine learning model, and we train the model so that it knows, yes, it's very likely this cat has osteoarthritis, or no, it's not, based on the data that is associated with that model. And that isn't generative AI. That is more machine learning or AI as we would have talked about it before about a year ago.
Okay.
If we look at generative AI is a very complex topic. But to simplify it, generative AI takes prompts or inputs and takes information from what's called an LLM, a large language model, which is a huge data set that can then help it infer what it thinks might be the right response to your prompt. And then the output of that prompt can be text, which is like ChatGPT. It can be images, which is
DALL-E or
Midjourney. It can be video. That's what they call multimodal, which is where you can potentially speak to the AI and then get outputs in many different formats. And that is a very simplistic, very short version of what generative AI is. But you can imagine, and you would have seen, the outputs of those functions are now starting to help solve, or people are looking at ways that you can help solve some of those marketing challenges, those content challenges. For instance, in certain contexts, we're using generative AI now to remove the need to do product shoots for content, right? So where we would have gone and done a product shoot, a whole bunch of post-production, we're now using generative AI prompts to generate images that actually mean we don't need to go and do a product shoot. And it's reducing the time from, say, 7 to 9 days down to a few hours to generate the content.
I like to say, we've been working on deep learning model for a while, and then these deep learning models with natural language processing coming together, basically, help us to enter in this new Gen AI chapter. Gen AI is just a new UX. We basically are just going to access those tools in a more simple way. We are going to enter in a no-code phase and world, which excites me a lot because you don't need to code anymore to basically get some stuff done. And that's what's the beauty of Gen AI. It's really giving access to this fantastic techniques and technology to all of us. Now, to democratize. Now, back to this previous question, which I think is essential when we see the rise of such technology, and of course, everyone is looking for more content, more personalized content, more dynamic personalized content. I think what essentially is important to consider is how you train your employees, your brand managers, to get into this mode. Okay, so, and it's when I mention about these organizations, this model like the Studio Health, and all the agency have their model, content at scale offering. You could get the most advanced and fancy technology. If you don't have the culture transformation underneath, nothing is going to happen.
Correct.
So how do we work us internally? Or, all our creative people are all now connected to Adobe Cloud, so they could use Firefly, the Gen AI, so, features from Adobe, but also interact within each other. And that's changed the way we work internally within the agency. But then how you basically get the same transformation on the client side so that all clients can work with the same level of agility, so that all clients and us in the agency can work hands in hands together, really capturing the data, knowing how to move with agility, reinventing the compliance approval process, because that is where is the highest challenge at the moment.
That's the new model of search, right? So, I mean, you're moving from just asking questions with Dr. Google to saying, how do you look at prompts in a new way? And I think a lot of agency partners that at least I have seen, especially in emerging markets, are just looking at that. How do you write prompts to enable a better outcome of insight or actionable insight for your own business or your brands? So I think that's a big invitation to the business leaders here of how do you pivot from moving from just looking at asking questions or just looking at search merge in an e-commerce environment to looking at how do you look at prompts in a new way and how do you write the right prompts. That's the big story now for all agency partners, as well as from our side, from a client side, it is more about how do you brief the agency partners then to develop the right tools for your brands and for your businesses. So that was an interesting conversation. The other point that I picked from your presentations was data is the new oil, correct? So you talked about data. I don't think AI or generative AI is going to help us if we don't have the right data backing us at the first point, right? So any thoughts on that? We'll start with maybe Louis. He's been quiet for some time. So we'll start with Louis first and then move on,
So Peach operates in the Southeast Asia region. And as you might imagine, there are a couple of challenges. A, the data isn't available for things we want to do. And the other challenge is that the data is very much siloed in the region. So each country has its own data silos. It's very hard to get a cross-regional access to data. And the challenges that creates is that it's very hard to do things you might want to do. Simple example, Peach Health is going into the musculoskeletal space to generate new care models for patients to treat their joint pain, etc. The challenge for that is that there isn't as many data points available. I mean, for example, no one is tracking simple things like physiotherapist data, how are patients responding to their disease treatment. The data simply doesn't exist. And so one of the approaches we need to take now is take a step back and say, how can we generate the data using our own digital tools, and then use that data in some kind of other process, for example, using AI to generate more superior recovery and post-treatment models so that we improve patient outcomes using more of a data-driven approach.
Thank you. There's some more water for you because I know you want to sit for longer. Okay.
I think the other area where data is really interesting is, if we talk about AI and the way that can be applied in a commerce context, we're now entering a world where product pages can be dynamically generated based on the persona of the person who is visiting the page, right? So I talked about LLMs before when I gave you the crappy introduction to generative AI. Training the LLM with your data and then using that and good MarTech tools so that you can understand the personas of the people that are landing on your product pages, and then having generative AI with the appropriate guardrails to generate content that speaks to me as the consumer. The mum with the two kids versus the elderly grandparent versus whomever it might be. you can have the generative AI actually tailor the content. Firefly, for instance, serving up different images based on the persona of the individual. And that way you actually have this dynamic experience, which is all based off the data you have.
Sure. Thank you.
I just want to add to a couple of things. The first one is that one of the main challenges that we sometimes don't bring up as well, enough is the access to the consent of the data.
Yes.
So, of course, data most of the time are really crap and not good, not clean. But in this health space, it's also very important to get access to the consent of the data. So that's something very important. And also, I feel we need to think about the world where more and more we will be empowered, I hope, to manage our health data as patient.
Yes.
And that's going to be a big game changer, a big transformation, right? It's not there yet because the platform doesn't exist. You mentioned about this Estonian model, which is based on decentralized technology that helps basically better interoperability of data among systems. But imagine a world where all of us will be absolutely empowered to control our data, give it for free, or give an access for free to some of our data for some research, or eventually sell our data, which also is complicated because legally in many countries you can't basically sell any of your blood cell.
Yes.
And data is related to part of your body. So that also poses a lot of complex legal issues. But we need to envision what would be that stage, right? Last but not least, when it comes to marketing, you certainly heard about the cookie going away. So we also are entering in a world where it's going to be even more complicated to get the cookies, third-party cookies, to basically reach out to these individuals. And by the way, on top of that in healthcare, we cannot, in many cases, collect first-party data. So that means we need to be very smart in collecting the right level of information so we could get to that level of personalization in our engagement strategy.
Super. Okay, we have one question now from Jane. And she says, Louis talked about infodemic. How can the consumers sieve through the information on social media, online, and get what is right on health?
I think, Kevin, you talked about infodemic.
Okay.
Didn't you? I know I didn't mention it.
Anyone.
Or maybe Pierre, was it?
Okay. Gen AI can help.
Okay.
So I'm working at the moment with a company based in the East, which is fantastic. We're using Gen AI. They can basically verify a level of accuracy of a certain health information by reconciliating what basically they read with some clinical studies. Then they will never tell you it's wrong or right.
Right.
But if they can tell you with eventually even the content might be script or stamped, but if they can tell you like, okay, this information seems to be 90% wrong, it's already like a big information. So Gen AI will definitely help tackle this big challenge. Now, we need to see what are the different solutions technology-wise that are going to really help encrypt and stamp the content with kind of a copyright to show the people that it's right. Salesforce works on that at the moment.
And I can also help out there. I mean, one of the things that we found in our own market research, looking around the region, is having a voice of authority helps to cut away what is true and what's not true. A good example, I was in a conference recently in Germany where the head of Bayer Consumer Health, I said, look, there are half a million health apps. So how do patients know what works, what doesn't, what is real and what isn't? And so having that voice of authority, someone who can get up and say, if you're in, for example, the joint pain space, an orthopedic surgeon, one of the government authorities saying, look, we've looked at this product, we've assessed the data, we've seen what they do, and we like this, we recommend it. So having that voice of authority recommend the product can be a good way, credibility can be a good way of cutting through what's real and what not. Because it is very hard for a consumer to understand, with so many opportunities there, what's going to really work for me in terms of healthcare.
Super. Okay, let's change the conversation to e-commerce now. It's one of my favorite topics, and I know it's been the most glamorous sort of workspaces to work on in the last maybe 7 or 8 years. Why is self-care, and earlier, when we joined the industry, it was called OTC. Why is self-care not at that level as consumer or some of the other home care brands are, right? Why is it that we still struggle as an industry to deliver more sales through e-commerce, right, and grow our business? So as a proportion in self-care or healthcare, we would be very low. Apart from compliance and regulation, is there any other thing that you think is missing, which the business leaders could work on, or realize the true potential of e-commerce in some ways for their businesses and their brands?
I mean, I can answer that from a digital perspective, so e-commerce partially, but the question is, why don't more people use, for example, more health and wellness apps? So there are some really good products out there that can help people manage their lifestyle and improve their disease conditions. The challenge we find with people, especially using digital products, is people don't want to use them. How many of us have downloaded an app on their phone and never touched it ever again?
Oh, many.
I have.
Oh, lots of.
That's what
I may
people
have
do, right?
some 80 or 90 apps, on my phone as well.
So people, yes, they like the idea, will download an app, but very few people engage and use them. And this is where, for example, we're seeing in other countries the role of the health coach come in. So the health coach is not a healthcare professional. They're not there to diagnose a disease or tell you there's something wrong with you and you should do X. What they are there to do is to say, look, you're trying to get, what is your life goals? Where are you going from point A to point B? And then let's design the right goals for you that we can actually run those goals past you, work through some kind of digital platform, and actually deliver the outcomes you're trying to do. So that's at least the change I'm seeing in the healthcare industry. Like, for example, in Southeast Asia, maybe more in Australia it is, but in Southeast Asia, there's very few health coaches being used. Whereas if you go to the United States now, just recently, the FDA has agreed now to reimburse the role of the health coach, because the FDA recognizes the health coach actually can deliver significant clinical value to patient outcomes from a health and wellness perspective. And they're now willing to reimburse doctors who want to use health coaches to help manage your patients. So for me, I think having someone to push you along that journey is a critical thing that's missing.
Also, is it also about educating the marketplace platforms as well to join this important journey of self-care and say, boss, if you are looking at healthcare on your own, we sort of manage the brands and the insights behind those brands, and therefore there will be a good learning from the industry per se to also ensure that the marketplace platforms understand it and partner more with the brands. Could that be one of the solutions to impact e-commerce in a bigger way for our business? We always talk about D2C and all this is glamorous, but beyond a certain level, at least that's what I've seen in India or China, beyond a certain level, D2C doesn't work, right? So it stops and then they go offline. And you've seen that with Sephora, you've seen that with a lot of other e-commerce players who've gone and opened their own retail outlets. So at some point in time, the world obviously is moving towards omni-channel. But how do we sensitize the e-commerce players? Are there any best practice studies that you guys have sort of seen in your areas of work where Amazon or even Walmart has come on play?
I think these platforms definitely want and already go to all clients and basically try to get more business, because this is their business.
Correct.
I think the reason it has been a bit slow, it's just a question of infrastructure. Most of these health self-care brands were operated under a big conglomerate, pharmaceutical conglomerate. Now we've seen a lot of spin-off for the last few years, which also is one of the reasons to get two different routes, right? But of course, when you are in such a regulated industry, you want to control the entire distribution value chain, which certainly slow down the acceleration in that commerce space. For all of you working in this environment, you know how complicated it is to ensure to your compliance that there won't be any copy, that there won't be any issue. And in the meantime, the regulation in many markets didn't get at the speed of the transformation. But that has started. Just like a couple of years ago, we've seen much more clients asking for, what do I need to do? Can you help me set up the foundation, both on the marketplace side, but more and more, and I'm glad you brought it up, on the D2C space, especially for certain self-care products. And because D2C is also the best way to start capturing data and a very intimate relationship with those consumers.
Yes. No, I've also seen, we follow this CARS model in our company, which is about content, assortment, getting the right portfolio. Then, of course, ratings and reviews, and then search and supply chain. Supply chain plays a very, very important part, and maybe regulation, in our self-care industry will play an important part. Even any insights around how e-commerce players can increase the scale for some of our brands that we work on?
Look, I think regulation is obviously playing a big part in this space. The coach component that you talked about, that piece for me is something where that's going to help consumers navigate that huge breadth of opportunity and the breadth of health apps. The ecosystem is incredibly confusing for consumers. So I think the fact that the FDA has backed that is huge, because that's going to have a big impact on consumers understanding the ecosystem, the opportunities in front of them.
Super. Okay, one more question. I'm still waiting for some more questions to come from you, and I know, yes, Dave. Just coming, I'll just ask one more.
On that last point, in the grocery world, there's a thing called the shadow effect. And as you know, there have been, over the last 25 years, many attempts, starting in America, but all around the world, to have online delivery of groceries, automatic delivery of groceries, particularly in terms of fruit, vegetables, meats, fresh product. And they always fail. There's never been anybody successfully really done that. And the reason for that is that grocery retailers understand what they call the shadow effect, which is whether or not you actually have somebody qualified in the store to give advice, the fact that it's a place where you can touch and feel the vegetables, the fruit.
Right.
And when it really came home was when the major supermarkets, Carrefour, Kroger in the States, etc., Woolworths in Australia, when they started to really overtake the local butchers. Because in most of those supermarkets, there is nobody who's actually a trained butcher. There are guys in aprons who are cutting stuff and putting stuff out. But the belief is, it looks like a butcher, so therefore it's got the quality of a butcher. And that applies to a lot of things. Now, what is interesting is that in a retail conference very early this year, which was a supermarket retail conference I was part of, they were talking about the shadow effect affects anything to do with health products in supermarkets. So they believe, and this is why, and forgive me, I can't remember, you were talking about Walmart, for example, right? And the shift Walmart is making. Well, of course, what's happening is that they're understanding that Walmart can sell more stuff inside their stores if everybody believes their store is now a doctor's surgery, whether or not it is. But by making those in-store health units look and feel like a hospital or a surgery, it has the shadow effect and makes people feel more comfortable with it. The problem with online is that while you
doesn't give you that
until we get the shadow effect, and the problem with particularly with health products is you need to hear and see, and this is why it's interesting, because a couple of you mentioned the fact that you would have real life health professionals as the final thing, because you need that. Unless you actually have a real human voice and preferably a real human face saying, yeah, this is the one you want, right? That looks and feels like it really is a doctor, you lack that shadow effect. And there's a lot to be learnt from the food industry because they're so direct. Yeah. Food is health. It's the ultimate health product. And where people trust and fail with with food products is where we will fail with anything to do with consumer healthcare products.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much. Very nice. I suppose another question to ask is, therefore, do we do enough as an industry to empower consumers to pick up the right products or right solutions for the ailments that they have? And maybe that could be one of the answers as well to talk about, in terms of category education and some of the best practices that you may have seen in your clients' work or in some other markets.
Well, just, jumping on what you just said, I think we see more and more a disruption of the infrastructure and a disruption of the models. Mm-hmm. And so what you describe is a disruption of an acceleration and a disruption of the retail model, finding a new source of growth. And I do believe, I do see a lot of clients really trying to reinvent business model at the moment in healthcare, creating new infrastructure, owning infrastructure, one of my client MSD opened Jab and Go, which is a vaccination center in Thailand, then becomes like quite complex because on one side you are a vaccination center, on the other side you are, a pharma company. So how basically you can start operating at the infrastructure level and redesign the entire value chain, thinking about drug delivery, vaccine or treatment delivery at your home, getting vaccination in pharmacy, for instance, or in dentist, which has become very famous in some places, because also for dentists could become like a new source of growth to basically vaccinate people, and in the meantime you increase the access to vaccination. So I am very excited by all those new models, but I'm also very excited with the different digital solution that we need to empower these consumers to afford this new model, because then in Asia will be always the affordability gap, the affordability challenge, right? And we've seen more and more digital partnership with e-wallet, with fintech, so that basically you could allow consumers to stagger their payment, to relieve some of their Gojek points to eventually redeem those points and get a discount on their vaccine. And when you pay all of that out of pocket, obviously, this is a lot. This is a lot of savings that you can, and that's really a way to get supported. So I see a lot of things changing in that space. Infrastructure, affordability solution, new model at the convergence of two industries like fintech and pharma.
Yes.
That's what will be the new world, I feel.
Yes. No, I mean, interesting that you raised digital payments. I think both India and China are at the forefront of the digital payments, and now of course ASEAN as well. Yes, Steve? Yeah? Yes, okay.
I think it's really, really fascinating. I just wanted to sort of like a reality check for many companies in our area who are mid-sized companies, so we're not talking about the big companies with many resources that some of the cases that you've been demonstrating have come from, but mid-sized companies who perhaps we've just got our head round digital marketing and we're really going with that now, and that's great. And now we're now looking at the face of a complete transformation, another transformation. How would you start this process of starting this digital and, as you were saying, cultural transformation, because you need to bring the people along with it.
Yes.
Doesn't matter, you can invest in the tools, you can invest in the infrastructure, but if you don't bring the people along with it, nothing will change.
Yes.
How would you recommend, maybe I can ask from each of you, what would be the first steps from a company that is very early, and we are mostly very early in this transformation? What would be your recommendations in the first steps of beginning the baby steps, if
Very
you
nice
like,
question.
towards
If I may
it?
add, just to add a data point, there is a 43% failure rate. One of the consulting organizations told me, if people are not onboarded on our technology solution. So, it's a very important question.
I think
thank you, Steve.
you've got to be holistic, right? You've got to be holistic, and you've got to take an approach where, you're choosing a combination of a technology stack that is appropriate, and you need to work with people who've got expertise in that space to help you understand what your options are, what's appropriate based on the size of the organization, the challenges you have, and what your transformation journey is going to look like. But I think to the point that some of the other panelists have made, making sure that your staff understand why, are empowered with whatever tools are selected, so that the organization holistically goes on the journey. You're not going and buying a bunch of tools off the shelf, saying we're going to do a transformation, and then ultimately that fails because the organization is not set up for success appropriately.
And from my side, I think one of the biggest things is buy-in with employees. Having been involved with multiple companies that have gone through digital transformations, it's really critical to spend that time to say, look, this is what we're doing, this is where we're going. Is everyone in agreement? And you don't need everyone to agree, but you need enough of the organisation saying, yes, okay, now we believe the journey that we're about to go after, we clearly understand the message, we clearly know where we're going to go, and enough of the people then start going into that direction, and then the rest will follow. Because you'll have a whole bunch of people say, maybe, maybe not, but you need enough of those buy-ins to say, yep, we agree where we're going, and we'll follow. But that goal, that strategy, that direction need to be clearly elucidated, and then people really need to buy into that before it starts.
I will have a slightly different response. So first, if you are not like a big giant, I would say you are in a better place because it means less people and certainly more agility. I would start from the consumer unmet needs, and it has been flagged today. Most of the time, reason it fails is because we do things that basically are not addressing a consumer need. So I would definitely start there, identify the unmet needs and how you can address those needs, then take a decision about eventually the technology that you need to better improve, to better deliver a service or a product addressing those needs. You know, a chief data officer from one of my clients said once to me, in such a transformation, 20% only is about the technology. 30% is about addressing business, unmet needs of our consumers. 50% is about people and embracing a data culture. So when you have your unmet needs, when you know how to deliver against those needs, now how basically you empower your people to look at the data, to really look every day at the data, think differently on what needs to be done tomorrow. Because we are all biased, because we all come back to the previous way of working and say oh no, we need a brief or agency, we need it to be a big platform, then we'll get this in 9 months, and then we'll basically broadcast it during 2 years. Yes. Well, in 2 years, you even not got the data. Right, so that's the way I look at it.
Culture trumps any strategy, any digital strategy that you are after. Okay, so between the networking, drinks, and yes, the big boss. So I mean, there are two questions.
So sorry, just one question for, all of you maybe. We talk about bringing the people along. I was asking about what you feel about bringing the medical community along, because the doctors they were a reliable source of information before. We talked about AI, we talked about the influencers and how we communicate to people. So what's your feeling in all your interaction with doctors? We talked also about misdiagnosis and how people don't trust doctors anymore. So we'd be interested from your perspective to get your feel about the doctors community.
Of course. No.
So, do you want to go?
So I can talk about that from the perspective of a digital health sector. So it's a really good question and a real critical one. So experience in the United States with these MSK companies, and there are about 3 big ones in the US market doing more than 100 million revenue. One of them did very poorly at engaging with the medical community. So they decided we're going to set up this whole MSK thing, and we're not going to involve physiotherapists, period. And it got to the point where the American Physiotherapist Society got up and actually published a letter against them saying, look, this group is not delivering physical therapy, they're not a good product, they're not medically validated, don't use them. So yes, it's absolutely key to work with the medical community. And even if you don't directly work with the medical community, because here we're in the consumer health space, so we're not going deep into the medical process, but you must give that respect to the doctors to try to engage, inform them, tell them what you're doing, get them on board. Even if they're not going to use your product, you don't want to cross them on the wrong path. I mean, the example, and the company I'm referring to is Kaya Health, where the Physiotherapy Association in the US blew them out of the water. It's really, really dangerous if you get on the wrong side of the medical community. So yeah, that engagement is a key part of it. Even if those doctors, you're not working those doctors.
I think in the digital product space, when we're developing digital products, vast majority of them are going to touch clinicians at some point, right? So they might be focused on a consumer, but there's an interface or some interface component that touches the clinician. And so another key thing is engaging them, to your point, early on in the process when we're developing a new platform or a new technology, so that we're getting their input and where relevant buy-in of industry bodies.
And you touched to the product part, and if I may, thinking about the marketing part to engage with the doctors. Sometimes with a product that is for more than 20 years in the market, it's not easy, especially when after COVID they don't want to see anymore the reps. I think we just, again, need to look at their unmet needs, human unmet needs, and really think about what they really need from me. And then it's all about the simplification of the content, getting the snackable pieces of content that is going to get them the information right, straight away. We continue to build 25 pages e-detailers that are not used I think enough or well enough. I think Gen AI will help to basically simplify the access to clinical information massively, which is going to also empower more doctors because they are seeking for more clinical research. But sometimes they just need to go to an American white paper, which is 88 pages. Like, how do you want them at the end of the day to go through all of that? So I think there is a mission for brands and pharmaceutical and self-care providers to think about like this simplification of that content, how to make it so accessible that and branded that they can think more about your brands.
If I may add, there are 2 or 3 important things when you're looking at self-care categories, as whatever my learning has been. Number 1 is that there are many influencers to purchase, right? So you have the chemist, which sometimes act as quasi-doctors, even in developed markets like Australia to India, where people don't have 2 square meals to eat, so they can't go to a doctor, right? So where do you get the alleviation or the treatment solutions if you have a problem? You directly go to a chemist. So they act as quasi-doctors. And then the third one is all the home remedies and all the remedies passed on from generation to generation or from friends and family. So these are the 3 big influences to purchase or category adoption, right? So home remedies or family conversations, friends and family conversation, chemists and healthcare providers. Now, the beauty of management of our categories is that most of our categories are at different stages of inflection. So we talked about constipation. So as you go down in digestive health, from acidity to constipation or diarrhea, the conversations become more private, right? So, and because of the literacy levels of each of the categories that you operate in, and therefore, how do you build and kill the barriers and enable more honest conversations and make category education as one of the most important pillars, both for consumers and as well as your professionals, becomes very, very important. So in no way we are saying that end users or professionals will not be a great advocate or an influencer. They certainly are, and they build the credibility for your brands or for our brands. And it is an important part. So I don't think any of the brands will get 100% credibility if you don't work with the healthcare professional community, especially in treatment solutions. So, Nicholas talked about diagnostics, then he talked about preventive health, then treatment, and I would also add recovery or restoration, because that's when we bought Orsil at J&J. So I think you move from prevention or illness to wellness, and you move from prevention to treatment to recovery. And healthcare professional definitely has a role to play in treatment in some ways in terms of influencing. But I think there's a lot of opportunities for us as business and healthcare professionals and business leaders to ensure that you deliver a great sort of education play for both our consumers as well as our healthcare professionals. Yes, sir. Absolutely. You're the boss. No.
That'll be the day. I've been in the industry for 50 years. I know, yes. I don't look old enough, but there we are. And I've lost count of the number of magic bullets that I've heard about, and yes. Nothing ever lasts. Good luck. I hope in 2 years' time or 5 years' time that we're having these conversations where we're sort of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and this is the future. But as we know, big trends, and this is a mega trend, run out of steam. Or the value goes out. So give you a couple of examples. I don't want to make this into a long speech, but I think I haven't heard anything very negative about AI so far, and I think we have to say it's not a single direction. There are lots of negatives. So for example, we've got Twitter, now called X, in the process of being ruined by the world's richest man. Yes. He's a maniac, so you might say that's a one-off. But what about Amazon? Everything I get from Amazon these days comes in skimpy packaging so that when you take out the book or the medicine, it's damaged. One of our themes, and as a company we're going to be researching next year, is something that I haven't heard discussed, the degradation of value. That our life is all about wanting things so cheaply, we don't really, or we think we don't care, but we do care. And one of the answers to why is e-commerce not doing so well are things that it ties up with Milan's point, which is too many competitors, some of whom are fraudulent, some of whom but there's not enough business to go around. Remember, this is a finite market. We're not going to invent new diseases in consumer health. In RX, Glaxo came up with heavy legs, which needed a prescription. Yes. No one had ever heard of that before. Or restless legs, no.
Yes.
Sorry, the French know all about heavy legs. It's a unique French condition, apparently, amongst ladies. But this was restless legs, wasn't it? So my concern is that at what point do we start to realize that there is a massive downside from artificial intelligence? You know, and it's not new, that's the thing. It's a new name for what has been going on for a long time. The old Novartis had a scheme, we helped them with it at the beginning, which was to scour the internet for what people were talking about. What happened was you put in a prompt for Boots the chemist, and what came back, everything you wanted to know about shoemakers and shoe retailers. That's all changed, of course. I know that everything's better. All I'm saying is this, and I say this as a data provider and interpreter, but at the end of the day, data is only a step to something else. There is no such thing as just give me the data. That's as unrealistic as the discussions going on in London now as to why the UK did such a terrible job for COVID. Well, we're the first country that actually got vaccinations, so it wasn't that bad. And what we're being told by the scientists is if only they'd listened to the scientists. But remember, 2 years ago, the scientists couldn't agree on what the right strategy was. So all I'm saying is a pile of data still needs people like my company to interpret it for you.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Vishnu. Yeah, yes, of course.
I think, shall I start?
Go for it.
Okay. It seems that you have a bit of a negative view about, all of this transformation, and I know that lots of scary stories, happen online. So back in the days when I lived in Singapore, I set up a non-profit in an organization, but the main purpose was basically to define how we should live with AI, right? And not be scared about that AI transformation. I don't believe AI is going to transform, it's going to kill our jobs. I believe that AI is going to kill our business model. Okay? And I think what matters to us and to each individual, and think about how we need to go with that transformation, with all the challenges that you have in any transformation. And that has happened for many years. I agree with you. And that was the case, back in the 2000s, back in the 80s, right? What I think is that in such transformation, it's always the same. You need to have some thought leaders who basically break the ice, show the vision, because if we could not get these guys, we will be stuck. Then I think we need a very human-centric approach towards this transformation. So working together amongst government, academics, corporate and startup owners to really think about what we need to do collectively to embrace that transformation in an ethic, transparent way. And last but not least, I think that, in any transformation, you have like the massive player that is basically trying to crack the model. And you're right, sometimes that's not exactly this player who is cracking the model. This player is leading the change. Then you have multiple other providers that comes with a very specific product, most of the time using the core product, and they are going to create something specific to our industry. For instance, at the moment, there is a company fantastic out of the West Coast in the US called Hippocratic AI that is building an LLM model for healthcare, and basically has passed more of, I think, 114 different medical tests at a level of accuracy which is 97% when ChatGPT only perform at 74%. So, and it's going to be always the same. You need the leaders, you need the people who break, and lead the change, and then you will have a lot of other people and providers who are going to build a very specific offer, a very specific product, addressing a very specific unmet needs.
But you also need the data to enable that to occur.
Yeah, but, okay, so where I see the data?
You go to Nicholas for data. Sorry? You go to Nicholas for data.
I also think that AI is in a hype curve at the moment, right? It's splashed everywhere. It's the savior to every problem on the planet, and it is not, right?
It is not.
And I think we have to distill the hype from the reality, and I think you've actually done a really good job of summarizing that, which is you've got OpenAI out there with ChatGPT. Everyone thinks ChatGPT is generative AI. It's actually come from research that Google open sourced, and that has then spawned many, many organizations playing in the space. We're going to see different players take that technology and create solutions that are centric to a particular problem.
Yeah.
And it's all powered by the data they have that is fed into these LLMs in generative AI, but even in machine learning and other forms of AI, that helps that to occur.
AI is now is going down on the Gardner curve.
Yes.
You know the innovation Gardner curve, which is interesting. I'm not sure we will continue to discuss too much about AI in 2024. It's because we will all need something new to discuss about.
The topic will have run its course.
What's the next magic bullet? I think the next conversation, I hope, will be like the convergence of decentralized technology and Web3 with AI, which started, but in healthcare is even more complicated because of data regulation, data privacy, the sensitivity of our patient data was mentioned about, how you can't get data out of certain countries and so on. So, and it will take another few years.
Yes, Louis.
And so from my side, I think the market will kind of clear everything out. So look, AI is the new tool now, but 2 years ago it was digital health. So there's so many companies going digital health space. I mentioned that Teladoc acquired Livongo, right, for $18 billion. What I didn't mention is that Teladoc has subsequently written off about $15 billion of that acquisition. All right, so there's a hype.
Yeah.
It's a new magic bullet. This is the next direction, and maybe not so. So there is value there, but the question is, does that value match what the market is putting onto it now? And I think what you're seeing now, particularly, I'm looking more at the digital health space, but then aligned with these companies saying, let's use AI models to reinvent the healthcare path. The market will clear out companies which aren't delivering. Great example, I mentioned Pear in my talk. Pear, via a SPAC, listed on the NASDAQ for about $1.3 billion valuation. The company was sold in bits for a total of $6 million subsequently. So $1 point something billion wiped out. So the market will lead, right? So the market will say basically, yes, you may be saying X. If you don't deliver that, you're out. And so the market will clean out the hype. At least that's how I see it in the digital health space.
So be careful in who you invest in.
Very much so.
Net technology enables, technology democratizes access, but there are a few challenges also, but we hope that we see the glass half full as opposed to anything else. Vishnu, you had a...
No, actually I wanted to empathize exactly with what Nicholas was saying, that even coming from an industry which is comms industry, right?
Yes.
2 years ago, the world was all metaverse, and like everybody talked about metaverse. Facebook said, I'm going to put $10 billion into metaverse, and we all know the story where it is. The truth is, as Evan said and you said, there is a lot of hype. But we cannot run away from the fact that there is an element of AI that is very, very useful and isn't going to change, which is efficiency and productivity. These two elements are definitely, so what got done in 10 days is getting done in 1 day, or what got done in certain time, and therefore what takes 10,000 people to do it gets done in this thing. Those elements are definitely there. The role of predictive AI, especially in healthcare, is to, as forewarners of of this thing. These things are here to stay.
Yes.
With generative AI, I think there is a bit of the fact that that this content deluge, whether it will actually help in the quality of information that we get or the trust of the information that we get to be enough to become transformative and reinventive, that's the world to see. We don't know about that. But I wanted to ask a separate question to this group as well, as probably the last wrapped question, including you, Gautam.
Okay.
Which is the fact that in all this conversation, like if you boil down everything that has been discussed, right, you can still put them into 3 buckets. There was access, there was education, and then there was innovation, right? So if I were to ask each one of you, right, 1 year from now, you're sitting again in the same stage, right? Tell me the one thing that you will be discussed next year which hasn't been discussed at all so far, in your view, in your view, in your view, in your view.
From what we say.
I'm designing it.
Okay.
Very good question.
I think in this part of the world, there will be rapidly lots of questions about innovation and access, and education is related. because of the very last published and inflation rate act from the US, which is actually going to impact drastically the healthcare industry, because you certainly heard about IRA, which basically has a price cap on the other side of the planet. And this price cap is going to completely change the life cycle of many drugs, which basically is going to result in a new way to fund innovation, promote innovation, value. We discussed about the notion of creating value, measuring the value for any innovation. And I hope it's going to basically help change the way we look at market access strategy. Use data and AI to basically create those value-based care models a bit more, knowing it has been like 5 years that we say we're going to do it, but it's not there yet. So I think there is a big thing here that is happening on the other side of the world, which could eventually lead to great conversation and accelerate a couple of this transformation here in Asia. One thought. We have not discussed that today.
I feel like patient centricity is going to continue to be a significant trend. We've already talked about this today, so I'm cheating because it's not new. But patient centricity and accessibility to healthcare for consumers and being able to make decisions, personal decisions about where you access that, the tools you use, but then that speaks to the need for guidance as well, because it's a very crowded marketplace and can be very confusing. But I think that is going to continue to accelerate, and I think we'll be talking about that next year.
So for myself, I think and we've touched on health and wellness, but I think we don't yet, at least in the Asia-Pacific region, ex-Singapore, because Singapore's great in this space. From a health and wellness perspective and the impact it can directly have on healthcare and the need for healthcare, I think that's a big thing that we'll be looking at in the future, particularly for markets outside of Asia. So you're seeing rumblings, for example, from Indonesia. Big market, but government reimbursed healthcare is minimal. But you're seeing the government already starting to focus on patient data records. How can we understand how our patients are having their care delivered? Can we look at different models to deliver care which are much more cost effective? And the challenge with the health and wellness care models is that who's going to pay for that? So in Singapore, the government is looking to pay for that, by the Healthier SG initiative, for example. Is this something that we'll see across the broader region? Will governments recognise if we can at least try and keep our populations more healthy, they'll have a less need for healthcare services, they won't need to go to hospital, it adds value to us. And that's something, the role of the government and the whole Health and Wellness initiative is something I see might be brought up in the future.
It's easy for me to summarize, but let me. I think there are 2-3 things. Number one, we live in a rapidly changing environment, right? Especially in the markets that we serve in or when we work in. And therefore, how do you build resilience as product managers, marketers, business leaders to ensure that you come up with the right solutions at the right time to enable either purchase or empowerment for your consumers or your end users or professionals in this case is an important one. So how do you operate in a rapidly changing, ever-changing environment, right? I know this may have been talked about in a pre-COVID or a COVID scenario, but I think this is the new norm. This is the new norm or the new normal. So how do you look at that, and how do we become more agile, therefore, as business leaders, as marketers, to impact the growth of our businesses? I think that's point one. Point two, I think, which Louis really nicely alluded to, is about government and strategic alliances. How do you co-opt as opposed to just compete with each other, right? How do we bring together the industry force to impact positive patient outcomes and consumer-centric outcomes, in this case, coming together? It is not about agency partners, it is not about clients or brand builders, it's also about the entire ecosystem of regulatory folks, government folks coming together and saying, hey, we want to do this and we want to make a positive impact in the categories that we serve in, I think becomes the second very important point. And third is, I do believe technology is here to stay. We live in a phygital world. We live in an omni-channel world. And therefore, how do you embrace technology, see it as glass half full, and just create that access for everyone, both for the managers of the brands as well as for the consumers and the healthcare professionals that you serve. I think that becomes an important one.
I'll give you my two-letter word that I think it will be there. Next year at this point of time, I think the one subject that will get added is ethical AI.
Ethical AI,
yes. I think in a year from now, there will be ethical.
Compliant.
There will be a lot of government intervention
or
in trying to get to what to trust and what not to trust.
Correct.
And there'll be a whole subject around
Absolutely,
ethics.
Fully agree with you. All right, Steve, that's a wrap. And would you like to summarize or then? Okay, so then between us and the networking drinks and the claps, right? So
thank you.
Thanks,
Rob. That was very nice.
Cheers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's the longest.
Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay, 9 o'clock start tomorrow, guys, for yet another interesting session. Okay.